of the 41st millennium, when even the Emperor's finest warriors must confront a horror beyond any alien menace or demonic incursion. It is not the pain of their own death that brings dread to these superhuman hearts, for death in service to the Imperium is the very purpose for which they were created. No, the true nightmare, the one that can break even the iron will of an Adeptus Astartes, is watching everything they fought for, everyone they loved, and the entire legacy of their brotherhood crumble into dust before their eyes. This is the story of what happens when a Space Marine watches his chapter die. To understand the depths of this tragedy, we must first comprehend what a Space Marine chapter truly represents. These are not merely military units or collections of superhuman warriors. A chapter is a living legacy stretching back thousands of years, a brotherhood forged in blood and fire, bound together by genetic heritage and shared purpose. Each chapter carries within it the essence of its founding Primarch, the gene seed that transforms mortal boys into angels of death, and traditions that have been carefully maintained across millennia. When a Space Marine looks at his battle brothers, he sees not just comrades in arms, but the physical manifestation of an unbroken chain reaching back to the Great Crusade itself. He sees the faces of his trainers, the veterans who taught him the ways of war, the scouts who fought beside him as he earned his power armor, and the brothers with whom he has shared countless battles across the stars. The bond between Space Marines transcends ordinary human friendship. From the moment a young aspirant is selected, usually between the ages of 10 and 14, his entire existence is reshaped. The brutal implantation process begins, where 19 specialized organs are grafted into his growing body over the course of years. Each organ serves a specific purpose, transforming him from a mere mortal into something far greater. But beyond the physical transformation, there is a psychological conditioning that runs deeper than any hypno-indoctrination. These warriors train together, bleed together, and learn together in their chapters' halls. They recite the same litanies, honor the same heroes, and carry forward the same traditions that their predecessors maintained for thousands of years. When a Space Marine fights, he carries with him not just his own strength, but the accumulated wisdom, courage, and sacrifice of every brother who came before him. The Fortress Monastery stands as the physical embodiment of this legacy. These massive structures, whether carved into mountainsides, built upon death worlds, or floating through the void in ancient battle barges, serve as more than mere military installations. They are sacred spaces where the chapter's history lives and breathes. Within their walls hang the battle standards of companies long since fallen, their fabric stained with the blood of heroes. The halls echo with chants that have been sung for millennia, unchanged since the days when the Emperor himself walked among humanity. The chapels house relics of incalculable value, fragments of armor worn by legendary warriors, weapons that have slain demon princes and alien warlords, and the very gene seed reserves that represent the chapter's future. For a Space Marine, his Fortress Monastery is more than a home. It is a living connection to every brother who has ever served, a repository of their collective soul. The gene seed itself represents perhaps the most sacred aspect of a chapter's existence. These genetic materials, harvested from the progenoid glands of fallen warriors, carry within them the biological legacy of the Primarchs. Without gene seed, there can be no new Space Marines. Without new Space Marines, a chapter cannot replace its losses. The apothecaries who guard and maintain these precious materials understand that they hold quite literally the future of their brotherhood in their hands. Each vial of gene seed represents a fallen brother's gift to the chapter, his final contribution ensuring that the fight will continue even after his death. The loss of gene seed stockpiles, whether through battle, accident, or the slow degradation that can afflict genetic material over centuries, represents an existential threat that no amount of courage or tactical brilliance can overcome. Now, imagine being the Space Marine who watches all of this begin to crumble. The paths to chapter extinction are varied, but they all lead to the same terrible destination. Some chapters meet their end in a single catastrophic moment, a flash of destruction so complete that there is no time for grief, no opportunity for last stands or final prayers. The Crimson Fists nearly suffered this fate when a rogue missile from their own planetary defense system struck the main arsenal of their fortress monastery on Rinnsworld in 989 of the 41st millennium. The explosion was so massive that it could be seen from orbit, a pillar of fire and destruction that reduced centuries of accumulated history to ash in seconds. More than 3/4 of the chapter died in that instant, trapped within the very walls that were supposed to protect them. Chapter Master Pedro Cantor survived only because he had been inspecting the outer defenses with a small group of battle brothers when the missile struck. They felt the ground shake beneath their feet, saw the mushroom cloud rising from what had been their home, and knew with terrible certainty that everything they had known was gone. The Astral Knights chose their extinction deliberately, a calculated sacrifice that would save billions of Imperial citizens from a threat beyond imagining. When the Necron world engine emerged in the Vidar sector in 926 of the 41st millennium, it represented a weapon of such devastating power that conventional military responses proved utterly inadequate. This planet-sized spacecraft, armed with Gauss projectors capable of scorching entire worlds clean of life, had already destroyed multiple Imperial planets. Void shields of impossible strength rendered it immune to bombardment, while its own weapons tore through Imperial Navy vessels as easily as a chainsword through flesh. 15 Space Marine chapters, supported by elements of the Imperial Navy, attempted to overwhelm the world engine through sheer valor and firepower. 12 times they launched their attacks. 12 times they were thrown back with massive casualties. Chapter Master Artur Amhrad of the Astral Knights understood that conventional tactics would never succeed. The solution he proposed was as brilliant as it was terrible. The chapter would ram their flagship, the battle barge Tempestus, directly into the world engine's shields at full speed. If the ancient vessel could penetrate those impossible defenses, the Astral Knights would deploy directly onto the Necron construct's surface and destroy it from within. The plan had one fatal flaw. There would be no extraction, no rescue, no possibility of survival. Every battle brother who boarded that ship knew with absolute certainty that they would never leave the world engine alive. But they also knew that their sacrifice might save billions of innocent lives. And for a Space Marine, that calculation is simple. 772 Astral Knights deployed onto the world engine's surface. For 100 hours, they fought against tens of thousands of Necron warriors, destroying flux generators, weapon forges, and command nodes. Each victory came at a terrible price, paid in the blood of heroes. One by one, the Astral Knights fell, their numbers dwindling with each passing hour. Chapter Master Amrad and 5 battle brothers reached the deepest part of the world engine, where the command arrays that controlled the vessel's shields and weapons were housed. In a final act of heroism, Amrad detonated melter charges that brought down the shields and silenced the weapons. The Astral Knights were gone, but their sacrifice was not in vain. The Imperial Navy destroyed the world engine with volley after volley of cyclonic torpedoes, avenging the fallen and saving countless worlds from destruction. But extinction need not come in a single apocalyptic moment. Some chapters die slowly, ground down by attrition over decades or even centuries. This slower death might be in some ways more terrible, for it gives the surviving warriors time to understand what is happening, to watch their brotherhood fade away piece by piece, battle by battle. Consider a chapter that begins with minor defeats, the kind that are inevitable in the endless wars of the Imperium. A company is ambushed by Eldar raiders, suffering casualties that would normally be replaced within a few years through recruitment and training. But perhaps the chapter's recruiting, worlds have been ravaged by orc invasions, their populations depleted or scattered. The aspirants who would have become the next generation of Space Marines never arrive, or arrive in numbers too small to replace the losses. Meanwhile, the chapter continues to fight. The Imperium's need for Space Marine intervention never diminishes, and a chapter cannot simply withdraw from the field because its numbers are reduced. Each battle brings new casualties. Veteran sergeants who have fought for centuries fall to bolter fire or alien claws. Tactical Marines who had only recently earned their power armor are torn apart by tyrannid bioweapons. Devastator squads are wiped out by demon-summoned warp fire. And slowly, inexorably, the chapter's strength diminishes. What was once 10 full companies becomes 9, then 8, then 7. The chapter master makes increasingly difficult decisions about which campaigns to prioritize, which calls for aid to answer, and which to reluctantly decline. Battle brothers who survived begin to recognize a terrible truth in the eyes of their remaining brothers. They are not just fighting the Imperium's enemies, they are fighting against time itself, racing to accomplish something meaningful before the inevitable end arrives. The first signs that a chapter is approaching extinction manifest in ways both obvious and subtle. The fortress monastery begins to feel different. Halls that once echoed with the sounds of training exercises and recited litanies grow quieter as fewer voices remain to fill them. The armory, which should hold racks upon racks of weapons and armor sets ready for deployment, shows increasing gaps where fallen brothers' war gear has not been replaced. The Chapter Masters' Council, which tradition dictates should include the captains of all 10 companies, plus senior officers, meets around a table with more and more empty chairs. When the chapter assembles for ceremonies or briefings, the formations look thinner, the gaps between warriors wider. For the individual Space Marine watching this decline, each loss carries a weight that accumulates over time. In the beginning, death is an expected part of warfare. Battle brothers fall, their gene seed is recovered, their names are added to the rolls of honor, and life continues. But as numbers dwindle, each death becomes more personal, more devastating. That veteran sergeant who trained you when you were a scout, who taught you how to properly aim a bolter, who shared stories of campaigns fought before you were born. He falls in battle against Chaos Space Marines, his armor breached by a chain axe. The apothecary recovers his gene seed, but the knowledge, the experience, the 1,000 small lessons he carried are gone forever. That tactical Marine who fought beside you through a dozen war zones, whose presence at your shoulder became as familiar as your own heartbeat. He is torn apart by tyrannid bioweapons, dissolved into organic slurry before the apothecary can reach him. His gene seed is lost, and with it, the opportunity to create new brothers from his legacy. As the chapter's numbers continue to decline, the survivors begin to see patterns that fill them with dread. The scouts, those young warriors still earning their place in the chapter, die in disproportionate numbers. They lack the experience to avoid rookie mistakes, the veteran wisdom that keeps a Space Marine alive in impossible situations. And there are no new scouts arriving to replace them, for the recruiting worlds lie barren, or the chapter lacks the apothecaries and trainers necessary to properly transform new aspirants. The veterans, those warriors with centuries of experience, fall to the law of averages. Even the most skilled warrior can be overwhelmed by sufficient force or caught by an unlucky shot. Each veteran who falls takes with him irreplaceable knowledge. The best ways to combat orc warlords, the weak points in Necron tomb complexes, the rituals necessary to maintain ancient weapons that the chapter's remaining tech marines do not fully understand. The psychological weight of watching this slow extinction is crushing in ways that normal humans could never fully comprehend. Space Marines are psychologically conditioned to feel no fear in the face of death, to welcome their own demise as a fulfillment of their purpose. But they are not conditioned to watch everything they love die around them while they survive. Each morning, a Space Marine wakes to see fewer brothers in the training cages, fewer voices raised in morning prayers, fewer faces he recognizes from years of shared service. He walks through halls where his footsteps echo too loudly in the emptiness, He performs his duties knowing that each task might be the last time it is properly done, for there may be no one left with the knowledge to continue the tradition. The chapter's leadership faces impossible decisions. The chapter master, who bears ultimate responsibility for his brothers' lives and the chapter's survival, must balance the need to answer the Imperium's calls for aid against the mathematical reality of their declining numbers. Does he commit the chapter's remaining forces to a desperate battle that might save a critical world, but will certainly cost more irreplaceable lives? Or does he husband their strength, fighting only when necessary, and risk allowing Imperial worlds to fall for want of Space Marine intervention? There are no good answers, only the choice between different kinds of failure. Company captains watch their companies shrink from 100 warriors to 50, then to 20, then to a handful. Do they merge the survivors with other companies, erasing distinct company identities that have existed for thousands of years? Or do they maintain the fiction of separate companies, even when each one barely has enough warriors to fill a single combat squad? The chaplains and librarians who shepherd the chapter's spiritual health face their own crisis. How do you maintain morale among warriors who can clearly see their brotherhood dying? How do you inspire courage and dedication when every brother knows that they are fighting a battle they cannot win? The chaplains preach of duty and honor, reminding their brothers that the manner of their death matters more than its timing. They speak of the heroes who came before, who faced impossible odds and never wavered. But even the most inspiring sermons cannot entirely mask the reality that weighs on every warrior's mind. The chapter is dying, and they can do nothing to stop it. The apothecaries, tasked with maintaining the chapter's gene seed stocks and harvesting the precious progenoid glands from fallen brothers, watch their reserves dwindle with each passing engagement. They know better than anyone how perilous the chapter's situation has become. Gene seed takes years to mature within a Space Marine's body. The progenoid gland in the neck can be harvested after 5 years, while the one in the chest requires 10 years to reach maturity. But if brothers are dying faster than gene seed can be harvested and used to create new warriors, the mathematics become inexorable. The chapter cannot replace its losses, and each battle brings it closer to the point of no return. Some apothecaries become obsessed with recovering every scrap of gene seed, taking terrible risks on the battlefield to reach fallen brothers before their genetic legacy is lost. Others work desperately in their laboratoriums, trying to accelerate the maturation process or find ways to coax new organs from damaged gene seed. But the Emperor's genetic work was perfect, and what is perfect cannot be improved by lesser minds. The chapter's tech marines and artificers face their own desperate struggle. Power armor damaged in battle must be repaired, but their chapter lacks the resources to properly maintain its war gear. Ancient suits of Terminator armor, irreplaceable relics from the chapter's founding, show damage that cannot be fully fixed. Weapon systems malfunction and must be cannibalized for parts to keep other weapons functioning. The chapter's vehicles, from land raiders to rhino transports to the precious few dreadnoughts that still function, require constant maintenance that the reduced tech marine cadre struggles to provide. Each piece of equipment that fails permanently is another loss the chapter cannot afford, another capability that will never be recovered. The decline affects every aspect of chapter life in ways both large and small. The great feast halls, built to accommodate hundreds of warriors, host dinners where the survivors cluster together in small groups, trying to ignore the acres of empty tables surrounding them. The training cages, where neophytes once learned the ways of war under the watchful eyes of veteran instructors, stand mostly silent. The chapter's fleet, which once deployed across multiple sectors simultaneously, concentrates its reduced strength in fewer and fewer vessels. Strike cruisers designed to carry entire companies now house the scattered remnants of multiple companies combined. Battle barges that once led grand crusades across the stars sit in dock, their crews reduced to skeleton watches, their weapons silent. And through it all, the survivors fight on. This is perhaps the most terrible aspect of watching a chapter die. The warriors who remain do not have the luxury of mourning, of processing their grief, of coming to terms with what is happening. They are Space Marines, the Emperor's chosen defenders of humanity, and the galaxy's need for their service never diminishes. Worlds must be defended, traitors must be purged, Xenos threats must be eliminated. So they strap on their battered armor, check their weapons, recite the same prayers their brothers have spoken for 10,000 years, and go forth to battle once more. They fight with the desperation of men who know each engagement might be their last, not because they might die, but because their chapter might die with them. Consider the weight carried by a veteran sergeant who has served for 300 years, who has watched his entire generation of battle brothers fall one by one until he alone remains. He trains scouts, knowing he will never see most of them earn their power armor. He leads squads into battle, knowing that some of them will not return and there may be no one to replace them. He maintains the traditions and rituals of his company, knowing that he might be the last to remember them properly. Every time he removes his helmet after battle and sees the empty spaces in his squad, he must force himself to continue, to not give in to the grief that would overwhelm a normal human. He is Adeptus Astartes, and he does not have the luxury of despair. The moment when a chapter realizes it has passed the point of no return, that extinction is now inevitable rather than merely possible, is one of the darkest in all the Imperium's history. Sometimes this realization comes suddenly, perhaps in a catastrophic battle where the chapter commits everything it has left, hoping to accomplish one final great deed before the end. The survivors, if any remain, look around at their handful of brothers and understand that this is all that remains of a legacy spanning millennia. More often, the realization comes gradually, as the chapter master and his advisors review casualty reports and gene seed inventories and understand that the numbers no longer work. Even if they cease all combat operations immediately, even if they somehow acquired enough suitable aspirants, even if every implantation succeeded perfectly, they cannot rebuild to sustainable levels before the last veteran dies of old age, or the chapter is officially disbanded by the High Lords of Terror for falling below minimum strength requirements. When the fortress monastery itself falls, whether to enemy assault or simply to abandonment, when the chapter can no longer maintain or defend it, the surviving Space Marines experience something close to what normal humans might call heartbreak. These warriors, conditioned to feel no fear and minimal emotional attachment, find themselves walking through empty halls one final time before they depart forever. They pass the chapel where they took their final oaths as full battle brothers. They see the trophy rooms filled with captured enemy banners and the skulls of defeated foes. They walk through the armory where they first donned their power armor. They visit the Reclusium where they prayed before every battle. They stand in the Hall of Heroes where statues of the chapter's greatest warriors watch over their descendants with blind stone eyes. The chaplains remove the chapter's most sacred relics, the few items precious and portable enough to take when they leave. The fragment of armor supposedly worn by their Primarch during the Great Crusade. The ancient power sword that has been wielded by every chapter master since the chapter's founding. The chapter's battle standards, stained with the blood of heroes across 10,000 years. These items must be preserved, for they represent the physical manifestation of the chapter's soul. Everything else, all the accumulated history and tradition that cannot be carried, must be abandoned. Some chapters have been known to destroy their own fortress monasteries rather than let them fall into enemy hands or be picked over by scavengers. They set charges in the ancient stone, collapse the training halls and armories and chapels, bury the sacred spaces beneath tons of rubble. It is a kind of funeral, a way of ensuring that if the chapter must die, at least its home will die with dignity. The burden of being among the last survivors of a dying chapter manifests in different ways across different warriors. Some embrace a kind of fatalism, understanding that their end is inevitable, and finding peace in the knowledge that they will die as they lived, fighting for the emperor. These warriors often become incredibly focused on their immediate duties, losing themselves in the rituals of maintenance and preparation, living entirely in the moment because to think of the future is to contemplate oblivion. They clean their weapons with meditative precision, perform their devotions with absolute focus, and in battle, fight with a calm determination that can be mistaken for fearlessness when it is actually something closer to acceptance. Others are consumed by a desperate urgency, driven by the need to accomplish something meaningful before the end. These warriors volunteer for the most dangerous missions, throw themselves into impossible battles, and push themselves and their remaining brothers to the absolute limit of their capabilities. They reason that if the chapter must die, it will die with glory, with its name spoken in awe by the Imperium's defenders for centuries to come. They seek out the most dangerous enemies, the most critical battles, the chances to make a difference that will echo through history. Sometimes, this desperation leads to genuine heroism, to last stands that become legend. Other times, it leads to unnecessary sacrifice, to brothers dying in battles that accomplish nothing, because the warrior in question could no longer bear the weight of survival. A few survivors fall into something close to despair, though they would never name it as such. Space Marines are conditioned against such weakness, trained to view emotion as a failure of discipline. But conditioning can only do so much against the reality of watching everything you love die around you. These warriors become withdrawn, performing their duties with mechanical precision, but no longer finding purpose in them. They may continue to fight, for a Space Marine's conditioning runs deep, but they fight as automatons, going through the motions because it is what they have always done. The chaplains watch such warriors carefully, for while Space Marines cannot truly fall to despair in the human sense, they can lose the fire that makes them more than merely superhuman killing machines. The very last Space Marine of a chapter carries a burden that defies description. He is not merely the last survivor of his brotherhood. He is the entire brotherhood, the sole living repository of its traditions, its battle honors, its secret rituals and private jokes, its particular interpretation of the Codex Astartes, and its unique relationship with the Emperor's light. Every story ever told in the chapter's halls lives only in his memory now. Every lesson passed down from veteran to scout, every tactical innovation developed over centuries of warfare, every tradition maintained across millennia. All of it exists solely within his consciousness. If he dies without passing on this knowledge, it dies with him, and the chapter will be truly extinct, erased, as thoroughly as if it had never existed. This last warrior faces impossible choices. Does he continue to fight, accepting that his death will come eventually, and the chapter's legacy will die with him? Does he seek out a successor chapter descended from the same genetic lineage, hoping to pass on at least fragments of his chapter's traditions? Does he enter the service of the Death Watch, the chamber militant of the Ordo Xenos, where Space Marines from dying or defunct chapters often find purpose in their final years? Or does he simply disappear into the vastness of the galaxy, a lone warrior without home or brothers, fighting the Emperor's enemies wherever he finds them until his end comes? Some last survivors have been known to seek out their chapter's gene seed tithes held in the vaults of Mars, hoping that perhaps in some distant future, the Adeptus Mechanicus might use that genetic material to found a new chapter. They donate their own gene seed, their armor, their weapons, everything that might help preserve some fragment of what their chapter was. They record every memory they can, speaking their chapter's history into data slates, hoping that someone, someday, might care enough to listen. And then, their final duty complete, they go forth to find an ending worthy of everything that came before. The Imperium's response to chapter extinction is bureaucratic, in a way that can seem callous to those who do not understand the sheer scale of the wars being fought. A chapter is officially declared extinct when it falls below 100 battle brothers and cannot be rebuilt to sustainable levels, or when its chapter master is confirmed dead along with its entire command structure and no successor can be identified. The declaration comes from the High Lords of Terror, usually on the recommendation of the Administratum officials who monitor Space Marine chapter strengths across the Imperium. The chapter's name is removed from the active rolls of the Adeptus Astartes and added to the growing list of lost chapters, a list that now numbers into the hundreds over the 10 millennia since the Horus Heresy. The chapter's gene seed, if any remains in storage, is transferred to the vaults of the Adeptus Mechanicus on Mars. This genetic material represents valuable biological data that might be used in future foundings, and the Mechanicus guards it jealously. The chapter's territories, if it possessed any recruiting worlds or maintained feudal authority over certain systems, revert to the control of the Administratum or are granted to other imperial institutions. The chapter's former allies and trading partners must establish new relationships with other chapters. The Imperial Guard regiments that regularly fought alongside the chapter must adjust to working with different Space Marine forces, if any are available. For the individual citizens of worlds that the chapter protected or recruited from, the loss can be devastating in more personal ways. A chapter that has defended the same sector for thousands of years becomes woven into the local culture, its heroes becoming figures of legend, its symbols appearing on local shrines, and its battle honors celebrated in annual festivals. When such a chapter dies, entire planetary populations can go into mourning, their prayers taking on a tone of desperate loss. Some worlds petition for another chapter to take up protection duties, though such requests are rarely granted given the limited number of Space Marine chapters and the infinite needs of the Imperium. In rare cases, when a chapter has been particularly notable or possessed unique qualities deemed valuable, the High Lords may authorize the creation of a successor chapter, using the extinct chapter's gene seed. The Sable Swords were founded specifically to replace the Astral Knights after that chapter's sacrifice destroyed the world engine. This new chapter took possession of the Astral Knights' fortress monastery and inherited some of their traditions, though they could never truly replicate what was lost. The Sable Swords bore colors similar to their predecessors and trained in some of the same combat doctrines, but they were and remain a different chapter, lacking the history, the accumulated wisdom, and the particular character that made the Astral Knights unique. The ways in which extinct chapters are remembered vary considerably. Some chapters, like the Astral Knights, are remembered as heroes, their sacrifice commemorated in monuments, and their names spoken with reverence. The shrine on Safehold, constructed from the wreckage of the battle barge Tempestus, and containing statues of all 772 Astral Knights who died destroying the world engine, serves as a permanent memorial guarded by Space Marines from multiple chapters. Pilgrims come from across the sector to pay their respects, and the story of the Astral Knights' sacrifice is taught in Schola Progenium facilities as an example of the ultimate devotion to duty. Other chapters fade into obscurity, their names remembered only in dusty archives and ancient records. The Imperium of Man spans 1 million worlds across the galaxy, fights on 10,000 fronts simultaneously, and loses entire armies in battles that leave barely a footnote in the grand chronicle of human history. A Space Marine chapter, for all its might and glory, is still just one among approximately 1,000 such organizations. When a relatively minor chapter is destroyed fighting against a Tyranid splinter fleet in some forgotten corner of the galaxy, there may be no grand monuments, no inspiring stories told to future generations. There may be only a brief notation in the Administratum records that Chapter 10 is now listed as extinct, a line in a ledger that no one will ever read. Some chapters are actively erased from history, their names struck from all records, and their existence denied by official decree. This fate typically befalls chapters that fell to chaos corruption or were declared excommunicate traitoris for heresy or rebellion. The Imperium does not want to acknowledge that Space Marines, the Emperor's chosen defenders, can fall from grace so completely. And so these chapters are forgotten deliberately, their fortress monasteries destroyed, their surviving records purged, their very existence treated as if it never happened. This enforced forgetting is perhaps the cruelest fate of all, for it means that the loyal service these chapters rendered before their fall is erased along with the crimes that ended them. The philosophical question of what it means for a chapter to die touches on the nature of identity itself. When the last battle brother falls, when the final gene seed is lost or transferred to the vaults of Mars, when the fortress monastery lies empty and silent, what exactly has died? The individual Space Marines who comprise the chapter are gone, certainly, but Space Marines die in battle constantly across the Imperium. What makes the extinction of an entire chapter different from the death of individual warriors? The answer lies in the continuity of tradition, of shared identity, of living legacy that connects past, present, and future into a single coherent whole. When a Space Marine dies, but his chapter survives, he lives on in multiple ways. His gene seed creates new brothers who carry his genetic legacy forward. His actions become part of the chapter's history, stories told to inspire future generations. His armor and weapons are claimed by new warriors who will use them in battles yet to come. But when a chapter dies, that continuity is severed. The traditions no longer have anyone to maintain them. The battle honors belong to warriors who will never return. The gene seed, even if preserved on Mars, becomes abstract biological material rather than living connection to heroic ancestors. The chapter's particular way of interpreting the Codex Astartes, its unique rituals and private traditions, its individual character forged over centuries or millennia, all of this ceases to exist in any meaningful sense. A successor. Chapter founded from the same gene seed may carry similar genetics, but it will not be the same brotherhood, will not share the same soul. And this is what truly dies when a chapter reaches extinction. Not just the warriors who comprised it, but the living spirit that animated them and made them more than the sum of their individual parts. For the Space Marine who survives to witness this death, the experience leaves scars that conditioning and psychological indoctrination cannot entirely erase. These warriors have seen things that most humans, even most Space Marines, never witness. They have watched their entire world end, not in a glorious last stand where everyone dies together, but in a slow collapse where each loss diminishes what remains until nothing is left. They have stood in empty halls that once rang with their brothers' voices. They have fought battles knowing that there would be no reinforcements, no relief force, no possibility of rebuilding what was lost. They have carried the weight of their chapter's entire legacy, understanding that if they falter, if they fail, 10,000 years of history dies with them. These survivors often find purpose in service to organizations like the Death Watch, where Space Marines from all chapters fight together against Xenos threats. In the Death Watch, a Marine's chapter affiliation becomes secondary to the unified purpose of defending humanity from alien horrors. The warriors who join from dying or extinct chapters bring with them traditions and combat doctrines that enrich the Death Watch's capabilities, and they find a kind of brotherhood among warriors who understand loss. But it is not the same as the chapter they lost. It can never be the same, because what they had was unique, and unique things cannot be replaced, only mourned and eventually forgotten. The psychological defense mechanisms that Space Marines develop to cope with watching their chapter vary according to individual temperament and conditioning. Some warriors embrace the concept of the Emperor's will, reasoning that if the chapter was meant to survive, it would have done so. They find peace in acceptance, understanding that all things end eventually, and that the manner of ending matters more than its prevention. These warriors often become deeply philosophical, spending their remaining time contemplating the nature of duty, sacrifice, and legacy. They may take up writing, recording their chapter's history and their own thoughts about what it means to serve the Emperor, knowing that their service will eventually be forgotten. Others develop a kind of psychological compartmentalization, separating their identity as a member of their dying chapter from their role as a space marine in service to the Imperium. They stop thinking of themselves as battle brothers of Chapter 10 and start identifying primarily as Adeptus Astartes, as warriors of the Emperor who happen to bear certain genetic markers and training. This allows them to continue functioning without being constantly aware of what they have lost. They perform their duties with the same dedication and skill they always have, but they no longer invest emotional energy in maintaining traditions that will die with them. The chapter becomes simply where they came from rather than who they are, a distinction that preserves sanity at the cost of something essential to their identity. A few survivors attempt to preserve their chapter through acts of remembrance that border on obsession. They record every battle honor, every fallen brother's name, every ritual and tradition, every story and legend that their chapter maintained. They create detailed histories, compile lists, transcribe ceremonies and litanies. Some seek out other survivors scattered across the galaxy, attempting to gather the scattered fragments of their brotherhood one final time. These efforts are almost always futile in practical terms. The Imperium is too vast, communications too unreliable, and time too short. But the act of trying, of refusing to let the chapter fade quietly into the night, provides these warriors with purpose in their final years. They fight not against the Imperium's enemies, but against oblivion itself, struggling to ensure that their brothers' sacrifices will not be entirely forgotten. The effect on chapter culture as extinction approaches creates fascinating and terrible transformations. Traditions that were once performed regularly become increasingly precious, as each iteration might be the last. The chapter's remaining warriors may obsessively maintain rituals that they know serve no practical purpose, simply because those rituals represent continuity with the past. A chapter's feast days, which once were celebrations of victory and brotherhood, become bittersweet affairs where the survivors gather to honor the fallen and acknowledge the emptiness around them. The recitation of battle honors, once a proud proclamation of the chapter's achievements, becomes a funeral litany for everything that will soon be lost. Some chapters, knowing their end is inevitable, make final dispositions that they hope will give their extinction meaning. They may choose one last great campaign, throwing everything they have remaining into a battle of such importance that their sacrifice will be remembered. Others seek out their most hated enemies, settling scores and achieving vengeance for defeats suffered decades or centuries ago. A few attempt to pass on their legacy by training warriors from other chapters in their particular combat doctrines, or by gifting their most precious relics to successor chapters or parent chapters that might honor them. These final acts serve both practical and psychological purposes, giving the dying chapter's remaining warriors a sense that their end will accomplish something beyond simple extinction. The moment of actual extinction, when the last battle brother falls and the chapter ceases to exist as a functioning military organization, rarely receives the dignity of official recognition. There is no ceremony, no formal declaration, no moment when the Imperium acknowledges that something precious has been lost. More often, extinction comes in the confusion of battle, with the last few survivors dying separated from each other, perhaps unaware that they were the final remnants of their brotherhood. Or it comes in the quiet deterioration of a chapter too reduced to function, as the last few ancient warriors succumb to age or injury in an empty fortress monastery that has become more tomb than home. The practical impacts of chapter extinction ripple outward in ways that are rarely recorded in official histories. The Imperial Guard regiments that regularly worked alongside the extinct chapter must adjust their tactics, learning to coordinate with different Space Marine forces or fighting without any Adeptus Astartes support at all. Planetary governors who relied on the chapter's protection must seek new arrangements, sometimes paying terrible prices when enemies attack before replacements arrive. Trade routes that the chapter protected fall to piracy. Worlds that supplied recruits to the chapter must find new purposes for their young warriors, or watch them grow old and die without ever serving the emperor as they were trained to do. The theological implications of chapter extinction trouble the ecclesiarchy and the more philosophically minded members of the Adeptus Ministorum. If Space Marines are the Emperor's chosen defenders, his angels of death created specifically to protect humanity, what does it mean when an entire chapter is allowed to die? Some theologians argue that such extinctions represent divine judgment, that chapters fall because they have somehow failed in their duty or strayed from the Emperor's light. Others maintain that extinction is simply part of the natural cycle of service and sacrifice, that chapters, like individual warriors, are meant to serve until their service is no longer possible and then fade away to make room for new defenders. Still others see in chapter extinctions evidence that the Imperium itself is dying, that the slow accumulation of such losses over 10,000 years represents humanity's gradual decline toward ultimate extinction. For the survivors who join other organizations or chapters, integration is rarely smooth. A Space Marine's chapter identity runs deeper than any normal human's cultural or national affiliation. The way he fights, the way he thinks, the prayers he recites, the rituals he performs, all of these are shaped by his chapter's particular traditions. When he attempts to integrate into a new brotherhood, even one descended from the same gene seed, he finds himself constantly aware of differences. The new chapter's battle cries sound wrong. Their pre-combat rituals feel incomplete. The way they maintain their weapons, organize their companies, treat their serfs, all of it is slightly different in ways that constantly remind the survivor that this is not his chapter, will never be his chapter. Some successor chapters have made efforts to honor extinct chapters by incorporating their predecessors' traditions into their own practices. When the Crimson Fists nearly went extinct after the disaster on Rin's world, other Imperial Fist successors offered support and solidarity. Some even contributed gene seed to help the Crimson Fists rebuild, though such transfers are extremely rare and require approval from the highest levels of the Adeptus Terra. These gestures help preserve fragments of the endangered chapter's legacy, but they also highlight how difficult it is to truly replace what was lost. The chapter that survives is not quite the same as the chapter that almost died, because the crucible of near extinction changes what remains. The question of responsibility and guilt weighs heavily on survivors of extinct chapters, particularly those in positions of leadership. Chapter masters who watch their chapters die often torment themselves with questions that have no good answers. Should they have been more conservative in accepting missions, preserving their strength, even if it meant worlds fell that they might have saved? Should they have been more aggressive in recruiting, even if it meant lowering their standards and accepting aspirants who might have failed the transformation? Should they have sought alliances with other chapters, trading some degree of independence for the security that comes with closer ties to other organizations? Every decision can be second-guessed, every campaign analyzed for tactical errors that might have reduced casualties, every loss mourned as potentially preventable if only different choices had been made. But the reality is that most chapter extinctions result from circumstances beyond any reasonable leader's control. The Crimson Fists could not have predicted that a 1,000,000,000,000 malfunction would cause a defense missile to strike their own fortress. The Astral Knights faced an enemy that could not be defeated through conventional means, and their sacrifice, though it destroyed their chapter, saved billions of lives. Chapters that die slowly to attrition often do so because the Imperium's needs are infinite, while Space Marine numbers are not, because recruiting worlds get devastated by enemies that no one could have predicted, because gene seed fails for reasons that the Adeptus Mechanicus cannot explain. The guilt that survivors feel is real, but it is often guilt for circumstances beyond their control, responsibility for things that could not have been prevented. The last survivors often find themselves becoming historians and chroniclers, driven by a need to ensure that their chapter is remembered accurately. They record battle honors and fallen brothers' names. They describe their chapter's particular character, its strengths and weaknesses, its proud moments and its shameful secrets. Some write with surprising honesty, acknowledging failures and mistakes alongside victories and heroism. Others cannot bring themselves to record anything that might tarnish their chapter's memory, preferring to let the Brotherhood be remembered as idealized heroes, rather than the complicated, flawed warriors they actually were. These personal histories, when they survive, provide invaluable insights into the human elements of Space Marine warfare, showing that even the Emperor's finest warriors are shaped by loss, grief, and the weight of watching everything they love die. The physical remains of extinct chapters scattered across the Imperium serve as unintentional monuments to their loss. Abandoned fortress monasteries, too massive to be fully destroyed or repurposed, stand as empty shells on death worlds and civilized planets alike. Some have been sealed and declared off-limits by the ecclesiarchy, transformed into impromptu shrines. Others have been claimed by successor chapters or different imperial organizations, their original purposes and identities slowly erased as new occupants impose their own character on ancient spaces. A few have fallen into the hands of enemies, chaos warbands occupying halls once sacred to the Emperor's service, desecrating chapels and armories with their corruption. The weapons and armor of extinct chapters represent particular tragedies in miniature. Power armor that has been maintained and upgraded over centuries, that has borne warriors through countless battles, that carries the accumulated history of everyone who wore it, ends up in storage vaults or museum displays. Ancient weapons that have slain daemon princes and alien warlords are locked away or melted down for their components. Chapter banners, stained with the blood of heroes, are folded and stored in archives where no one will ever look at them again. These objects, which once were living parts of a continuing tradition, become dead relics, their purpose and meaning lost, when the chapter that gave them context ceased to exist. For the Imperium as a whole, the extinction of Space Marine chapters represents a long-term strategic problem that military planners struggle to address. The Codex Astartes limits individual chapters to approximately 1,000 battle brothers, specifically to prevent any single Space Marine force from becoming too powerful, a lesson learned during the Horus Heresy, when half the Space Marine legions turned traitor. But this same limitation means that when chapters are destroyed, the Adeptus Astartes as a whole loses capability that is difficult to replace. The process of founding new chapters is expensive, time-consuming, and requires resources that the Imperium can ill afford. Gene seed must be cultivated, training cadres assembled, equipment manufactured, fortress monasteries constructed or allocated. A new chapter takes decades to reach full strength and centuries to develop the experience and cohesion that makes Space Marines truly effective. The High Lords of Terror periodically authorize new foundings, creating chapters to replace losses and address emerging threats. The Ultima founding, in the early 42nd millennium, which introduced Primaris Space Marines, represented the largest expansion of Space Marine numbers in millennia. But even these mass foundings cannot entirely compensate for accumulated losses. Some chapters that were destroyed centuries or millennia ago have never been replaced. Their territories remain undefended by Space Marines, their roles in the Imperium's defensive strategy unfilled. The slow attrition of chapters over 10,000 years has left the Imperium with fewer Space Marine chapters than existed after the second founding, despite multiple efforts to create new ones. The survivors of extinct chapters sometimes describe a kind of phantom pain, a sense that something essential is missing, even when they have integrated into new organizations. They feel it when they wake in the morning and do not hear the familiar sounds of their chapter's morning rituals. They feel it when they go into battle and realize that no one around them understands their particular battle cries or recognizes the enemy formations that their chapter specialized in fighting. They feel it in quiet moments, when muscle memory triggers reflexes trained into them during their chapter's specific combat drills, movements that no one else performs quite the same way. They feel it most strongly in moments of crisis, when they reach for the certainty and strength that came from being part of something larger than themselves, only to remember that what they reached for no longer exists. The concept of legacy becomes paramount for warriors who have watched their chapter die. What will they leave behind? How will they be remembered, if they are remembered at all? Some find meaning in small acts of preservation, maintaining their chapter's colors and heraldry, even when serving in other organizations, performing private rituals that no one else understands, speaking the names of fallen brothers in personal prayers. Others seek to create new legacies through acts of exceptional heroism, hoping that their individual achievements will reflect well on the chapter they lost. A few simply try to live with honor and serve with distinction, reasoning that being a good space marine, regardless of chapter affiliation, is the best tribute they can offer to the brothers who died. The bureaucratic machinery of the Imperium grinds on regardless of individual chapters' fates. Administratum officials update records, removing extinct chapters from active rosters and redistributing their territorial assignments. The Departamento Munitorum adjusts strategic plans, accounting for the loss of Space Marine forces in certain sectors. The Adeptus Mechanicus catalogues preserved gene seed and evaluates its suitability for future foundings. The Ecclesiarchy updates prayer books and ritual calendars, removing feast days specific to chapters that no longer exist. And throughout this administrative process, the reality of what has been lost, the human cost of extinction, gets reduced to data points and statistics that no one will ever really examine. In the end, what does it mean when a Space Marine watches his chapter die? It means bearing witness to the extinction of a brotherhood that stretched back millennia, watching living tradition become dead history, seeing the accumulated wisdom and sacrifice of countless heroes reduced to dust and memory. It means carrying the weight of being the last repository of traditions that will die when you die, the last speaker of prayers that no one else remembers. It means fighting on through grief that conditioning cannot entirely suppress, through loss that transcends normal human understanding. It means understanding, with terrible clarity, that everything you fought for, everyone you loved, and all the purpose that gave your existence meaning has ended or will end soon, and there is nothing you can do to prevent it. But it also means something else, something that the Imperium's enemies often fail to understand. It means that in the grim darkness of the far future, where there is only war and the laughter of thirsting gods, where humanity's domain slowly shrinks and ancient evils devour worlds, the warriors of mankind fight on regardless. They fight when victory is impossible, when death is certain, when everything they love has already been lost. They fight not because they believe they can win, but because fighting is what they were made to do. Because duty transcends hope. Because someone must stand between humanity and the dark. The Space Marine who watches his chapter die and continues to fight is, in many ways, the perfect embodiment of what the Adeptus Astartes represents. He is loyalty beyond reason, courage beyond measure, dedication that transcends personal loss. He is the warrior who knows that his struggle is ultimately futile, that everything ends in death and darkness, but who raises his bolter one more time and advances into the guns because that is what Space Marines do. That is what humanity does in the 41st millennium. It endures, it persists, it fights, and when the last battle brother of an extinct chapter finally falls, when his chapter's name is added to the long list of those who have served and sacrificed and been forgotten, perhaps that ending contains its own kind of meaning. Every chapter that has ever existed, from the first founding legions to the newest successors, exists for one purpose: to defend humanity against the darkness. Some chapters serve for 10,000 years, becoming legend. Others last only centuries or decades before they are destroyed. But all of them, for as long as they exist, fulfill their purpose. They fight the Emperor's enemies. They defend human worlds. They stand as examples of what humanity can become when it transcends its limitations and embraces a purpose greater than individual survival. When a chapter dies, that purpose does not die with it. Other chapters continue the fight. New foundings create fresh brotherhoods to take up the burden. The war goes on because it must go on, because the alternative is extinction, not just for Space Marine chapters, but for humanity itself. And somewhere in the vast darkness of the galaxy, there are always Space Marines fighting, dying, and refusing to surrender, because that is what they were made to do. For the individual warrior who survives to witness his chapter's death, the rest of his life becomes a kind of extended epilogue. He may fight for decades more, may accomplish great deeds and win famous victories, but he does so knowing that he is the end of something, the final chapter in a story that spanned millennia. When he finally falls, whether in glorious battle or simply from the accumulated damage that even Space Marine physiology cannot forever repair, he dies knowing that he was the last to remember, the last to carry forward traditions that will now be lost forever, the last living connection to brothers who have been dead for decades or centuries. And yet, even in that ending, there is a kind of triumph. He fought until he could fight no more. He honored his brother's memories through his continued service. He proved that the chapter's spirit, its essential character and dedication, survived even when its physical form was destroyed. He demonstrated that what matters is not how long you endure, but how you endure, the manner in which you face inevitable decline and ultimate extinction. The Imperium will not remember him, most likely. His story will be lost among billions of others, his sacrifice one among countless millions. But that does not diminish what he achieved or who he was. He was Adeptus Astartes. He was a Space Marine. He was a warrior of the Emperor who watched his chapter die and fought on anyway, because duty transcends despair and service transcends loss. And in the grim darkness of the far future, where there is only war, that is enough. That has to be enough, because it is all any warrior, human or superhuman, can offer in the face of inevitable darkness. So remember, if you will, the chapters that have been lost. Remember the astral knights who sacrificed themselves to destroy the world engine. Remember the Crimson Fists who nearly died defending their world from Orc invasion. Remember the dozens or hundreds of chapters whose names have been lost to history, whose stories we will never know, whose sacrifices we cannot acknowledge because we do not know they occurred. Remember that somewhere in the galaxy, right now, there might be a Space Marine watching his chapter die, carrying the weight of that extinction and fighting on regardless. And if you can, honor their sacrifice in the only way that truly matters in the 41st millennium. Fight on, endure, persist, because that is what humanity does. Even when hope is lost and darkness seems certain, we fight, and we will continue fighting until the last human draws their last breath, until the last Space Marine falls in the Emperor's service, until the final light is extinguished and darkness claims everything. And even then, even in that ultimate ending, we will have proven something important. We will have proven that we did not surrender. We did not give up. We fought to the very end with courage and dedication and refusal to accept defeat, even when defeat was certain. That is the legacy of the chapters that die. That is the meaning in their extinction. Not that they failed, because they did not fail. They served until service was no longer possible, and then they served until service ended in death. And what more can be asked of any warrior, any chapter, any brotherhood of heroes? They fought, they endured, they stood between humanity and the dark. In the grim darkness of the far future, where there is only war, that is the highest honor any Space Marine can achieve. To fight until fighting is no longer possible. to serve until service ends in death, to watch your chapter die and keep fighting anyway, because duty transcends personal loss, and the Emperor's work must continue. And if you've made it this far in this video, you understand something important about the Warhammer 40,000 universe. You understand that beneath the Gothic architecture and the massive battles and the endless war, there are stories of profound loss and incredible heroism. You understand that the Space Marines, for all their superhuman abilities and psychological conditioning, are ultimately warriors who can love and lose and grieve, who can watch everything they care about die and still find the strength to continue. You understand that in a universe of unrelenting darkness, the small lights of courage and dedication matter, even when they are eventually extinguished. If you enjoyed this deep dive into one of the most tragic aspects of Space Marine existence, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. There are countless more stories to explore in the Warhammer 40,000 universe. Tales of heroism and horror, of sacrifice and survival, of warriors who fight impossible battles and refuse to surrender even when surrender would be the rational choice. Join us as we continue exploring the grim darkness of the far future, where there is only war, and the laughter of thirsting gods echoes through the void. For the Emperor, for humanity, for the fallen brothers who will never be forgotten, even when their names are lost to history. In death, duty. In service, meaning. In extinction, perhaps, a kind of terrible glory that transcends the simple mathematics of survival. Fight on, brothers, even unto the ending. Even when the chapter falls, and the fortress burns, and the last battle brother stands alone against the darkness. Fight on, because that is what we do, that is what we have always done, and that is what we will continue doing until the universe itself ends and the final darkness claims everything. Thank you for watching, and may the Emperor protect. In the grim darkness of the far future, there are moments that defy all logic, all expectation, all reasonable calculation. Moments where the impossible becomes real, where the mathematical certainty of death is somehow circumvented, where flesh and blood triumph over ceramite and fury. This is the story of what happens when an ordinary human being, armed with little more than a lasgun and the Emperor's blessing, achieves the unthinkable. This is the story of what happens when a guardsman kills a Chaos Space Marine. Picture, if you will, the scene. A battlefield somewhere in the vastness of the Imperium. A world whose name might be forgotten by history, but whose soil runs red with the blood of millions. The air is thick with smoke and the screaming of dying men, the thunder of artillery creating a constant backdrop of destruction. Somewhere in this hellscape of war, a single guardsman crouches in what remains of a trench, his lasgun clutched in trembling hands, his uniform soaked with mud and the blood of his comrades. He is nobody special, not a hero from legend, not a champion of the Imperium, not even particularly brave or skilled. He is simply one of uncounted billions who serve in the Astra Militarum, one grain of sand in an endless desert of human suffering and sacrifice. And before him, advancing through the smoke and fire, with inexorable purpose, comes death itself, given form. A Chaos Space Marine, a traitor to the Imperium, a warrior who once served the Emperor, but now bows to the dark gods of the warp. He stands over 2 meters tall, even before the bulk of his power armor is considered. A walking tank of ceramite plates, an adamantium reinforcement. The armor itself is a marvel and a horror, ancient technology from the days of the Great Crusade, now twisted and corrupted by 10,000 years of exposure to the immaterium. Spikes protrude from pauldrons at impossible angles, the metal itself seeming to writhe with malevolent life. Symbols and sigils that hurt to look at cover every surface, promises of power and damnation written in the languages of beings that should not exist. The Chaos Marine's bolter, a weapon designed to fire mass reactive explosive shells capable of tearing through armored vehicles, sweeps across the battlefield with casual menace. Each round in that weapon contains enough destructive force to reduce a human being to a fine mist of blood and bone fragments. The warrior himself moves with a speed and grace that seems to mock the laws of physics. Power armor servos, augmenting already superhuman strength to create something that exists beyond normal human comprehension. This is a being that can crush a man's skull with one hand, that can run faster than most vehicles, that can survive wounds that would kill a dozen normal soldiers. This is a space marine, twisted by chaos, but no less deadly for it. The odds of what happens next are so astronomically small that they barely deserve calculation. Conservative estimates suggest that a single Chaos Space Marine can account for dozens, if not hundreds, of ordinary soldiers before falling. The layered ceramite plating of their power armor can withstand hits from weapons that would obliterate buildings. The genetic modifications that created them transformed them into living weapons, with multiple redundant organs, accelerated healing, and reaction times that operate on a completely different scale from baseline humanity. They can fight for days without rest, shrug off injuries that would be instantly fatal to anyone else, and their combat experience spans decades or even centuries. And yet, against all probability, against all reason, the impossible happens. Perhaps it is a lucky shot, the Emperor's grace guiding that lasbolt to strike exactly at the weak point where helmet meets gorget, where the seals of ancient armor have degraded over millennia of service to the dark gods. Perhaps it is the culmination of sustained fire, dozens or hundreds of laser gun shots finding the exact same point on the armor until even ceramite cannot withstand the accumulated thermal stress. Perhaps it is desperation and timing, a cracked grenade thrust into a damaged section of breastplate at precisely the moment when the traitor's attention is divided. Perhaps it is terrain and tactics, the ground giving way beneath armored feet, sending the giant toppling into a prepared kill zone where concentrated fire can find vulnerable joints and seals. However it happens, the result is the same. The Chaos Space Marine falls. That towering engine of destruction, that monument to superhuman warfare, crashes to the earth like a toppled statue. And standing over the body, laser gun still raised, is the guardsman. Just a man, just a soldier, just one among billions who fight and die in the Emperor's name. But what happens next? What are the consequences of this impossible victory? What does it mean for this single soldier who has achieved something that statisticians would have calculated as effectively impossible? What happens to the man who has looked into the face of post-humanity gone wrong and somehow survived to tell the tale? The answer is complicated, and it begins with understanding exactly what our guardsman has just accomplished. To truly comprehend the magnitude of what has occurred, we must first understand what a Chaos Space Marine actually is. Not the propaganda version, not the simplified enemy in a tactical briefing, but the genuine article in all its terrible reality. We must understand the gulf that separates the human from the post-human, the mortal from the transhuman, the soldier from the living weapon. A Chaos Space Marine begins as a Space Marine, and to understand what that means, we must travel back through 10,000 years of history to the time when the Emperor of mankind walked among his people and the Great Crusade spread across the stars. Space Marines were never merely soldiers, they were the Emperors. Masterwork, the pinnacle of genetic engineering and surgical augmentation, designed to be humanity's champions in the darkest reaches of the galaxy. The process that creates a Space Marine is called the creation of the Adeptus Astartes, and it is a transformation so profound that the end result can barely be called human anymore. The process begins with gene seed, genetic material descended from the Emperor's own primarchs, those 20 demigod sons, who were the Emperor's first and greatest creations. This gene seed is implanted into a young recruit, usually beginning in early adolescence when the body is still developing and can more readily accept the radical changes that follow. What comes next is a series of 19 separate organs, each one a miracle of bioengineering, each one transforming the recipient further from baseline humanity. The secondary heart, the first of these organs, provides redundancy and massively increased cardiovascular performance. Should the primary heart be damaged, the secondary can maintain blood flow. Together, they allow for feats of endurance that would kill a normal human through sheer cardiac strain. The os modular alters bone growth, making the skeleton larger, denser, and capable of withstanding impacts that would shatter normal human bones like glass. The biscopia stimulates muscle growth beyond natural limits, creating bands of muscle tissue that possess strength far exceeding anything possible for an unaugmented human. The haemastamen alters the blood itself, making it more efficient at oxygen transport and including factors that dramatically accelerate clotting and healing. A space marine's blood can seal wounds that would cause a normal human to bleed out in minutes. The Larraman's organ takes this further, releasing Larraman cells that can seal even major wounds almost instantly. The catalepsian node allows a space marine to sleep with half their brain at a time, remaining partially conscious even while resting, able to continue functioning for weeks without true sleep. The preomnor, a pre-stomach, can neutralize most poisons and toxins, allowing space marines to consume materials that would kill normal humans. The omophagia allows them to gain genetic information by consuming flesh, literally absorbing memories and knowledge by eating their enemies. The multi-lung provides redundancy in breathing and can function even in low oxygen or toxic atmospheres. The oculobe alters the eyes, providing enhanced vision in multiple spectrums and the ability to consciously adjust focus like a camera lens. The liman's ear enhances hearing beyond normal human range and provides additional balance organs, making space marines extraordinarily difficult to disorient. The Susan membrane allows them to enter a state of suspended animation if mortally wounded, potentially surviving for years or even centuries until rescue. The melanchrome alters skin pigmentation in response to radiation levels, protecting against exposure that would cause fatal poisoning in normal humans. The oolitic kidney provides additional filtration and can function even if both normal kidneys are damaged. The neuroglottis enhances taste and smell to the point where a space marine can track by scent and identify chemical compositions by taste alone. The mucranoid secretes a waxy substance that protects the skin against temperature extremes and chemical exposure. The Becher's gland allows them to spit acid, literally using their saliva as a weapon. The progenoid glands are perhaps the most important, as they grow and store the gene seed that will be harvested to create future space marines, ensuring the continuation of the chapter. And finally, the black carapace, the interface beneath the skin that allows direct neural connection to power armor, turning the suit from mere equipment into an extension of the Marine's own body. This is what a space marine is, physiologically. But we are not discussing space marines. We are discussing chaos space marines, and the difference is profound. A chaos space marine has all of these advantages, all of this superhuman capability, and then adds to it the blessings and curses of the warp itself. 10,000 years ago, during the Horus Heresy, half of the Space Marine legions turned traitor, pledging their souls to the Chaos Gods. Those who survived have been changed by millennia of exposure to the immaterium, that realm of nightmare and madness that lies beneath reality itself. Their flesh and armor have been twisted by the energies of chaos, often giving them capabilities that transcend even the already superhuman baseline. A Chaos Space Marine dedicated to Khorne might possess strength that far exceeds even normal Space Marine limits, fueled by the Blood God's favor and able to tear through armor with bare hands, enhanced by demonic power. One who serves Nurgle might be effectively unkillable, flesh rotted and diseased, but sustained by the Plague Father's gifts, able to continue fighting even with wounds that would reduce a normal Space Marine to a corpse. A follower of Tzeentch might wield sorcerous powers that bend reality itself, layering psychic protections over already formidable armor. A champion of Slaanesh might move with speed that makes them seem to blur, reflexes enhanced beyond even Space Marine norms. And their armor, oh their armor. Power armor is already a technological marvel, a sealed environment suit that provides protection against the vacuum of space, toxic atmospheres, and hostile fire. The ceramite plating can withstand hits from weapons that would obliterate concrete bunkers. The armor's internal systems monitor the wearer's vital signs, inject combat stimulants when needed, and conceal breaches automatically. The power source drives servo bundles that multiply the wearer's already superhuman strength, allowing them to wield weapons that would require a vehicle mount for a normal human. But Chaos power armor has been touched by the warp. The metal itself might be semi-alive, shifting and reforming to protect the wearer from threats. Demon-forged plates might be literally indestructible by conventional means. The armor might heal itself, corruption sealing breaches and regenerating damaged sections. It might be adorned with trophies of 10,000 years of war, each one a grim reminder of the warrior's terrible longevity and countless victories. This is what our guardsman faces. This is the reality of the enemy he has somehow defeated. To put it in perspective, imagine being asked to fight a main battle tank using only a flashlight and a kitchen knife. Now imagine that the tank is also a highly trained special forces operative with reactions faster than you can process. Who can run at 40 kilometers per hour? Who will shrug off injuries that would kill you instantly? And who has been fighting wars since before your great-great-great-grandparents were born? This begins to approximate the mismatch we are discussing. The standard issue laser gun that our guardsman carries, often mockingly referred to by the troops as a flashlight, is actually a reasonably effective weapon against most enemies. It fires a concentrated beam of photonic energy capable of cleanly severing limbs and cauterizing wounds through sheer thermal shock. Against unarmored or lightly armored targets, it is quite lethal. The power packs are easily recharged, meaning ammunition is rarely a concern. The weapon is reliable, relatively simple to maintain, and can function in a wide range of environmental conditions. For fighting cultists, insurgents, or even some alien species, the laser gun is perfectly adequate. But against Space Marine power armor, a single laser gun shot accomplishes approximately nothing. The ceramite plating is specifically designed to ablate and disperse the thermal energy of laser weapons. Estimates suggest that it would take dozens of sustained hits on the exact same point to even begin compromising the armor's integrity. And Space Marines do not stand still, obligingly allowing this to happen. They move, they take cover, they return fire with weapons that can reduce a guardsman to constituent atoms. This is why the Imperial Guard's doctrine against Space Marine opponents, whether loyalist gone rogue or chaos traitors, emphasizes overwhelming numbers and concentrated firepower. The official tactical guidance suggests ratios of 10 to 1, 20 to 1, even higher. Bring artillery, bring armor, bring air support, and pray that the Emperor guides your aim. A squad of guardsmen engaging a single Chaos Space Marine in anything resembling fair circumstances is not a battle. It is a massacre waiting to happen. And yet, despite all of this, despite the impossible odds and the horrifying mismatch in capabilities, guardsmen do sometimes kill Chaos Space Marines. It happens. Not often, not reliably, but it happens enough that there are records, that there are stories, that there are veterans who can speak of having achieved the impossible and survived to tell the tale. How does it happen? What are the circumstances that allow baseline humanity to triumph over transhuman warriors enhanced by dark gods? The answer is never simple, never clean, never as glorious as the propaganda hollows would suggest. It is always desperate, always costly, and always involves a combination of factors that create that one perfect storm of circumstance where the impossible becomes merely improbable. Sometimes it is the terrain. A Chaos Space Marine stuck in mud or unstable ground loses their mobility advantage, and mobility is a significant portion of what makes them so deadly. Unable to close distance quickly or maneuver effectively, they become, if not vulnerable, at least slightly less invulnerable. Concentrated fire from multiple laser guns, all targeting the same general area, might accumulate enough thermal stress to begin compromising armor seals. It is the death of 1,000 cuts, each individual shot meaningless, but the aggregate effect potentially fatal. Sometimes it is heavy weapons. A guardsman regiment does not consist solely of laser guns and hope. They have lascannons, heavy anti-tank weapons capable of punching through vehicle armor. They have missile launchers firing crack missiles designed for anti-armor work. They have plasma guns that can potentially overwhelm even ceramite plating, though the risk of the weapons suffering catastrophic overload makes them almost as dangerous to the user as the enemy. They have melter guns that can reduce even power armor to molten slag, though their effective range is measured in meters rather than the hundreds of meters at which a Chaos Space Marine's bolter remains lethal. When one of these weapons connects with a Chaos Space Marine, the results can be spectacular. A crack missile to the chest cavity might crack through the breastplate and detonate against the reinforced ribcage beneath, the explosion contained by the armor and transformed into a killing pressure wave that pulps organs even the Space Marine's redundant biological systems cannot compensate for. A lascannon beam might punch clean through a helmet, vaporizing the head within and ending the threat instantly regardless of how many backup organs the body possesses. A melter gun at point-blank range can reduce the entire upper torso to superheated vapor, armor, and all. But these weapons are not carried by every guardsman. They are specialist equipment issued to designated heavy weapons teams or special weapons troopers. For the average line trooper, the question of killing a Chaos Space Marine usually comes down to opportunity, desperation, and luck in varying proportions. Consider the scenario of close assault. A Chaos Space Marine that has been engaged by overwhelming numbers might find himself, however briefly, in physical contact with dozens of guardsmen simultaneously. While he is butchering them with chain axe and bolt, pistol, while he is crushing throats with gauntleted hands and shattering bones with armored boots, perhaps, just perhaps, one of those guardsmen gets a hand on a vulnerable section of armor. Perhaps he has a grenade, a crack grenade designed for anti-armor work, and in his last seconds of life, he activates it and holds it against the weak point where thigh plate meets hip joint. The explosion kills him and a dozen others, but it also severs the Chaos Marine's leg, and even superhuman warriors cannot fight effectively while bleeding out from a femoral arterial rupture. Or consider ambush tactics. The Tanith First and Only, also known as Gaunt's Ghosts, were famous for exactly this kind of asymmetric warfare. Reconnaissance and light infantry specialists, they excelled at using terrain, stealth, and careful preparation to engage enemies far above their weight class. When facing Chaos Space Marines, they would not attempt direct engagement. Instead, they would identify patrol routes, set up carefully prepared kill zones with overlapping fields of fire, and wait. When the target entered the kill zone, every weapon they possessed would open up simultaneously. Dozens of laser guns firing at pre-aimed points, heavy weapons targeting joints and seals, sniper teams with long-last rifles taking careful shots at eye lenses and vox grills. Even then, success was not guaranteed. Chaos Space Marines are not stupid, no matter what corruption has done to their souls. They understand tactics. They have fought for longer than most Imperial Guard officers have been alive, and they are extraordinarily difficult to surprise. But sometimes, with perfect planning and the Emperor's favor, it works. The Chaos Marine goes down under the weight of concentrated fire, armor breached in multiple locations, vital organs compromised beyond even his enhanced biology's ability to repair. And sometimes, very rarely, it is simply luck. A stray shot from a laser gun hits exactly at the moment when the Chaos Marine is turning, the beam finding the tiny gap between helmet and gorget at precisely the angle needed to reach the throat beneath. The thermal shock severs the carotid, and even a Space Marine's enhanced blood clotting cannot seal a wound of that type quickly enough. He has perhaps 30 seconds before loss of blood flow to the brain renders him unconscious. And in a combat situation, 30 seconds of impaired function might as well be an eternity. He falls, and the guardsmen around him, as shocked as anyone, pour fire into the fallen body until they are certain he will not rise again. Or perhaps he has been fighting for hours, and the sustained effort has taxed even his superhuman endurance. His armor's power cell is depleted, turning the suit from enhanced strength to dead weight. His body's combat stimulants have been exhausted, the glands that produce them needing time to replenish. He has accumulated dozens of minor wounds, none individually serious but collectively, degrading his function. His attention is divided between multiple threat vectors, and in that moment of maximum vulnerability, a guardsman with a plasma gun manages to land a shot on his reactor backpack. The resulting detonation is visible from orbit, and there is not enough left of the Chaos Marine to fill a standard issue body bag. However it happens, whatever combination of tactics, firepower, luck, and desperation made it possible, the end result is the same. The Chaos Space Marine is dead or dying, and standing amid the carnage is at least one guardsman who can claim, however improbably, to have been the one who dealt the killing blow. And it is at this moment that the real story begins. The first sensation is disbelief. The guardsman stands there, weapon still trained on the fallen giant, unable to process what has just occurred. His mind, shaped by months or years of propaganda about the invincibility of Space Marines, by horror stories of chapter serfs and common soldiers slaughtered by the dozens, by the very real terror of facing post-human warriors in combat, cannot immediately accept the evidence his eyes are showing him. The monster is down. The walking tank lies still. The nightmare made manifest has become nothing more than a very large corpse in extremely sophisticated armor. The disbelief lasts perhaps 3 seconds, 5 at most. Then the realization hits, and with it comes a cocktail of emotions so intense that many guardsmen who have lived through this moment describe it as more overwhelming than the combat itself. There is relief, profound and nearly incapacitating, the sudden absence of terror leaving a void that threatens to collapse his knees beneath him. There is pride, swelling up from somewhere deep in his chest, the knowledge that he has achieved something that will be spoken of in awed whispers. There is horror, because he has just killed something that was, however corrupted, once a servant of the Emperor, a champion of humanity, a Space Marine. And there is fear. Not the fear of the enemy he just killed, but a new fear, one that will grow in the hours and days ahead. The fear of what comes next. His squad mates are the first to react. Those who survived the engagement, who witnessed what just occurred, begin to converge on his position. Some are cheering, shouting prayers of thanksgiving to the God Emperor, slapping the hero's shoulders with enough force to stagger him. Others approach more cautiously, as if afraid that touching him might somehow contaminate them with whatever impossible luck or divine favor allowed this to happen. A few hang back entirely, staring at him with expressions that mix admiration and something that might be suspicion. The sergeant arrives, pushing through the gathering crowd, his face a mask of professional composure that does not quite hide his own shock. He looks at the fallen Chaos Marine, at the guardsman who killed him, and makes a decision that will have significant implications for everything that follows. He activates his Vox bead, connecting to the platoon command channel, and speaks the words that will set in motion a chain of events our hero cannot yet imagine. Command, this is Sergeant Harron, 3rd Squad. We have confirmed enemy kill, 1 Chaos Space Marine, brought down by concentrated fire. Grid reference 47902, requesting retrieval team and senior officer presence. The phrasing is important. He says concentrated fire, rather than singling out one trooper. This is partly accurate, as even in the most improbable scenarios, the kill is rarely the result of a single shot from a single weapon. but it is also protective, spreading the credit and the potential scrutiny across the entire squad rather than placing it all on one individual. Some sergeants would do this naturally, looking out for their men. Others would be following standing orders, because the higher echelons of Imperial Command understand certain realities about what happens when individual soldiers achieve the exceptional. Within minutes, higher-ranking officers begin to arrive. A lieutenant, then a captain, then, depending on the significance of the engagement and the available command structure, potentially a colonel or even a general. They all want to see the body, to confirm the kill, to assess the situation. Combat engineers and tech priests are summoned to deal with the fallen Chaos Marine's power armor, which even in death represents valuable intelligence and potentially reclaimable technology, though anything touched by Chaos must be handled with extreme caution. And then, inevitably, come the commissars. These feared figures, responsible for maintaining discipline and morale within the Imperial Guard, have a particular interest in this situation. They circle the scene like sharks, their bolt pistols prominently displayed, their faces giving away nothing of their thoughts. They question the survivors, trying to piece together exactly what occurred. They examine the body, looking for evidence of how the armor was breached. They pay particular attention to our hero, asking pointed questions about what he saw, what he did, what he felt during the engagement. This is not mere curiosity. The commissars are performing an initial screening, looking for any signs of chaos taint. Because one of the horrible realities of fighting chaos forces is that exposure can corrupt. Simply seeing certain symbols can plant seeds of doubt or heretical thought. Extended engagement with chaos warriors can expose soldiers to warp energies that might, over time, twist their souls. And there are documented cases of supposedly loyal Imperial troops being corrupted through contact with chaos equipment or through psychic attack during combat. Our guardsman answers their questions as best he can, trying to remember details from what was likely the most traumatic and chaotic experience of his life. Did he hear any voices that were not his? Squad mates? No, sir. Did he experience any unusual sensations, visions, or compulsions? No, sir. Does he feel any differently now than he did before the engagement? Only grateful to be alive, sir. Did he touch the Chaos Marine or his equipment at any point? No, sir. The commissars take notes, exchange glances with each other, and make preliminary assessments. In most cases, they find nothing immediately concerning. The soldier appears shaken but stable, traumatized but not tainted. However, his name is now on a list, one of many such lists maintained by the Commissariat and, more ominously, by the Inquisition. He will be watched, not obviously but watched nonetheless, for signs of corruption that might manifest days, weeks, or even months after the exposure. Meanwhile, at a more mundane level, the bureaucracy of the Imperial Guard begins its inexorable grinding process. Reports must be filed. After-action assessments must be completed. Casualty figures must be tallied and transmitted up the chain of command. Our hero's name appears in these reports with increasing frequency. Private Jerem Kyle, Cadian 301st, 3rd Platoon, 3rd Squad. Confirmed participant in the elimination of one enemy Chaos Space Marine. Recommended for commendation. That last line, recommended for commendation, is where things start to become complicated. Because the Imperial Guard does recognize and reward exceptional valor and achievement. There are medals, honors, ribbons, and citations aplenty for those who distinguish themselves in service to the Emperor. The Honorifica Imperialis, the Macarian Cross, the Medallion Crimson, the Star of Terror, dozens of others, each signifying some particular form of exemplary service. For a common guardsman to receive any of these is to achieve a status that will follow them for the rest of their service and likely shape the remainder of their life. And killing a Chaos Space Marine certainly qualifies as exceptional achievement. It might earn our Private Kyle the Honorifica Imperialis, marking him as a genuine hero of the Imperium. It might earn him a Distinguished Service Medal specific to his campaign or crusade, with language explicitly noting his role in eliminating a transhuman enemy. It might earn him any number of lesser, but still significant honors, each one adding weight to his permanent record, and changing how he is perceived by his superiors, his peers, and himself. The award ceremony, when it comes, is a mixed experience. On one hand, there is genuine pride. Standing at attention while a senior officer pins a medal to his uniform, being formally recognized before the assembled regiment, hearing his name and his actions read aloud for all to hear. This is the sort of moment that recruiting propagandists dream of, the kind of image that will be captured by pict recorders and transmitted across the Imperium to inspire countless other young men and women to take up the lasgun and serve. His fellow guardsmen react with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Some are genuinely happy for him, sharing in the reflected glory of their squad or platoon, having been involved in such a notable kill. Others are jealous, having survived equally dangerous situations without receiving comparable recognition. A few are resentful, feeling that luck rather than skill determined who got the credit, or suspecting that the official version of events does not quite match what actually happened in the confusion of combat. But overshadowing all of this is an awareness, sometimes spoken aloud, but more often left unvoiced, that this recognition comes with a price. Because our Private Kyle has now been marked as special, and special means different, and different means dangerous. Not dangerous to his enemies, though certainly the award suggests he is at least competent enough to have survived what should have been an unsurvivable encounter. No, dangerous in the sense that the gears of the Imperium's vast security apparatus have begun to turn their attention toward him. The Inquisition, when they take an interest, do so quietly. Most Imperial Guardsmen will never knowingly interact with an Inquisitor, though the Inquisition's agents and informants are everywhere, watching for signs of heresy, mutation, or Chaos corruption. In the case of a soldier who has been in close combat with Chaos Space Marines and survived, the interest is nearly automatic. Inquisitors of the Ordo Malleus in particular, those dedicated to combating demonic threats, take a keen interest in anyone with such exposure. An agent might appear in the regiment, wearing the uniform of a commissar, or simply present as an attached advisor from some obscure branch of the Departamento Munitorum. They will observe Private Kyle, watch how he interacts with others, listen to what he says when he thinks no one of importance is paying attention. They will review his service record, looking for anomalies or patterns that might suggest corruption. They will interview his squadmates, his sergeant, anyone who has had significant contact with him since the incident. In most cases, they find nothing alarming. The soldier is exactly what he appears to be, a frightened, traumatized man who got extraordinarily lucky and is trying to process the experience while continuing to do his duty. The agent makes note of this in their report, marks the case as no action required, and moves on to the next item on their endless list of potential corruption vectors. But sometimes they find something, not necessarily actual corruption, not chaos taint in the sense of mutation or demonic influence, but something that concerns them nonetheless. Perhaps the soldier has begun experiencing nightmares, vivid and recurring, in which he relives the engagement but with disturbing variations. Perhaps he has started drawing symbols he does not remember learning, geometric patterns that make his squadmates uncomfortable to look at. Perhaps he has become obsessed with the kill, talking about it constantly, describing it in a way that suggests he took more pleasure in the violence than is healthy. When this happens, the response can vary dramatically depending on which Inquisitor is involved, what resources are available, and how severe the suspected taint is judged to be. At the mild end of the spectrum, the soldier might be quietly transferred to a different unit, separated from the circumstances of his exposure and placed under continued observation. At the more serious end, he might be detained for enhanced interrogation, psychic examination, and potential mind scrubbing to remove whatever influence has taken hold. And at the extreme end, well, There is a reason that the Inquisition's motto is "Innocence proves nothing." If an inquisitor determines that the risk of corruption outweighs the value of the individual, the solution is direct and permanent. The soldier is declared excommunicate traitorous, a traitor to the emperor, regardless of his actual innocence or guilt, and is either executed on the spot or shipped off to a penal legion to die in service of the Imperium, one way or another. The Month of Shame serves as a grim historical example of what can happen when inquisitorial paranoia intersects with large-scale chaos exposure. After the First War for Armageddon, in which chaos forces, led by the demon Primarch Angron, invaded the Hive world, the Inquisition ordered the extermination of millions of Imperial Guard veterans who had fought against the demonic hordes. The reasoning was simple and terrible. They had seen things that no loyal Imperial citizen should see, things that could corrupt them, or that they might spread to others through word of mouth. Their reward for saving Armageddon was death. The Space Wolves. Chapter famously refused to allow this purge of loyal soldiers who had fought bravely under their protection. The resulting standoff between the Space Wolves and the Inquisition, backed by the Grey Knights chapter, nearly erupted into full-scale war between Imperial factions. The crisis was eventually resolved through intervention from the highest levels of the Imperium, but not before it had demonstrated just how ruthlessly the Inquisition will act when they perceive chaos corruption, real or potential, in Imperial forces. For our Private Kyle, these are not abstract historical concerns. This is the reality he must navigate in the days and weeks following his impossible victory. He understands, because every Imperial citizen understands at some level, that the Imperium's mercy is limited and its paranoia is boundless. He knows that his survival and continued service depend not just on avoiding actual corruption, but on avoiding even the appearance of it. This creates psychological pressures that are difficult for those who have not experienced them to fully comprehend. Imagine achieving something genuinely heroic, something that should be a source of pride and celebration, and having that achievement become a source of constant anxiety and fear. Every nightmare, every stray thought, every moment of distraction becomes potential evidence of corruption. The hypervigilance that this produces can be as psychologically damaging as the original trauma. Some soldiers handle this by doubling down on their faith in the Emperor. They spend extra time in prayer, attend every sermon and devotional service available, make public demonstrations of their loyalty and piety. This is a survival strategy as much as genuine faith, a way of demonstrating to any observers that they remain pure and devoted. For some, this performance eventually becomes genuine, the rituals and prayers providing real comfort and structure in a situation that feels increasingly unstable. Others become withdrawn, trying to make themselves as unremarkable and forgettable as possible. They avoid discussing the incident, deflect credit to their squad mates, try to fade back into the anonymity that characterizes most of the Imperial Guard. They understand that while recognition brought temporary glory, being unremarkable is safer in the long term. The Inquisition cannot investigate what it does not notice. And a few, unfortunately, do begin to change in ways that justify the Inquisition's attention. The trauma of the experience, combined with the stress of being under suspicion, creates psychological breaks that manifest in troubling ways. They become erratic, paranoid, occasionally violent. Whether this is actual chaos corruption, trauma-induced mental illness, or some combination of both is often impossible to determine. The end result is the same. They are removed from service, one way or another. But assuming our Private Kyle survives the initial scrutiny, assuming he is found to be free of taint and psychologically stable enough to continue serving, he must now adapt to his new status within the regiment. Because despite any attempts to remain unremarkable, the fact of what he accomplished cannot be erased. He is now one of the few, the incredibly rare few, who can claim to have killed a Chaos Space Marine. And this changes everything about how he is perceived and treated. Within his squad, the dynamics shift in subtle ways. His squad mates look at him differently now, some with admiration, some with envy, some with an almost superstitious awe. There is a temptation to see him as blessed by the emperor, touched by some divine favor that allowed him to survive and triumph, where logic suggested he should have died. This can create a sense of confidence in the squad, a feeling that having him present increases their chances of survival. It can also create pressure, as people expect him to replicate his feat or provide some kind of edge in future engagements. The sergeant treats him differently as well. Depending on the sergeant's personality and command style, this might mean giving him more responsibility, assigning him to the more dangerous tasks, because he has proven he can handle them. Or it might mean the opposite, trying to protect their newly valuable soldier, keeping him away from the most dangerous assignments to preserve his life for situations where his experience might be crucial. Neither approach is entirely comfortable for the soldier himself, who mostly just wants to do his duty and survive. Officers up the chain of command now know his name, which for a common private is both a blessing and a curse. It might mean opportunities for advancement, being considered for promotion to corporal or sergeant when positions become available. It might mean being selected for special assignments or detached duty that could lead to better outcomes than dying in a muddy trench somewhere. But it also means being watched, being remembered, being unable to simply disappear into the masses of identical uniformed figures that make up the bulk of the Imperial Guard. His reputation spreads beyond his immediate unit. Other squads, other platoons, other companies within the regiment begin to hear the story, with details that grow increasingly exaggerated in the telling. By the time it has passed through a dozen retellings, the guardsman who killed a Chaos Space Marine through some combination of tactics, luck, and desperation has become the guardsman who single-handedly charged a Chaos champion and struck him down in hand-to-hand combat. The truth is impressive enough, but the human need for heroic narratives ensures that the tale grows in the telling. This creates its own problems. The real Private Kael, the scared young man who mostly just wants to survive long enough to maybe see his homeworld again, is being overshadowed by the legendary version of himself that exists in the regiment's collective imagination. People expect him to be braver, more confident, more skilled than he actually is. They expect him to have insights into fighting chaos forces that he does not possess. They expect him to be a hero, in the classical sense, when he is simply a survivor trying to make sense of an experience that defied all rational explanation. The psychological impact of this disconnect can be profound. He experiences something that psychologists would call imposter syndrome, the feeling that he does not deserve the recognition he has received, that he is a fraud who will eventually be exposed. He knows that luck played a massive role in his survival and success, but everyone else seems to attribute it to skill or divine favor. He knows that he was terrified throughout the engagement, that he thought he was going to die, that there was nothing heroic about the desperate scramble for survival. But the official version of events, the one that will be recorded in regimental histories and used in propaganda, smooths over all of that messiness to present a clean narrative of heroism and triumph. This is compounded by survivor's guilt, that terrible psychological burden that affects many who survive combat when their comrades did not. The engagement that made him famous likely killed or seriously wounded other members of his squad or platoon. Men he trained with, fought alongside, shared rations and stories with. They are now dead or maimed, while he stands relatively unharmed and decorated with medals. The rational part of his brain understands that their deaths were not his fault, that he did not ask to be the lucky one, that in war people die and survival is often purely random. But the emotional part of his brain struggles with this, particularly when he is being celebrated, while their names are being added to casualty reports and forgotten by everyone except their grieving families. Some soldiers in this position become fiercely dedicated to honoring their fallen comrades. They speak their names in private prayers, make sure their stories are not forgotten, carry tokens or mementos to remember them by. They use their new status to advocate for the fallen, ensuring that their families receive proper death benefits and recognition. This provides a sense of purpose, beyond simply surviving, a way to transform their grief and guilt into something positive. Others are crushed by it, falling into depression and self-destructive behavior. They cannot reconcile their continued existence with the deaths of others they considered better soldiers, better people. Some seek death in combat, volunteering for the most dangerous assignments in hope of joining their fallen comrades. Most Imperial Guard officers and commissars are experienced enough to recognize these patterns and try to intervene before a valuable soldier throws his life away needlessly, but they cannot always succeed. The long-term trajectory for a guardsman who has achieved such notable success is varied and depends on many factors. If he survives the immediate aftermath, if he avoids corruption or the appearance of corruption, if he manages to process the trauma and continue functioning effectively as a soldier, then his career can take several different paths. He might be promoted, moving up through the ranks from private to corporal to sergeant and potentially beyond. His experience in successfully engaging transhuman enemies gives him credibility when training others or planning operations. His medals and commendations mark him as someone who has proven themselves under the most extreme circumstances. His story becomes part of the regiment's collective identity, a reminder that the Guard can triumph even against seemingly impossible odds. He might be transferred to more specialized units. The recon companies and special operations teams that conduct the most dangerous missions value soldiers who have proven they can keep their heads in life or death situations. His specific experience against Chaos Space Marines might make him valuable as an advisor or consultant when planning operations in areas where Chaos forces are active. He might even be selected for training as a Tempestus, Scion, those elite stormtroopers who represent the Guard's closest equivalent to special forces. Or he might remain exactly where he is, a line trooper in a standard infantry regiment, carrying his medals and his story, but otherwise no different from millions of other guardsmen serving across the galaxy. This is actually the most common outcome, because the Imperial Guard is a vast machine that requires countless ordinary soldiers to function, and even heroic ones are ultimately just components in a much larger system. What does not change, regardless of which path his career takes, is the fundamental fact of what he experienced. He looked into the face of transhuman warfare at its most corrupt and terrible, and he survived. He proved, at least for one moment, in one specific set of circumstances, that the Emperor's faithful can triumph over even the most terrifying enemies. This knowledge shapes everything that follows. In his darker moments, alone on guard duty or lying sleepless in his bunk, he sometimes wonders if he used up all his luck in that one moment. Statistically speaking, he has already achieved something so improbable that the odds of repeating it are essentially zero. Does that mean his death is inevitable now? That the universe is waiting to balance the books? Does that mean every engagement going forward is even more dangerous because he has exhausted whatever divine favor or random chance allowed him to succeed before? These are irrational thoughts, and he knows they are irrational, but they come anyway. The human mind is not designed to process probability in healthy ways when operating under the constant stress of combat. Patterns are seen where none exist. Causality is assigned to coincidence. The randomness of survival in warfare becomes unbearable without imposing some kind of structure or meaning on it, even if that structure is fundamentally illogical. His faith in the Emperor provides some comfort here, though it is a complicated comfort. On one hand, the official dogma of the Imperial cult teaches that the Emperor watches over and protects his faithful, that those who die in his service are martyrs who will be elevated, that victory over the Imperium's enemies is both righteous and inevitable. This should mean that his success was the Emperor's will, a demonstration of divine favor rewarding faith and courage. But on the other hand, the Imperial cult also teaches that suffering and sacrifice are inherently virtuous, that to struggle and die in the Emperor's service is glorious, that ease and comfort are suspicious and potentially corrupting. By this logic, his survival and success might be viewed with suspicion rather than celebrated. Why was he allowed to live when so many died? What makes him special? Is it truly the Emperor's favor, or something darker pretending to be divine providence? These theological paradoxes are not unique to his situation. Every soldier who survives combat while comrades die faces them to some degree. But having achieved something so notable, so improbable, makes the questions more acute and the answers more unsatisfying. He cannot help but analyze the experience, trying to understand it, trying to find meaning in the chaos. Did he do something specific that allowed him to succeed? Some tactical decision or physical action that could be learned and repeated? In most cases, the answer is frustratingly elusive. The engagement happens so quickly, in such confused and terrifying circumstances, that extracting specific lessons is difficult. Yes, he fired his weapon. Yes, he took cover when he could. Yes, he followed his training as best he could manage, while absolutely convinced he was about to die. But millions of other guardsmen do all of these things, and still perish when facing Chaos Space Marines. So what made the difference? Luck seems like the most honest answer, but it is also the least satisfying. Attributing his survival and success to pure chance means accepting that he has no control over his fate, that he could do everything right and still die, that the universe is fundamentally uncaring and random. This is psychologically destabilizing in ways that make combat stress seem manageable by comparison. So he and others like him create narratives. Maybe he was blessed by the Emperor. Maybe his actions, however unexceptional they seemed at the time, were actually the perfect response to the specific tactical situation. Maybe he tapped into some hidden reserve of strength or skill that he was previously unaware of. Maybe. Each of these narratives provides structure and meaning, makes the experience something that can be integrated into his understanding of himself and his place in the universe. The truth, inasmuch as there is a singular truth to be found in the chaos of war, is probably some combination of all of these factors. Yes, he was lucky in ways that most people are not. Yes, his training and instincts kept him alive long enough for that luck to matter. Yes, the specific circumstances of the engagement created vulnerabilities in the Chaos Space Marine that could be exploited. Yes, the cumulative efforts of his entire squad contributed to the kill, even if he gets the credit. Yes, the Emperor was watching over him, if you believe in such things, or random quantum probability was on his side, if you prefer a more materialist explanation. What matters, ultimately, is that he survived, and the enemy did not. What matters is that he proved, however briefly and improbably, that Chaos Space Marines can be killed by ordinary humans with standard equipment. What matters is that his story will be told and retold, will inspire other guardsmen facing their own impossible odds, will serve as proof that the Emperor's faithful need not despair even when facing the most terrifying enemies. There are historical precedents for such victories, though they are rare enough to be noteworthy when they occur. The Tanith first and only, those ghost-like scouts and light infantry specialists, led by Colonel Commissar Ibram Gaunt, engaged and defeated Chaos Space Marines on multiple occasions during the Sabbat Worlds Crusade. Their success came not from superior firepower, but from superior tactics, from understanding that they could not meet such enemies in direct combat and must instead use stealth, ambush, and terrain to negate the transhuman advantages. In one particularly notable engagement, Scout Sergeant Owen McCall, who was considered one of the most skilled reconnaissance specialists in the entire Guard, managed to not only survive an encounter with a Chaos Dreadnought, but actually destroy it. A Dreadnought, for those unfamiliar, is a walking tomb, a Space Marine so badly wounded that his broken body is sealed inside a massive mechanical walker armed with weapons capable of destroying armored vehicles. For a single unaugmented human to defeat such an opponent is not merely improbable, it is almost mythological in its implications. The death cause of Krieg, those grim and fatalistic soldiers from a world scoured by atomic fire, have also tallied confirmed kills against Chaos Space Marines over their long and bloody history. Their approach is characteristically direct. They throw bodies at the problem until the problem stops being a problem. A Chaos Space Marine might kill dozens of Krieg troopers, but there are always more Krieg troopers, and each one dies with the same emotionless determination, buying time and creating openings for heavy weapons teams or massed laser gun fire to eventually overwhelm even ceramite armor. The Cadian shock troops, considered among the finest conventional infantry in the entire Imperial Guard, faced Chaos Space Marines repeatedly during the 13 Black Crusades that assaulted their homeworld over 10,000 years. They developed specific tactical doctrines for such engagements, emphasizing combined arms operations, where infantry supported by armor and artillery could create overlapping fields of fire that even Space Marines would struggle to cross. Their success rate was never high, but it was higher than most, high enough that the Chaos Forces learned to respect Cadian troops as genuinely dangerous opponents rather than mere cannon fodder. These historical precedents matter because they provide context. They demonstrate that our Private Kael's achievement, while exceptional and worthy of recognition, is not completely unprecedented. The Imperial Guard does engage and defeat Chaos Space Marines. It happens, not often, not easily, and usually at terrible cost, but it happens. He is part of a lineage of guardsmen who have proven that humanity, even baseline unaugmented humanity, can stand against the post-human and occasionally triumph. This knowledge provides some comfort, though it is balanced by the awareness of just how many guardsmen died in each of those historical victories. For every famous triumph, there are countless unnamed tragedies. For every soldier, like Sergeant McCall, who defeats a dreadnought against impossible odds, there are thousands who die forgotten in muddy trenches, crushed beneath power-armored boots, or torn apart by bolter fire. The survivorship bias in military history means that we remember the victories and forget the vastly more numerous defeats. But still, the precedents exist. They are recorded in regimental histories, in after-action reports, in the personal journals of officers and commissars. They are studied in the Schola Progenium, where future commanders are trained in the theory and practice of warfare. They inform tactical doctrine and strategic planning, and they inspire, because even in the grim darkness of the far future, where there is only war and the galaxy burns, humanity needs to believe that victory is possible. Private Kael becomes, whether he wishes it or not, part of this tradition. His name joins the rolls of guardsmen who have achieved the improbable, who have proven that faith, courage, and good fortune can sometimes triumph over superior strength and technology. His story will be used by commissars to inspire their troops, by propagandists to recruit new soldiers, by historians to document the endless war that consumes the Imperium. And what of the man himself? What happens to Private Kael in the years following his moment of glory? The truth is that his story, like that of most Imperial Guardsmen, probably ends violently and prematurely. The attrition rate in the Guard is horrific, with most soldiers not surviving their first 5 years of service. Even heroes, even soldiers blessed by the Emperor and decorated for exceptional valor, are still flesh and blood. They still bleed when shot, still die when hit by artillery, still perish by the millions in the Imperium's endless wars. He might fall in his very next engagement, a stray round from a cultist's autogun, finding him with the same random chance that allowed him to survive his encounter with the Chaos Marine. He might be vaporized by a plasma blast, crushed by a collapsing building, torn apart by alien claws, or die from any of 1,000 other causes that make no distinction between the heroic and the ordinary. War is aggressively democratic in its distribution of death. Or he might survive, beating the odds once again and again and again, becoming one of those grizzled veterans who somehow make it through decades of service. His chest becomes heavy with medals, his uniform decorated with campaign ribbons and unit citations. His face becomes lined and weathered, marked by the scars of countless battles. He becomes a squad leader, then a sergeant, perhaps eventually a lieutenant or captain if he demonstrates the necessary leadership qualities and continues to survive long enough for promotion to matter. In this version of his story, he becomes a mentor to younger soldiers, teaching them the lessons he learned through hard experience. He tells them about the time he killed a Chaos Space Marine, but he emphasizes the luck and the terror rather than the glory. He teaches them that survival is more important than heroism, that the soldier who lives to fight another day serves the Emperor better than the one who dies gloriously but uselessly. He becomes the kind of veteran that every unit desperately needs, the steady presence who has seen everything and can guide others through the chaos of warfare. Or perhaps he is grievously wounded, losing limbs or organs to enemy action, but surviving through the miracles of imperial medical technology and the grace of the Emperor. He might be fitted with augmetic replacements, mechanical limbs and cybernetic organs that allow him to continue serving. He might be retired from combat duty and assigned to training cadres or garrison duty, positions where his experience is valuable but his reduced physical capability is less of a liability. He might even, in rare cases, be judged suitable for dreadnought interment, sealed inside a walking tomb, like the Chaos Warrior he once killed. His service extended for centuries beyond natural human lifespan. Or, in the darkest version of his story, the Inquisition's suspicions eventually catch up with him. Perhaps he does begin showing signs of corruption, subtle at first, but growing more pronounced over time. Perhaps he makes a comment or commits an action that suggests heretical thought, and the Watchers who have been observing him since the incident finally decide to act. Perhaps an overzealous Inquisitor decides that the risk he represents outweighs his value, and he is purged along with anyone else who might have been exposed to potential taint through contact with him. In the Imperium, innocence proves nothing, and suspicion is often treated as confirmation. Whatever his ultimate fate, whatever path his life takes after that one impossible moment of victory, Private Jerem Kael is forever changed by what he experienced. The boy who joined the Guard full of naive dreams about glory and serving the Emperor is gone, replaced by a man who has looked into the eyes of transhuman corruption and somehow survived to tell the tale. He carries that experience with him always, a weight that cannot be set down, a knowledge that cannot be unlearned. In the quiet moments, when the guns fall silent and he has time to think, he sometimes wonders what it all means. Not just his own survival and unlikely success, but the larger implications of what he represented. Because in killing that Chaos Space Marine, he proved something important. He proved that the transhuman warriors, whether loyal or traitor, are not invincible. He proved that the ordinary men and women of the Imperial Guard, despite being outmatched in every measurable way, can still triumph through courage and determination and the Emperor's grace. This is not a comfortable realization. It means that the countless deaths of guardsmen who faced similar enemies and failed were not inevitable. It means that somewhere in the gap between his success and their failure, there exists a difference that matters. Perhaps it was training, or leadership, or equipment, or tactics, or simply luck. But it was something, and that something could potentially be identified, studied, replicated. It means that all those deaths, all that sacrifice, might have been partially avoidable with better doctrine, or better support, or better fortune. This is a heavy burden for one man to carry. He did not ask to be a symbol, did not ask to have his survival used to judge others who died. He was just trying to stay alive, just trying to do his duty and perhaps see another dawn. But the Imperium is relentless in its search for meaning, for lessons, for ways to improve its war machine and achieve victory more efficiently. His experience will be analyzed, discussed, incorporated into tactical doctrine or propaganda, or both. He cannot escape being made into an example, whether he wishes it or not. And so he continues to serve, continues to fight, continues to survive, or not as the Emperor wills. He is Private Jerem Kael of the Cadian 301st, decorated veteran, killer of Chaos Space Marines, and ultimately just another soldier in humanity's endless war for survival. His story is exceptional in its details, but tragically common in its broader outline. Millions of guardsmen have their own stories of survival against impossible odds, of moments where they should have died, but somehow did not, of victories that logic suggested were impossible. Each of them carries their own weight, their own trauma, their own complicated relationship with the recognition or lack thereof that they receive. Each of them must navigate the same treacherous waters of inquisitorial suspicion, official recognition, and personal psychological damage. Each of them must find their own way to integrate impossible experiences into some kind of functional understanding of themselves and their place in the universe. This is the reality of what happens when a guardsman kills a Chaos Space Marine. Not the clean glory of propaganda hollows or the simplified heroism of recruitment posters, but the messy, complicated, psychologically fraught reality of having achieved something that should not have been possible and having to live with all the consequences that follow. It is a story of survival and sacrifice, of luck and loss, of faith tested and sometimes broken under the weight of impossible circumstances. In the end, what matters most is not the kill itself, impressive though it was. What matters is what comes after. What matters is whether the soldier can integrate this experience, can continue functioning, can find meaning in his survival rather than drowning in guilt or breaking under suspicion. What matters is whether he can use his unlikely success to inspire others, to teach others, to contribute to the Emperor's cause in ways that extend beyond that single moment of violence. Because in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. And in war, what matters is not the individual moments of triumph or tragedy, but the collective struggle of humanity to survive against a galaxy that wants nothing more than to see it destroyed. Every guardsman who stands and fights, who holds the line against impossible odds, who refuses to break even when facing enemies that should annihilate them, contributes to that struggle. Every act of courage, however small, however doomed, however ultimately insignificant in the vast scale of galactic warfare, matters. Private Kael's moment of glory, his impossible victory over a Chaos Space Marine, is one small candle flame in an ocean of darkness. But it is a flame nonetheless, proof that even in the worst circumstances, even against the most terrible enemies, humanity can still triumph. And in the Imperium of Man, where hope is often all that stands between survival and extinction, that proof matters more than any individual soldier's fate. The story ends not with his death or his triumph, but with his continuation. He serves, he fights, he endures. He carries his medals and his memories, his faith and his doubts, his pride and his survivor's guilt. He is shaped by what he experienced, but not defined solely by it. He is a soldier of the Imperium, one among countless billions, doing his duty in humanity's endless war for survival. And perhaps, on some distant battlefield under an alien sky, facing enemies that should not be faced and odds that should not be beaten, he will once again prove that the impossible is merely improbable. Perhaps another guardsman, inspired by his story, will achieve their own unlikely victory. Perhaps the legend will grow, spreading through the ranks of the Imperial Guard, a reminder that even against transhuman warriors enhanced by dark gods, even against the corruption of chaos itself, humanity can stand and fight, and sometimes, just sometimes, prevail. This is what happens when a guardsman kills a Chaos Space Marine. This is the price of the impossible. This is the weight of surviving when survival itself defies all probability. And this, ultimately, is the truth of service in the Imperial Guard, that every soldier, no matter how ordinary, carries within them the potential for extraordinary achievement, and that the line between hero and corpse is often nothing more than chance, timing, and the inscrutable will of the Emperor. In the name of the God Emperor of mankind, in service to the Imperium that spans 1,000,000 worlds, these ordinary men and women stand against the darkness. And sometimes, against all odds and all reason, they win. Not because they are invincible, not because they are superhuman, but because they refuse to yield, because they hold faith even in the face of annihilation, and because somewhere in the vastness of the uncaring universe, every once in a great while, the impossible becomes real. If you enjoyed learning about the incredible circumstances where an ordinary human triumphs over transhuman warriors, consider subscribing to the channel. These stories of courage, faith, and impossible odds are what make Warhammer 40K such a compelling universe. Hit that like button if you found this deep dive into Imperial Guard heroism and survival informative, and let me know in the comments, would you want to be the guardsman who killed the Chaos Space Marine, knowing everything that comes after? Thank you for watching, and remember, in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war, but sometimes, just sometimes, there is also hope. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war, but among all the countless ways to die in the service of the Emperor, few are as terrifying, as claustrophobic, and as absolutely nightmarish as fighting in a void ship boarding action. Picture this, if you will. You are sealed inside a boarding torpedo, little more than a missile made of ceramite and adamantium, with barely enough room to stand. Around you, packed shoulder to shoulder, are your squad mates. The air is thick with the smell of sacred oils, weapon lubricant, and fear sweat, despite the temperature regulation systems. You can hear your own breathing inside your helmet, too loud, too fast. The engines scream as the torpedo accelerates, pushing you back against the restraint harness with brutal force. And then, after what feels like an eternity compressed into mere seconds, comes the impact. The crash is so violent that even through power armor or void-hardened carapace, you feel your teeth rattle. The industrial-grade drill at the torpedo's nose grinds through meters of ship hull, the sound like 1,000 chainsaws tearing through metal. Anyone standing directly on the other side of that breach point is simply gone, reduced to a fine red mist by the torpedo's entry. The assault ram's melter guns have already weakened the armor, and now the torpedo punches through, creating a hole in the enemy vessel's skin. For a moment, everything is chaos. Sirens wail on both sides of the breach. Emergency lights strobe in mad patterns, and then the hatch blows open, and you're running into hell itself. This is the reality of boarding actions in Warhammer 40,000. It's not the glorious open battlefields where titans stride and armies clash in the light of alien suns. It's not even the brutal street-to-street combat of a Hive City assault. No, this is combat stripped down to its most primal, most horrifying form. This is fighting in corridors so narrow you can touch both walls with your outstretched arms. This is pushing through hatchways where a single enemy with a flamer can hold off a dozen attackers. This is every nightmare about being buried alive, combined with the knowledge that on the other side of these walls is the infinite void of space, waiting to claim you the moment something goes wrong. The ships of Warhammer 40,000 are not sleek vessels of chrome and clean lines, like you might see in other science fiction universes. These are ancient, Gothic monstrosities, some of them thousands of years old, maintained by tech priests who view them as living machine spirits requiring constant prayer and appeasement. An Imperial Navy battleship might stretch 8 kilometers from prow to stern, contain hundreds of decks, and house a crew of 250,000 souls. Inside such a vessel is a maze of corridors, chambers, chapels, weapons decks, engine rooms, habitation blocks, and forgotten sections that haven't been entered in centuries. To board such a ship and fight your way through it is to enter a 3-dimensional labyrinth where death waits around every corner and the environment itself is trying to kill you. And that's assuming you're boarding a relatively normal Imperial vessel. Chaos ships have been warped by the energies of the warp itself, their corridors twisted into non-Euclidean nightmares, their walls sometimes bleeding or screaming. Orc vessels are ramshackle death traps held together by sheer belief and scrap metal, liable to explode or decompress without warning. Tyrannid bioships are living organisms where the walls are made of chitinous matter and might actually try to digest you. And space hulks, those massive conglomerations of ships fused together by centuries drifting through the warp, are quite possibly the worst of all. They're infested with everything from genestealers to demons. Their interiors a mad patchwork of different vessels from different eras, some sections in hard vacuum, others hosting their own atmospheres, and even gravity wells pointing in different directions. The tactical challenges of fighting in such an environment are immense. Long-range weapons become nearly useless in corridors that rarely stretch more than 30 meters before a turn or bulkhead. Cover is everywhere, but so are kill zones. Every junction is a potential ambush point. Every closed hatch might hide a squad of enemies or open onto a section of ship that's been vented to space. Communication becomes difficult through meters of adamantium bulkheads and the interference of the ship's own systems. And always, there's the knowledge that you're fighting inside a vessel that's simultaneously a war machine and a habitat, where a stray shot might rupture a plasma conduit or crack a coolant line, killing everyone in the vicinity, regardless of which side they're on. This is not warfare as doctrine teaches it. This is not about holding ground or achieving strategic objectives in any conventional sense. Boarding actions in Warhammer 40,000 are about survival and momentum. Once you commit to a boarding action, you cannot retreat easily. Your assault craft or boarding torpedo is now somewhere behind you, possibly destroyed by the enemy's response or simply inaccessible through the sections of ship you fought through. You must push forward, must take your objectives, must fight through whatever resistance you encounter, because there is no falling back. The only way out is through, and that means fighting room by room, corridor by corridor, deck by deck, through a vessel that might contain thousands of armed defenders who know their ship far better than you do. And yet, for all its horrors, boarding actions are essential to void warfare in the 41st millennium. Some ships are too valuable to destroy. They might contain ancient technology that cannot be replicated, sacred relics that must be recovered, or intelligence that must not be lost. Sometimes the goal is to capture the vessel intact for use by your own, forces. Other times, simply destroying the ship with torpedoes or lance strikes isn't enough. The enemy must be exterminated to the last, their corruption purged with bolter fire and flame. And in the case of space hulks, boarding actions are the only way to search for the archaeotech treasures they might contain, even though such missions have a mortality rate that would be considered unacceptable in any other branch of military service. The Imperium has specialists for this kind of warfare. Space Marine boarding parties are the gold standard, their power armor allowing them to survive in hard vacuum if necessary, their bolters perfect for the close-range firefights of corridor combat, their combat shields and breaching charges designed specifically for forcing entry through reinforced bulkheads. Certain chapters, like the Imperial Fists, have long traditions of boarding actions and void combat. Their Terminators, clad in tactical dreadnought armor and armed with storm bolters and power fists, are practically ideal for the crushing melee that develops when two forces collide in a narrow corridor. But even Space Marines die in boarding actions, and they die in numbers that would horrify their brothers in planetary assaults. For regular human forces, boarding actions are even more nightmarish. The Imperial Navy maintains Voidsmen at Arms, trained specifically for ship defense and boarding operations. These soldiers are equipped with carapace armor, lasguns, boarding shields, and the grim knowledge that their life expectancy, once combat begins, can be measured in minutes. They train constantly in mock-ups of ship corridors, practicing the brutal close-quarters combat that characterizes void warfare. They learn to fight in zero gravity, in the dark, in sections of ship filled with toxic atmosphere or hard radiation. And still, when the real thing comes, when the enemy breaches their hull, or they're sent through a boarding torpedo to assault an enemy vessel, all that training often proves insufficient against the reality of what they face. Let us now delve deeper into this nightmare. Let us examine what it truly means to fight and die in the corridors of a void ship in the 41st millennium. We'll look at every stage of a boarding action, from the moment the assault begins to the final bloody conclusion. We'll explore the environmental hazards that make these vessels death traps even without enemy action. We'll discuss the weapons and tactics used in this uniquely horrible form of warfare. And we'll examine some of the worst threats you might face when boarding a vessel in Warhammer 40,000, from Genestealer cult ambushes to the demonic corruption that festers in Chaos ships. What follows is not for the faint of heart. This is the reality of boarding actions in all their claustrophobic, violent, terrifying detail. This is what the Imperium's warriors face when they strap into boarding torpedoes or storm through breached airlocks. This is the horror of fighting in the void. The approach. Breaching the hull. Before you can fight inside a ship, you have to get inside it. And this initial phase is often where boarding actions suffer their highest casualties. The attackers are exposed, vulnerable, and completely committed to their assault. They're traveling through the void in craft that range from barely controlled missiles to purpose-built assault boats, all while the target vessel and its escorts do everything in their power to destroy them before they can make contact. Boarding torpedoes are the most common method for Space Marine boarding actions, and they represent a perfect example of Imperial philosophy applied to assault tactics. These are not sophisticated craft with careful guidance systems and gentle landing procedures. No, a boarding torpedo is essentially a giant drill with engines attached, designed to be fired at an enemy ship like a projectile, punch through its armor, and deliver its cargo of Marines directly into the enemy vessel's interior. The craft themselves are cramped, uncomfortable, and offer no real protection if they're hit during their approach. You're essentially riding inside a bullet, trusting in the Emperor's protection and the fact that you're a small, fast-moving target. The Space Marine's Hestus assault ram represents a slightly more sophisticated version of the same concept. It's larger than a standard boarding torpedo, capable of carrying up to 10 Space Marines in full power armor or tactical dreadnought armor. The Hestus features anti-gravitic technology discovered during the Great Crusade, allowing it to function both as a spacecraft and as a ground effect vehicle. At the front of the Hestus is a Magna Melter, a massive melter weapon that fires in the moments before impact, weakening the target ship's hull so the assault ram's reinforced prow can punch through more easily. When a Hestus hits an enemy ship, it doesn't just breach the hull, it pulverizes everything in its path, creating an entry point through which the Space Marines can pour into the enemy vessel. But let's focus on what it actually feels like to be inside one of these craft during the approach and impact. You're locked into restraint harnesses that are designed to keep you in place during the violent deceleration when the torpedo hits. The interior is lit by red emergency lighting and the green glow of your squad's equipment. There's no view screen, no way to see what's happening outside. You can hear the engines, a roar that vibrates through every surface. The hull is thick enough to provide some protection, but not thick enough that you can't hear the occasional impact of enemy point defense fire pinging off the exterior. Each hit sounds like a hammer strike, and you have no way of knowing if the next one will penetrate and turn the interior of your torpedo into a cloud of superheated plasma. The flight time varies depending on the distance between ships and the relative velocities involved, but it's rarely more than a few minutes. In that time, you're locked in with your thoughts and your brothers, unable to do anything but wait. Some Marines use the time for prayer, reciting litanies of protection or invoking the Emperor's blessing on their mission. Others perform last-minute weapons checks, even though there's nothing they can do if something is wrong at this point. The veterans, those who have done this before, often fall into a state of calm meditation, conserving their energy for what comes next. The newer Marines, those on their first or second boarding action, struggle to control their breathing and heart rate, to master the fear that comes from being helpless and exposed. And then comes the impact. Nothing truly prepares you for it. The boarding torpedo or assault ram is traveling at tremendous velocity when it makes contact with the target vessel's hull. The Magna Melter fires, creating a brief zone of incredible heat that turns solid adamantium into molten metal. Then the torpedo's drill, spinning at thousands of rotations per minute, makes contact. The deceleration is so sudden and so violent that even with the restraint harnesses, even with power armor or Terminator plate to protect you, you feel like you've been hit by a drop pod slam. The noise is beyond description, a grinding, tearing shriek of metal on metal that resonates through your entire body. Anyone standing on the other side of the breach point at the moment of impact simply ceases to exist. The drill pulverizes them. The heat from the magna melter flash burns them. And the sudden decompression, if they're in an unpressurized section, scatters what remains. But you're not thinking about that because the assault is already beginning. The torpedo's front hatch, held in place by explosive bolts, blows outward with a bang that you feel more than hear through your helmet. Sometimes there's a blast of atmosphere rushing past you as the pressure equalizes. Other times there's nothing, just the silence of vacuum if you've breached into a section that's already depressurized. Your restraints release automatically and then you're moving, weapons up, following your squad leader through the breach and into the enemy ship. This is the most critical moment of any boarding action. You're emerging from a confined space into an unknown environment. You don't know the layout of the ship section you've entered. You don't know if there are enemies waiting on the other side of that breach. You don't know if the deck will hold your weight, or if you're stepping onto damaged plating that might give way beneath you. But you can't hesitate. Hesitation gets people killed. You have to move, have to clear the breach point, have to push into the ship and secure enough space that the rest of your squad can follow. Sometimes you're lucky. The breach point opens into an empty corridor or storage compartment, giving you precious seconds to orient yourself and form up before contact with the enemy. Other times you emerge directly into a firefight. The defenders have had time to prepare, to set up interlocking fields of fire covering the breach point. They're waiting for you with laser guns, bolters, heavy stubbers, whatever weapons they have available. The first Marines through the breach walk into a storm of fire that tests even ceramite armor. Men die before they've taken 3 steps into the enemy ship, cut down by sustained fire from multiple angles. This is why boarding shields were developed during the Great Crusade and saw extensive use throughout the Horus Heresy. These large tower shields, made of ceramite and plasteel, with small field generators similar to those in power weapons, were designed specifically for this moment. Breacher siege squads would lead boarding actions, their shields absorbing the initial barrage, while the rest of the squad used the cover to return fire and push forward. The shields couldn't stop everything. A Lascannon hit would punch through them, and sustained fire would eventually overload the field generators. But they gave the attackers a crucial few seconds to establish a foothold, and in boarding actions, seconds were the difference between success and catastrophic failure. For Imperial Navy voidsmen or Astra Militarum soldiers being sent on boarding actions, the experience is even more harrowing because they lack the protection of power armor. They're equipped with carapace armor at best, more often just flak armor and void suits that will keep them alive in vacuum, but won't stop much in the way of weapons fire. Their boarding craft are often less sophisticated than Space Marine assault rams, modified shuttles, or purpose-built assault boats like the Shark-class vessels used by some naval forces. These craft have the advantage of being reusable. They can deliver their troops and then extract them when the mission is complete. But they're more vulnerable during the approach and require secure landing zones or airlocks to discharge their passengers. When human soldiers board an enemy vessel, the first moments after entry are absolutely critical. They're trained to move fast, to flood through the breach point in sufficient numbers that the defenders can't focus fire effectively on any single target. They rely on weight of fire rather than individual superiority, laying down covering fire while their squads advance by leapfrogging from cover to cover. It's brutal work. The casualty rates are horrific. In some boarding actions, 50% losses among the first wave are considered acceptable if they achieve the objective of establishing a secure beachhead. And we haven't even discussed what happens when things go wrong with the boarding craft itself. Boarding torpedoes are not sophisticated machines. They're designed to make one trip and then be abandoned. Sometimes the drill mechanisms fail, and the torpedo doesn't breach the hull properly, instead glancing off the armor or becoming lodged partway through, leaving its occupants trapped inside with no way forward or back. Sometimes the impact is off-angle, and the torpedo breaches into a section that's already in hard vacuum with no atmosphere. And if the occupants aren't wearing helmets or aren't in sealed armor, they're dead before they can react. Sometimes the torpedo punches through into a compartment that contains something volatile, plasma conduits or fuel storage or ammunition magazines, and the breach ignites a catastrophic explosion that kills everyone in the torpedo and in the surrounding sections of ship. There's also the psychological burden of making the assault. You're committing to a course of action that has no real possibility of retreat. Once your boarding torpedo or assault craft commits to its attack run, you're going into that enemy ship whether you want to or not. If the mission goes badly, if your squad is cut off and surrounded, if the objectives prove impossible to reach, there's no easy extraction. You're trapped inside a hostile vessel, fighting for your life, with no support and dwindling ammunition. The only way out is to complete the mission and hope that extraction craft can reach you, or to fight your way back to your entry point and hope it's still accessible, or to die trying. This knowledge hangs over every boarding action, adding an extra layer of dread to what is already one of the most dangerous forms of combat imaginable. The approach and breach are just the beginning. They're the gateway into the real nightmare that is fighting inside a void ship. But they set the tone for everything that follows. The violence of entry, the immediate contact with the enemy, the confusion of not knowing your surroundings, all of this combines to create a state of heightened tension that will only intensify as the boarding action continues. Environmental horrors. One of the most underappreciated aspects of boarding actions in Warhammer 40,000 is that the environment itself is often as deadly as any enemy you'll face. Void ships are not designed to be comfortable or safe. They're designed to travel through the warp, to survive void combat, and to house thousands of crew members in conditions that would be considered inhumane by almost any standard outside the Imperium. When combat breaks out inside such a vessel, all of the environmental hazards that the crew has learned to live with become immediate threats to life and limb. Let's start with the most obvious danger: depressurization. Void ships are pressure vessels, maintaining a breathable atmosphere inside while surrounded by the infinite vacuum of space. The hull is designed to withstand this pressure differential, but it's not indestructible. Combat damage, whether from your own boarding action or from the larger void battle happening outside, can breach the hull and expose entire sections of the ship to hard vacuum. When this happens, everything not secured gets sucked out through the breach. The C.P.R.C. Air rushes out with the force of a hurricane. Anyone not anchored or in sealed armor is torn from their footing and dragged toward the breach, along with any loose equipment, debris, and anything else that isn't bolted down. Depressurization events kill in multiple ways. The most obvious is simply being sucked out into the void through the breach, where you'll die from either asphyxiation, explosive decompression, or exposure to radiation and temperature extremes. But even if you're not immediately ejected, rapid depressurization is lethal. The air in your lungs expands explosively, rupturing lung tissue if you don't exhale immediately. The moisture on your eyes and tongue boils in the low pressure. Your blood doesn't boil, contrary to popular myth, because your circulatory system maintains sufficient pressure, but you lose consciousness within about 15 seconds, as the oxygen in your bloodstream is depleted. Death follows within a couple of minutes. For this reason, experienced boarding troops never remove their helmets during an assault, even if they're in a section of ship that seems to have stable atmosphere. Veterans know that a stray shot or a detonation in an adjacent compartment can create a breach without warning. Space Marines in full power armor are largely immune to depressurization. Their armor is fully sealed and contains its own life support systems. They can operate in hard vacuum indefinitely, limited only by their armor's power supply and air reserves. Terminators, wearing tactical dreadnought armor, are even better protected and can survive in environments that would destroy lesser armor. But regular human soldiers, even those in carapace armor, are vulnerable. Standard Astra Militarum flak armor does not provide environmental sealing. Void's men-at-arms wear void suits under their armor, which will keep them alive in vacuum. But these suits are uncomfortable, restrictive, and not designed for prolonged combat operations. The suits will maintain pressure and provide a limited air supply, usually enough for 30 minutes to an hour, but fighting in them is exhausting, and their protection against enemy fire is minimal. Then there's the problem of gravity, or more accurately, the lack thereof. Void ships generate artificial gravity through various technologies, some better understood than others. On Imperial vessels, gravity is maintained by ancient gravitic field generators that are maintained more through ritual and prayer than actual understanding of their function. When these systems fail, either from combat damage or power loss, entire sections of a ship can suddenly transition to zero gravity. If you've never experienced combat in zero-G, it's difficult to convey just how disorienting and dangerous it is. Everything you know about movement and combat changes in zero gravity. There's no up or down. You can't plant your feet and brace for recoil when you fire your weapon. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction, so firing a bolter without being anchored to something will send you spinning backward. Moving requires pushing off surfaces and trying to control your trajectory, while simultaneously watching for obstacles and enemies in 3 dimensions rather than the 2-dimensional plane of normal ground combat. Close combat becomes a strange dance where combatants grapple and tumble together, both trying to land blows while simultaneously trying to maintain some control over their motion. Mag boots help, assuming you're equipped with them and they're functional. Space Marine armor comes standard with magnetic boot systems that allow them to lock onto ferrous metal surfaces. But even with mag boots, movement is slow and ponderous because you have to actively engage and disengage the magnets with each step. And mag boots don't work on all surfaces, only those with sufficient metal content and the right composition. Many void ship decks are made of rockcrete or other non-ferrous materials, rendering mag boots useless. Fighting in zero gravity also makes ranged combat more difficult. Hitting a target requires accounting for your own movement, the target's movement in 3 dimensions, and the fact that you don't have a stable firing platform. Ballistic weapons like laser guns and bolters become harder to control. Explosives are actually more effective in some ways because their blast expands spherically rather than being channeled by gravity, but this also means they're more dangerous to the user. And if someone deploys frag grenades in an enclosed zero-G environment, the shrapnel doesn't fall to the deck. It continues bouncing around the compartment until it embeds in something, whether that's a bulkhead or a person. The temperature inside void ships varies wildly depending on location. Near the plasma drives and the reactor spaces, temperatures can reach levels that would be instantly lethal to unprotected humans. The tech priests and servitors who maintain these areas work in specialized heat-resistant gear, and even then, their assignments are usually measured in minutes rather than hours. If you're fighting through these sections during a boarding action, you're dealing with oppressive heat that drains your stamina and can cause heat stroke even inside armor with temperature regulation systems. Conversely, in sections far from the ship's heat sources or in areas where heating systems have failed, temperatures plunge to near absolute zero. The void of space is not cold in the conventional sense. It lacks temperature entirely because there's no medium to transfer heat. But hull sections exposed to the void or with failed heating systems will radiate their heat away into space, and temperatures drop precipitously. In these conditions, metal becomes brittle, lubricants freeze, and any exposed skin will suffer frostbite within seconds. Radiation is another constant threat aboard void ships, particularly those involved in void combat. The plasma reactors that power these vessels produce tremendous amounts of radiation, and while the reactor chambers are shielded, combat damage can compromise that shielding. Additionally, void combat involves the use of weapons that produce their own radiation, lances that fire coherent beams of energy, plasma weapons, melter weapons. All of these produce radiation as a byproduct. If you're fighting in or near sections that have been hit by these weapons, you're being exposed to radiation levels that can be lethal. Power armor provides significant radiation shielding, and Space Marines are genetically engineered to be more resistant to radiation than baseline humans. But even they have limits. Prolonged exposure to high radiation environments will sicken even an Astartes. For regular human soldiers, radiation exposure in a boarding action can be a death sentence, even if they survive the combat itself. They might make it off the ship alive, only to die days or weeks later from radiation sickness, their bodies breaking down at the cellular level from the damage inflicted by high-energy particles they never even saw. The atmosphere inside void ships can also be hazardous, even when it's not completely absent. Ships are huge, enclosed environments where thousands of people live and work, and maintaining air quality is a constant challenge. The air processing systems filter out carbon dioxide and other waste gases, add oxygen from storage tanks or recyclers, and scrub out contaminants. But these systems are not perfect, and in combat conditions, they often fail partially or completely. You might breach into a section where the atmosphere is thick with smoke from fires, reducing visibility to a few meters and making it difficult to breathe even with filters. You might enter compartments filled with toxic gases, byproducts of damage to ship systems, or deliberately released by defenders trying to slow your advance. Plasma leaks create clouds of superheated gas that will cook you inside your armor. Coolant leaks flood sections with cryogenic fluids or toxic chemicals. Engine rooms fill with exhaust gases that are both toxic and flammable. Fighting in these conditions requires sealed armor and environmental systems that can handle the contamination. And even then, you're operating in conditions that reduce your effectiveness and put tremendous strain on your equipment. Sound in a void ship environment during combat is a strange thing. In the vacuum sections, there's only the sounds transmitted through contact with surfaces, your boots on the deck, your armor touching a bulkhead. But in atmosphere, sound becomes almost overwhelming. Void ships are not acoustically dampened. They're full of machinery, ventilation systems, and thousands of people, all generating noise that echoes through metal corridors. Add combat to this, the bark of bolters, the scream of plasma weapons, the explosions of grenades, the shouts of soldiers, and it becomes a cacophony that can be disorienting and exhausting. Then there are the structural concerns. Void ships are constructed to withstand the rigors of void travel and combat, but they're not indestructible. The hull can be breached, bulkheads can fail, decks can collapse. When you're fighting inside a ship that's simultaneously engaged in void combat with other vessels, you're in an environment that's actively being damaged around you. Lance strikes from enemy ships punch through multiple decks. Torpedo impacts send shockwaves through entire sections. Reactor containment failures can destroy whole compartments. You might be advancing through a corridor when the deck above you collapses, burying you under tons of rubble. You might breach a bulkhead only to find that the compartment on the other side has collapsed into a jumbled mass of twisted metal, with no clear path forward. Fires are also a major concern. In atmosphere, any spark can ignite a blaze, and once fires start in a void ship, they're incredibly difficult to control. The fire suppression systems might be damaged or simply overwhelmed. Fires consume oxygen, creating zones where the atmosphere becomes unbreathable. They generate tremendous heat and toxic smoke. They spread through ventilation ducts and cable runs. And in some cases, fires can reach materials that shouldn't burn, but do anyway under the right conditions, creating infernos that can rage for hours or days. Void warfare also exposes ships to hazards from the warp itself, particularly if the ship has recently been in warp transit, or if the combat is taking place near a warp storm or other phenomenon. The warp is not just another dimension, it's a realm of pure psychic energy, where the laws of physics don't consistently apply, and where demons and other nightmares lurk. Ships that have been corrupted by chaos often have sections where reality itself is unstable. You might open a hatch and find that the compartment on the other side doesn't obey normal geometry, that the room is bigger than the space it occupies, or that time flows differently. These effects can drive even hardened warriors mad. Space hulks present all of these environmental hazards multiplied exponentially. Because these are conglomerations of multiple ships fused together, often after millennia drifting through the warp, their interiors are nightmarish mazes where each component vessel might have its own environmental conditions. You might be fighting through a section of ancient Imperial cruiser with working gravity and atmosphere, then pass through a junction into a chunk of Orc wreck, where gravity points sideways and the atmosphere is toxic, then emerge into a segment of a ship so old that its design predates the Imperium itself, and its systems are completely incomprehensible. The corridors don't align properly. Rooms might be oriented at any angle. You might have to climb what used to be walls or crawl through spaces that were never meant to be traversed. All of these environmental factors combine to make boarding actions exhausting, even when you're not in active combat. You're operating in hostile conditions, your body and equipment under constant stress. Your armor's environmental systems are working constantly to keep you alive, draining power reserves. Your own metabolism is working overtime to deal with the physical and psychological stress. And all of this happens before you even consider the actual fighting you're doing against armed enemies who are trying to kill you. The architecture of death. The physical layout and architecture of void ships in Warhammer 40,000 are crucial factors in determining how boarding actions play out, and they present challenges that are unique to this form of warfare. These vessels are not designed with convenience or tactical clarity in mind. They're the products of millennia of tradition, religious doctrine, and occasionally functional engineering, all combined into structures that are as much Gothic cathedrals as they are warships. Fighting through such an environment requires adapting your tactics to an architecture that was never meant to be a battlefield, but becomes one regardless. Imperial void ships in particular are characterized by their sheer scale and complexity. A battleship might be 8 kilometers long and over a kilometer wide at its widest point. Inside this massive hull are hundreds of decks stacked vertically, thousands of compartments, countless corridors, and vast chambers dedicated to everything from weapons batteries to chapels to hydroponic gardens. The ships are so large that they contain entire communities, with crew members who have never seen the exterior of the vessel they serve on, and who might live their entire lives in the same section of ship, working the same machinery their ancestors tended for generations. This creates an immediate problem for boarding forces. You're entering a three-dimensional maze that defies easy navigation. The corridors of an Imperial void ship are not laid out in rational grids. They twist and turn, following the dictates of ancient construction methods and the need to route essential systems around each other. Ventilation ducts, power conduits, coolant pipes, all of these run through the walls and ceilings, creating a tangled web of infrastructure that makes the ship's layout maddeningly complex. Even with maps, which you're unlikely to have if you're boarding an enemy vessel, navigation is difficult because the maps themselves are often outdated or inaccurate, showing layouts that have been modified over centuries of repair and renovation. The corridors themselves are typically narrow, designed for crew members to move in single file or at most 2 abreast. This makes them perfect kill zones. A single heavy weapon emplacement at the end of a corridor can cover its entire length. Advancing down such a corridor means walking into a firing lane where you have minimal cover and the enemy has all the advantages. The defenders can set up interlocking fields of fire at intersections where multiple corridors meet. They can position troops in alcoves or behind corners, ready to ambush anyone passing by. They can wire entire sections with explosives, turning corridors into traps that can be detonated remotely. The hatchways and bulkheads that separate ship compartments are both obstacles and opportunities. These heavy doors, made of thick metal and reinforced against damage, can be sealed to contain atmospheric breaches or to prevent fire from spreading. In combat, they become strategic choke points. A sealed bulkhead can halt an attacking force's advance completely, forcing them to either cut through with breaching charges or heavy weapons, or find an alternate route. Defenders can use these hatchways to create defensive lines, falling back from one sealed bulkhead to the next, making the attackers fight for every meter of corridor. Cutting through a sealed bulkhead takes time and makes noise, alerting defenders to your position and intentions. Breaching charges are the fastest method, but they're loud and create a signature bright flash of light and blast that announces your presence. Melter weapons can cut through even heavy bulkheads given enough time, but you're vulnerable while doing it, focused on the cutting work rather than watching for enemies. Some elite units carry specialized equipment, like the Caestus assault ram's Magna Melter, or the heavy-duty breaching equipment used by breacher siege squads, but even these require precious seconds of exposure. The actual chambers and rooms within a void ship vary wildly in size and purpose. Some compartments are massive, like the weapons decks where the ship's broadside batteries are housed. These are cathedral-scale spaces, sometimes over 100 meters high, filled with the massive artillery pieces and loading mechanisms that make void warfare possible. Fighting in such spaces is almost like open warfare, with plenty of room to maneuver and multiple levels of catwalks and platforms creating vertical elements to the combat. But these spaces are rare. Most of the ship's interior is divided into smaller compartments, each dedicated to some specific function. Engine rooms and reactor spaces are particularly dangerous areas to fight in. These compartments contain the massive plasma reactors and warp drives that power the ship, along with all the associated support machinery. The machinery itself creates obstacles, huge pipes and conduits that block line of sight and create cover, but also hazards that you absolutely don't want to damage. Shooting into a plasma conduit can cause a breach that floods the area with superheated plasma. Damaging reactor shielding can cause radiation leaks, and if the reactor itself is hit by sustained fire or explosives, the result can be a detonation that destroys a significant portion of the ship, including everyone fighting in that section. The habitation decks where the crew live present their own, unique challenges. These areas are mazes of small compartments, communal spaces, and narrow passages designed to efficiently house thousands of people in minimal space. The crew quarters are cramped, barely large enough for a bunk and a small locker. The corridors between them are claustrophobic, often lit by flickering glow globes or emergency lighting. Fighting through these areas means clearing room after room, never knowing if the next compartment contains cowering civilians, armed defenders, or something worse. It's exhausting, paranoia-inducing work that grinds down even experienced soldiers. The bridge and command centers of a ship are usually the most heavily defended areas. These are the nerve centers where the ship is controlled, and losing them means losing the vessel. As such, they're typically located deep within the ship's superstructure, protected by multiple layers of armor and sealed bulkheads. The approaches to the bridge are designed as defensive positions, with narrow access corridors that can be easily covered by fire, redundant bulkheads that can be sealed in sequence, and often dedicated security forces whose sole job is to protect the command crew. Taking the bridge usually requires fighting through these prepared defenses, a slow and bloody process where every meter of advance is paid for in casualties. Vertical movement presents its own challenges. Void ships have multiple decks, and moving between them usually requires using access shafts, stairways, or lifts. These vertical passages are excellent defensive positions. A small force positioned at the top or bottom of a stairway can hold off attackers indefinitely, using their elevated position to fire down on anyone trying to advance. Access shafts and ladders are even worse, because you're completely exposed while climbing and can't effectively return fire. Lifts can be controlled by the defenders, either shut down completely or used as traps by sending them to levels where attackers are waiting in ambush. The Gothic architectural elements that characterize Imperial vessels add their own strange dimension to boarding combat. These ships aren't just functional machines, they're expressions of the Imperium's religious and cultural aesthetic. This means you have corridors lined with statues of Imperial saints, their stone eyes seeming to watch your every move. You have vast chapels and cathedral spaces dedicated to worship of the God Emperor, their soaring architecture and stained glass windows, creating environments that feel sacred even in the midst of violence. You have decorative elements like carved skulls, flying buttresses, stained glass, and ornate metalwork that serve no functional purpose but are included because they speak to the Imperium's cultural identity. These architectural elements can affect combat in unexpected ways. A statue provides cover, but it might be rigged to explode or might topple during fighting. Stained glass windows are beautiful but fragile, and shattering them can cause depressurization if they're on an outer hull section. The Gothic aesthetic also means that many Imperial ships have strange, non-functional spaces, rooms that serve no purpose except to be impressive or spiritually meaningful. You might be fighting through a perfectly practical corridor system and suddenly emerge into a vast procession hall decorated with banners and mosaics, or into a reliquary filled with sacred artifacts, and have to figure out how to cross these spaces while under fire. Different factions design their ships according to their own cultural and practical considerations, creating unique architectural challenges. Chaos vessels are nightmares made manifest. The warp corruption that permeates them has often twisted their physical structure. Corridors might curve in ways that don't make geometric sense. Walls might bleed or pulse as if alive. The very air might be thick with whispers that crawl into your mind. Fighting in such an environment tests your sanity as much as your combat skills. The ship itself feels malevolent, actively hostile to your presence, and the longer you're inside it, the more you feel the corruption trying to seep into your thoughts. Orc vessels are crude and ramshackle by comparison, but no less dangerous. These ships are held together by orc engineering, which is to say, a combination of scrap metal, welding, and sheer belief in the orc gods. The corridors are wide enough to accommodate orc physiology, and they're dirty, covered in rust and grease, and the detritus of orc habitation. The architecture is completely haphazard, with sections added on without any real plan, creating a labyrinth that confuses anyone trying to navigate it. The biggest danger in an orc ship isn't the architecture itself, though the risk of structural collapse is real because orc construction is terrible by any standard. It's that orcs inhabit these vessels in massive numbers, and they're all eager to fight anyone who boards their ship. Space hulks deserve special mention because their architecture is the result of multiple ships being fused together in the warp, creating structures that defy all logic. You might step through a hatchway from an Imperial cruiser into a section of Eldar craftworld with alien architecture that follows completely different design principles. The next junction might lead into a chunk of ship so ancient that its origins are unknown, with technology that predates the Imperium itself. Gravity might change direction from one section to another. Atmosphere might be present in one compartment and absent in the next. The hulk's structure shifts over time as it drifts in and out of the warp, meaning that passages that existed yesterday might be sealed today, and new routes might have opened up that weren't there before. All of these architectural factors combine to make boarding actions in Warhammer 40,000 unique tactical nightmares. You're not fighting on open battlefields, where doctrine and combined arms tactics apply cleanly. You're fighting in a three-dimensional maze, designed according to rules that often prioritize form over function, where your enemy knows the terrain far better than you do, and where the environment itself presents as much danger as enemy fire. Success requires adapting to these conditions, using the architecture to your advantage when possible, accepting that progress will be slow and costly, and maintaining the discipline to push forward even when every corridor looks the same and you've lost track of how far you've come or how far you still have to go. Combat in the corridors. Now we come to the heart of what makes boarding action so uniquely terrible: the actual combat that takes place in these confined spaces. Everything about corridor fighting goes against the training that soldiers receive for conventional warfare. All the tactics that work in open environments or urban combat become problematic or impossible in the tight confines of a void ship interior. What emerges is a brutal, close-range style of warfare that favors aggression, quick reactions, and the ability to function in chaos. The engagement ranges in corridor combat are shockingly short compared to other forms of warfare. On a battlefield, infantrymen might engage targets at ranges of 300 meters or more. In a hive city, engagement ranges drop to perhaps 50 or 100 meters. In the corridors of a void ship, most combat happens at ranges of 10 to 30 meters. You're fighting people you can see clearly, whose faces you can make out through the chaos. This creates a psychological intensity that's different from ranged combat. It's personal in a way that artillery exchanges or long-range firefights are not. At these ranges, different weapons show their advantages and disadvantages. Laser guns, the standard armament of the Imperial Guard, and many naval armsmen, are adequate for corridor combat. They're accurate at short range, have good ammunition capacity, and produce little recoil, but they lack stopping power against heavily armored targets. A laser gun hit might not put down a target quickly enough at ranges where a few seconds can mean life or death. Bolters, by contrast, excel in this environment. The mass-reactive rounds they fire are devastating at short range, punching through armor and exploding inside the target. The sound of a bolter firing in an enclosed corridor is thunderous, almost deafening even with ear protection. The muzzle flash in dim lighting is blinding. But the results are undeniable. 1 or 2 bolter hits will drop almost any target. Shotguns are particularly favored for boarding actions by forces that have access to them. At ranges of 10 meters or less, a combat shotgun loaded with solid slugs or specialist ammunition like flechettes is devastating. The spread pattern of shot shells makes precise aiming less critical in the chaos of close combat. The weapons are relatively simple and reliable, important factors when fighting in environments where equipment maintenance might be difficult. Voidsmen at arms units often carry combat shotguns as their primary weapons, specifically because of their effectiveness in shipboard combat. Flamers are terror weapons in corridor combat. A heavy flamer fired down a narrow corridor creates a wall of burning promethium that fills the entire passage. Anyone caught in that wash of flame is burned alive inside their armor. The psychological effect is devastating. Even hardened soldiers will break and retreat when they see flamers being deployed against them. But flamers are also risky to use. In confined spaces, the backwash of heat can affect the operator. If you're fighting in an atmosphere rich in certain gases, a flamer can cause an explosive reaction that kills everyone in the area. And flamers consume their ammunition quickly, making them useful for short, intense actions, but problematic for extended fighting. Plasma weapons are extremely effective, but correspondingly dangerous in the close quarters of shipboard combat. A plasma gunshot will vaporize an armored target, cutting through even power armor if it hits solidly. But plasma weapons generate tremendous heat, and in enclosed spaces, that heat has nowhere to dissipate. Sustained plasma fire can raise the ambient temperature to dangerous levels. Worse, plasma weapons have a tendency to overheat and sometimes catastrophically fail, causing them to explode and kill their operator. In a corridor where there's no room to take cover from such an explosion, this makes plasma weapons a calculated risk. Grenades become both more dangerous and more useful in corridor environments. A frag grenade detonated in an enclosed space sends shrapnel ricocheting off walls and ceilings, multiplying its effectiveness. The blast itself is channeled by the corridor, increasing overpressure in the area, but this also means you're at risk from your own grenades. Throwing a frag grenade down a corridor and then immediately advancing into that corridor is a good way to catch some of your own shrapnel. Smart troops use grenades to cover their advance, throwing them into compartments before entering. But the delay while the grenade detonates can give defending forces time to prepare or retreat. Melter bombs and breaching charges are essential tools for boarding actions, used to cut through sealed bulkheads or destroy hardened positions. But their use is noisy and obvious. Every time you breach a bulkhead, you're announcing your position to every defender in that section of ship. The debris from the breach can also be hazardous. Metal fragments and molten material flying through the corridor, creating a temporary hazard zone that you then have to push through. Close combat weapons see extensive use in boarding actions because of the short engagement ranges and the frequent need to fight in spaces too confined for ranged weapons to be practical. Chainswords are the iconic close combat weapon of the Imperium, and they're brutally effective in corridor fighting. The whirring chain of diamond-hard teeth can carve through armor and flesh with terrifying speed. They're relatively light and maneuverable, important in tight spaces where larger weapons would be awkward. Power weapons, which surround their blades with an energy field that disrupts molecular bonds, can cut through almost any material and are favored by officers and veteran troops. But power weapons require maintenance and power cells, making them less reliable in extended operations than simpler weapons. Combat shields and boarding shields, which we discussed earlier in the context of the initial breach, continue to be valuable throughout a boarding action. A shield bearer can advance down a corridor with some protection from enemy fire, allowing the rest of the squad to follow in their wake. The shield can be used offensively as well, shield bashing an enemy to knock them down or back, creating openings for lethal follow-up attacks. But shields are heavy and awkward in confined spaces, and they limit your own offensive options because one hand is occupied with holding the shield. The tactics of corridor fighting are brutal and straightforward because sophisticated maneuvers are often impossible in such confined spaces. The basic method is fire and movement, with elements of the squad suppressing enemy positions while others advance to better positions. But better positions in a corridor are limited. You might advance to a doorway that provides some cover, or to a junction where you can use the corner for protection. But often there's simply nowhere to go, and advancement becomes a matter of walking into enemy fire and accepting casualties while you work to eliminate the defenders. Breaching rooms and compartments is a specialized skill that boarding forces must master. The basic technique is to blow or breach the door, throw in grenades if possible, and then flood into the room with multiple entry points if available. The first soldiers through the door are at highest risk, facing whatever enemies are inside with minimal cover and no time to properly assess the situation. But speed is essential because hesitation gives defenders time to prepare or eliminate the first few soldiers through the breach. The doctrine is to enter fast, spread out to avoid clustering, identify targets, and engage them before they can effectively respond. Squad tactics in corridors are limited by the space available. A typical infantry squad of 8 to 10 soldiers cannot all fight effectively in a corridor that's only 3 meters wide. They're forced to advance in column, with only the front 2 or 3 soldiers able to engage targets. This makes the formation vulnerable to flanking attacks if the enemy has access to alternate routes. It also means that the effectiveness of the squad is limited by the effectiveness of those front. Few soldiers, if they go down, the whole advance stalls. Some forces use specialized formations for corridor combat. Space Marine boarding parties often advance with a shield bearer or terminator in front, their superior armor allowing them to absorb fire that would devastate less protected troops. Behind them come battle brothers with bolters or assault weapons, ready to engage targets as they appear. This formation is slow, but nearly unstoppable against all but the most determined resistance. For regular human forces, the tactics are less refined because they lack the armor protection and superhuman abilities of the Astartes. They rely more on suppressing fire and weight of numbers, accepting higher casualties as the price of advancing. Communication becomes difficult in the chaos of corridor combat. The noise of weapons fire in enclosed spaces is deafening. Voxcasters help, allowing units to maintain voice contact even in the noise. But Vox signals can be jammed or disrupted by the ship's systems or by enemy countermeasures. Hand signals work at short ranges but become impossible to see in smoke or poor lighting. This communication breakdown means that units can become separated and isolated without their commanders knowing what's happening to them. The psychological strain of corridor combat cannot be overstated. You're fighting in a confined space where you can't see more than a few meters ahead, where every corner might hide an ambush, where the enemy can appear from unexpected directions through hatches or vents. The constant alertness required is exhausting. The fear of being trapped, of being surrounded with no escape route, weighs on even veteran soldiers. After hours of this kind of fighting, men become jumpy, prone to firing at shadows or friendly forces glimpsed in the dim lighting. The confusion of boarding actions also leads to friendly fire incidents. In the chaos of combat, with poor visibility and high stress, soldiers sometimes shoot first and identify targets later. This problem is compounded when multiple units are operating in the same area without perfect coordination. You might clear a room only to have friendly forces breach through a different door seconds later, and in the split second of mutual surprise, soldiers on both sides might fire before recognizing each other as allies. For defenders, corridor combat offers significant advantages. They know the layout of the ship. They know which corridors lead where, which can be bypassed, which are dead ends. They can prepare defensive positions in advance, setting up fields of fire and reinforcing their positions. They can fall back through prepared positions, making the attackers fight for every section of corridor. They can use their knowledge of ship systems to their advantage, cutting power to sections to plunge attackers into darkness, venting atmosphere from compartments, or using other environmental controls to hinder the enemy. Attacking forces must overcome these advantages through aggression and momentum. Once a boarding action begins, stopping means giving the defenders time to organize and reinforce their positions. You must keep pushing forward, accepting casualties, trusting that your own reinforcements and supplies can keep up. This creates a pressure cooker effect where both sides are committed to a fight that becomes increasingly desperate as it continues. The physical toll of extended corridor combat is severe. Soldiers are fighting in heavy armor or environmental suits, breathing recycled air, often in extreme temperatures. They're carrying heavy loads of ammunition and equipment. The adrenaline of combat sustains them initially, but after hours of fighting, exhaustion sets in. Reaction times slow. Aim becomes less precise. Judgment becomes impaired. Men make mistakes they wouldn't normally make, and in corridor combat, mistakes are usually lethal. The defender's advantage. While we've focused primarily on the experience of boarding an enemy vessel, it's important to understand the perspective and advantages of the defending force, because these factors dramatically influence how boarding actions play out. Defending a void ship against boarders is, in many ways, a more enviable position than attacking one, but it comes with its own unique challenges and horrors. The most obvious advantage defenders possess is knowledge of the terrain. They've lived and worked in this ship, possibly for years or even generations if they're part of the hereditary crew that's common on Imperial vessels. They know the layout intimately, not just the main corridors, but also the service passages, maintenance ducts, and shortcuts that don't appear on any official schematic. This knowledge allows them to move through the ship more quickly than attackers, to set up ambushes at strategic locations, and to predict where the enemy will likely go based on the objectives they're trying to achieve. Defenders can prepare the battlefield before the enemy arrives. Once sensors detect incoming boarding craft or spot enemy ships maneuvering for boarding range, the defending crew has precious minutes to prepare. Bulkheads can be sealed to channel attackers through specific corridors. Heavy weapons can be positioned to cover likely breach points. Reinforcements can be moved into position. Ammunition and supplies can be pre-positioned at defensive strongpoints. In those few minutes of warning, A competent defensive commander can create a layered defense that will make the attackers pay in blood for every meter they advance. The control of ship systems provides defenders with options that attackers simply don't have. The defensive commander can manipulate lighting, plunging sections into darkness to hinder enemy movement, while defenders, familiar with the layout, can operate more effectively. They can control atmosphere, either venting it from sections to expose attackers without sealed armor to vacuum, or introducing toxic gases if the ship's systems allow for such measures. They can lock bulkheads remotely, trapping enemy units in kill zones or cutting them off from their fellows. They can even, in desperate situations, deliberately depressurize entire sections or flood them with fire, accepting the loss of those areas and any crew in them as necessary sacrifices to stop the enemy advance. Many Imperial void ships have voidsmen at arms, dedicated naval security forces whose primary purpose is to defend the vessel against boarding actions. These soldiers are specifically trained and equipped for shipboard combat. They understand the unique challenges of fighting in confined spaces. They're familiar with the ship's layout. They train constantly in mock boarding scenarios. Most importantly, they fight with the knowledge that this is their home they're defending. There's no retreat from a boarding action if you're a defender. If the attackers take the ship, you're either dead or captured, and capture by many of the Imperium's enemies is a fate worse than death. Voidsmen-at-arms typically wear void-hardened flak or carapace armor and carry laser or shotguns as primary weapons, with laspistols as sidearms. They're trained to fight in teams, with established doctrine for clearing corridors, setting up interlocking fields of fire, and conducting fighting withdrawals through prepared positions. The best units are equipped with specialized gear like boarding shields, heavy weapons for defending key positions, and breaching equipment for counter-attacking and retaking compromised sections. Many ships also have servitors deployed in defensive roles. These lobotomized cyborgs can be armed with heavy weapons and positioned at key choke points. They don't feel fear or fatigue and will continue fighting until destroyed. Against lightly armored attackers, a heavy bolter servitor positioned at the end of a corridor is a formidable obstacle. But servitors lack tactical flexibility and can be outmaneuvered by clever opponents who find ways around their positions. On Space Marine vessels, the defense might be handled by chapter serfs, ordinary humans who serve the Adeptus Astartes. These individuals are often augmented with basic combat training and equipped with whatever weapons the chapter can spare. While they're not Space Marines themselves, they fight with religious fervor to protect the chapter's vessel and will die before allowing enemies to desecrate a Space Marine ship. The psychological advantage of defense should not be underestimated. Defenders are fighting on their own ground, in familiar surroundings. While this doesn't eliminate fear, it does provide a measure of comfort compared to the experience of attackers who are in hostile, unknown territory. Defenders can also take heart from the knowledge that help might arrive, that friendly forces elsewhere in the ship are fighting too, that they're part of a larger defensive effort rather than isolated and alone like an attacking unit that's become separated from its fellows. However, defending a ship also has significant disadvantages that can turn apparent advantages into liabilities. The first is that defenders are often outnumbered at the point of contact. A boarding assault is typically launched with overwhelming force at specific breach points. The defending force might outnumber the total attacking force across the entire ship, but at each individual breach, the attackers achieve local superiority by concentrating their strength. This means that the first defenders to engage the boarders are often overwhelmed before reinforcements can arrive. The unpredictability of where and how the enemy will board creates a dilemma for defensive commanders. You can try to predict likely breach points based on the enemy's approach vectors and protect those areas heavily, but if your predictions are wrong, you've wasted your best troops guarding areas that never see combat, while the actual breach points are defended by inferior forces. Some commanders choose to hold reserves centrally and rush them to breach points as they're detected. But this requires time and the ability to move troops quickly through the ship. both of which may be in short supply during a chaotic boarding action. The compartmentalized nature of void ship architecture that helps channel attackers into kill zones also works against defenders in some ways. Once a section is breached and compromised, sealed bulkheads mean that reinforcing that section or launching counterattacks becomes difficult. You might have thousands of troops available elsewhere in the ship, but if the corridors between them and the compromised section are sealed or controlled by the enemy, those troops might as well not exist. This can lead to situations where different parts of the ship are isolated and fighting their own separate battles with no coordination or mutual support. The morale factor for defenders is complex. While they have the advantage of defending their home, they also face the psychological burden of knowing that the ship they rely on for survival is being violated. Every enemy that breaches the hull is a threat not just to military objectives, but to the lives of everyone aboard. If the attackers reach critical systems, if they manage to damage the reactor or life support, the entire crew dies regardless of how bravely the armed defenders fight. This creates a pressure that can lead to panic, particularly among crew members who are not trained combatants. When word spreads through the ship that the enemy has boarded, that they're killing their way through the corridors, it's common for untrained crew to either flee toward the center of the ship seeking safety, or to arm themselves with whatever weapons they can find and rush toward the fighting in disorganized groups that get slaughtered by enemy forces or accidentally shot by their own side. There's also the problem of collateral damage to the ship itself. Defenders need to be careful about what they hit when they're shooting at enemies. That bulkhead behind the enemy position might be concealing a critical power conduit. That deck plate might cover a coolant line. Explosives used to destroy attacking forces or to collapse corridors behind them to slow their advance can damage the ship's structure in ways that create new vulnerabilities. While it's true that attackers face the same concerns, defenders have more of an investment in keeping the ship intact and functional. In some boarding scenarios, the defenders are already compromised before the attack even begins. Genestealer cults infest ships from within, their members posing as loyal crew while secretly serving the Tyranid hive mind. When these cults rise up in conjunction with an external boarding action, the result is chaos. Defenders don't know who they can trust. The crew member standing next to you might be a cultist waiting for the signal to attack. Security forces spend as much time dealing with internal threats as external ones, and the paranoia this creates can be as damaging as the actual cultist attacks. Chaos corruption presents a similar problem, but with different manifestations. A crew member who has been corrupted by chaos might not even know it consciously until the moment when the corruption takes control and turns them into a weapon against their fellows. Or the corruption might be more subtle, leading to crew members sabotaging defensive efforts or providing information to the enemy, without really understanding why they're compelled to do so. The defender's last resort, the nuclear option if you will, is to destroy the ship rather than let it fall into enemy hands. This is doctrine for many Imperial ships, particularly those carrying sensitive cargo or information. If the boarding action is going badly, if the enemy is going to capture the vessel, the captain can order the ship scuttled. This usually means detonating the plasma reactor or overloading the warp drive, either of which will destroy the ship and everything nearby. For the defending crew, this means that even victory is not guaranteed to ensure their survival. If they repel the boarders, but the captain has already initiated self-destruct protocols, they might die anyway, which creates an interesting morale problem. Why fight to the death to defend a ship that your own commander might destroy? Despite all these challenges, defending a ship successfully is possible and happens regularly. A well-trained, well-led defensive force that uses the ship's architecture and systems to their advantage can repel boarding attempts even by numerically superior or better equipped attackers. The key is maintaining coherent command and control, using interior knowledge to outmaneuver the enemy, and having the discipline to conduct fighting withdrawals through prepared positions rather than breaking and running when the pressure becomes intense. The enemy within, Genestealers, and worse. If there's anything that makes boarding actions even more terrifying than they already are, it's the knowledge that the enemy you're fighting might not be the only threat inside the ship. Void ships are massive, complex environments with countless dark corners and forgotten spaces where things can hide. And in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, the things that hide in those spaces are often far worse than any conventional enemy force. Genestealers are perhaps the most iconic threat associated with boarding actions and space hulks in Warhammer 40,000. These tyrannid organisms are vanguard creatures, sent ahead of the hive fleets to infiltrate and infest worlds in preparation for the coming swarm. They're perfectly adapted for life aboard space vessels, able to survive in vacuum, resistant to radiation, and possessing an alien cunning that makes them horrifyingly effective predators in the confined spaces of void ship corridors. A pure strain Genestealer is a nightmare given physical form. It stands roughly human height, but is far stronger and faster than any human. Its six-limbed body is covered in a purple-blue carapace that provides natural armor against most weapons. Its hands and feet end in huge claws, capable of tearing through ceramite power armor. It has a grotesquely elongated head and a mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. But perhaps most terrifying is their speed. Genestealers move with lightning quickness, able to cross a corridor and close to melee range before most soldiers can react. They can cling to walls and ceilings, attacking from unexpected angles. They're intelligent enough to use tactics, setting ambushes and coordinating their attacks. Worse still is the Genestealer's kiss, the method by which they infest new victims. Genestealers possess an ovipositor, a tube-like organ they use to implant genetic material into their victims. A person who receives the Genestealer's kiss doesn't die immediately. Instead, they're infected at the genetic level and placed under the psychic control of the Genestealer patriarch. They're compelled to return to their normal life, to hide what happened to them. And then, when they have children, those children are hybrid creatures, part human and part Genestealer. Over 4 generations, a single Genestealer can create an entire cult of hybrid servants who will help it spread further while appearing superficially human enough to blend into normal populations. This means that when you board a ship that's been infested with Genestealers, you're not just fighting the creatures themselves. You're also facing Genestealer cultists, human or hybrid servants of the broodmind, who might look almost normal, but are absolutely fanatical in their devotion to the creatures they worship as gods. The first-generation hybrids are obviously non-human, with oversized heads, multiple arms, and clawed limbs. But by the 3rd and 4th generation, the hybrids can pass for human at casual inspection, meaning they might be hiding among the ship's crew or even in your own boarding force if the infestation has spread to your own vessel. Boarding a Genestealer-infested vessel or space hulk is a unique kind of nightmare. The standard tactics of corridor clearing and room breaching don't work as well because Genestealers don't hold positions like conventional soldiers. They ambush from above, dropping from vents or ceiling panels onto unsuspecting targets. They swarm from multiple directions, using their numbers and speed to overwhelm defenders. They fade back into the darkness after attacks, avoiding sustained combat in favor of hit-and-run tactics that gradually wear down their opponents. The psychological effect of fighting Genestealers is devastating. The creatures are alien in a way that even other Xenos aren't. There's something fundamentally wrong about them, something that triggers primal revulsion and fear in the human psyche. The sounds they make, clicking and hissing noises that echo through dark corridors, are unnerving. The idea that they might be hiding anywhere, that they could attack at any moment from any direction, creates a state of constant tension that exhausts soldiers mentally before they're ever physically challenged. Space hulks infested with Genestealers are the worst-case scenario. These massive conglomerations might host thousands or even tens of thousands of the creatures, along with multiple broodminds and patriarchs. The Hulk's labyrinthine interior provides infinite hiding spots. Sections might be sealed off for centuries and then suddenly opened, releasing genestealers that have been dormant for decades. The creatures have had unlimited time to prepare the environment, creating nests in strategic locations, setting up ambush points, and learning every passage and crawl space in their domain. The Imperium has protocols for dealing with genestealer-infested vessels and hulks. Space Marine boarding actions against such threats usually involve Terminators, because the Tyrannid's tactical dreadnought armor provides the best protection against genestealer claws. The iconic game Space Hulk, which has been released in various editions over the years, depicts exactly these kinds of missions. Small teams of Space Marine Terminators fighting through genestealer-infested Space Hulks to achieve critical objectives. The mortality rate of such missions is horrific even for Space Marines. Entire Terminator squads have been lost to a single mission, their gene seed unrecoverable because no one survives to extract it from the fallen. But genestealers aren't the only internal threat you might face during a boarding action. Chaos corruption takes many forms, and vessels that have been exposed to the warp or that serve traitor forces present their own unique horrors. A chaos-corrupted ship is not simply a vessel with hostile crew. The ship itself has often been changed by exposure to warp energies, warped into something that defies natural law. Demons might infest such vessels, entities of pure warp energy given form in the material realm. Unlike physical enemies, daemons don't necessarily need to travel through corridors or follow physical laws. They might appear suddenly in any space, materializing from thin air or stepping out of shadows. They're immune to many conventional weapons. Only blessed or psychically charged weapons can reliably harm them. And their presence alone can drive mortals mad. The sight of a demon causing fear, despair, or insane rage in those who witness them. Chaos cultists and traitor Astartes are perhaps more conventionally dangerous, but no less horrifying. These are humans or space marines who have willingly embraced the ruinous powers, and in doing so, have often been twisted into something monstrous. They might bear mutations, extra limbs or sensory organs, or stranger changes wrought by their demonic patrons. They fight with fanatical zeal, welcoming death as a release into their god's embrace. They use corrupted weapons and have access to sorcerous powers that defy imperial understanding. The environment itself in a chaos ship can be hostile. The walls might whisper blasphemous truths that erode your sanity. The geometry of rooms might be wrong in ways your mind struggles to process. Time might flow strangely, with minutes feeling like hours, or vice versa. These effects make fighting in such vessels exhausting mentally, even if you never encounter a physical enemy. And all the while, the corruption is trying to seep into you, to find the cracks in your faith and exploit them, to turn you from a loyal servant of the Emperor into another puppet of the dark gods. Orc vessels present dangers that are more straightforward but no less lethal. Orcs inhabit their ships in massive numbers, with entire tribes living in what amounts to mobile fortresses. The ships are filthy, poorly maintained by Imperial standards, and liable to explode or fall apart without warning. But they're defended by countless orcs who see any boarding action as a grand opportunity for a good fight. Orcs are incredibly tough, shrugging off wounds that would kill humans, and they're physically strong enough to tear a man apart with their bare hands. Boarding an orc vessel means fighting through wave after wave of greenskins, each one eager to prove their strength in combat, and knowing that every orc you kill will be replaced by 2 more rushing to join the fun. Even aboard apparently loyal Imperial vessels, there might be threats beyond the crew's control. Ancient ships sometimes harbor things in their forgotten sections, entities that have been sealed away for centuries and that the current crew might not even know exist. Rogue servitors, malfunctioning and hostile. Strange Xenos life forms that snuck aboard at some distant port. Machine spirits that have gone mad over long centuries. Ancient tech that activates unexpectedly, unleashing dangers that were supposed to be safely contained. These are rare threats, but on vessels that have been in service for millennia, The phrase, "we don't go to that section of ship," often exists for very good reasons. The strategic implications of these internal threats are significant. When planning a boarding action, you're not just concerned with the vessel's crew. You need intelligence on what else might be aboard. Is the ship infested? Has it shown signs of chaos corruption? What's its history? Where has it traveled? What kind of things might it have picked up along the way? Sometimes this intelligence exists, but often you're boarding blind, discovering threats only when you encounter them, by which point it's usually too late to adjust your plan. For defenders, internal threats can be as dangerous as external ones. A Genestealer infestation might remain hidden for years, the cult growing in the ship's underbelly, until some trigger causes them to rise up. When that happens, it's not a boarding action from outside, it's a civil war within the ship, as infected crew members attack their uninfected comrades. The paranoia this creates is crippling. You can't trust your fellow crew members. That person you've worked alongside for years might be a Genestealer hybrid waiting for the signal to attack. Security becomes impossible when the enemy is already inside and indistinguishable from loyal crew until they reveal themselves through violence. Strategic objectives and tactical nightmares. While we've spent considerable time discussing the experience and tactics of corridor combat during boarding actions, it's crucial to understand that these operations aren't conducted merely for the sake of fighting. Every boarding action has objectives, strategic goals that justify the tremendous cost in lives and resources required to assault a void ship. Understanding these objectives and the challenges of achieving them provides important context for why boarding actions are conducted despite their horrific nature. The most straightforward objective for a boarding action is to capture the vessel intact. Void ships are valuable assets, and some are irreplaceable. Ancient vessels might incorporate technology that the Imperium can no longer manufacture. Ships blessed by the Mechanicus might contain sacred machinery whose machine spirits cannot be replicated. In these cases, simply destroying the vessel with torpedoes or lance fire isn't acceptable. The ship must be taken, which means boarding it, fighting through its defenders, and reaching critical control points that allow you to secure the vessel before its crew can scuttle it. The bridge is the obvious primary target for any boarding action aimed at capturing a vessel. This is where the ship is commanded from, where the captain and senior officers direct all operations. If you can take the bridge, you can potentially control the entire ship, assuming its systems are still functioning and the crew is willing to accept new management. But, as we discussed earlier, the bridge is typically the most heavily defended location on the ship, positioned deep within its superstructure and protected by multiple layers of security and sealed bulkheads. The route to the bridge becomes a nightmare of prepared defenses, with every corridor a kill zone and every junction a potential death trap. Even if you successfully fight your way to the bridge, taking it is only the beginning. You then need to secure your hold on the vessel, which means controlling other critical locations. The Engineerium is essential, containing the plasma reactors and warp drives that power the ship. Without control of engineering, the crew can shut down power or destroy the engines, rendering your capture of the bridge meaningless. The armory needs to be secured to prevent the crew from accessing heavy weapons or conducting organized resistance. Communications centers must be taken to prevent the crew from calling for help or coordinating their defense. The life support systems need to be controlled, both to ensure you can keep the ship's atmosphere stable and to prevent the crew from using those systems against you. This creates a fundamental problem for boarding forces. You can't achieve all these objectives simultaneously because you don't have unlimited troops. You must prioritize, deciding which objectives are most critical and accepting that others might not be taken in time. Do you push for the bridge first, hoping to decapitate the command structure, but risk the crew destroying the engines before you can secure them? Or do you split your forces, sending smaller teams to multiple objectives, but risk those teams being defeated in detail because they lack sufficient strength to overcome prepared defenses? The time pressure of boarding actions intensifies these decisions. Many vessels have self-destruct systems, and a captain who knows they're about to lose their ship will often activate these systems rather than allow the vessel to fall into enemy hands. This means you might have only minutes from the time you breach the hull to reach the bridge and prevent the captain from initiating self-destruct protocols. Every minute spent fighting through corridors, every delay caused by sealed bulkheads or fierce resistance, brings you closer to catastrophic failure, where the entire ship explodes with you still inside it. Some boarding actions have different objectives entirely. Rather than capturing the vessel, you might be tasked with destroying it from within. This seems counterintuitive. Why board a ship just to blow it up when you could simply destroy it with external fire? The answer lies in certainty and preventing enemy response. If you destroy a ship from outside with torpedoes and lances, you might damage it heavily, but not destroy it completely, leaving it crippled, but potentially salvageable. And the ship's crew has time to transmit final messages, to launch escape pods, to perform any number of actions before their death. But if you board the ship, fight to the reactor or ammunition magazines, place explosive charges and detonate them, you guarantee the ship's destruction and give the crew no opportunity to respond. These demolition missions are often suicide runs. The boarding team knows they might not have time to fight their way back to extraction points after planting the charges. They're accepting death as the likely outcome, making the mission one of pure dedication, where success is measured not in personal survival, but in achieving the objective at any cost. Such missions are typically given to the most fanatical troops, whether that's Space Marines who view death in the Emperor's service as the ultimate honor, or penal legions who see it as a chance to redeem themselves in death after lives of failure. Intelligence gathering is another common objective for boarding actions. An enemy vessel might contain information that's too valuable to lose. Codebooks, star charts, intelligence on enemy dispositions or plans, captured Imperial personnel who know sensitive information. In these cases, the objective isn't to take or destroy the ship. It's to reach specific locations, acquire the intelligence, and extract before the enemy can respond effectively. These missions require speed and precision rather than the grinding advance of a general assault. Small, elite teams are typically used, striking fast to their objectives and withdrawing before the defense can organize. The challenge with intelligence gathering missions is that you often don't know exactly where your objective is located. You might know it's somewhere in the administrative sections of the ship, but those sections might comprise dozens of decks and hundreds of compartments. You need to search while simultaneously fighting off defenders and working against a ticking clock, because the longer you're aboard, the more likely you are to be overwhelmed by responding enemy forces. And all the while, you need to worry about the enemy destroying the intelligence you're trying to capture. Smart commanders will have protocols to destroy sensitive materials if the ship is boarded, meaning you need to reach your objectives before those protocols are executed. Space Hulk missions deserve special mention because their objectives are unique and their challenges extreme. The Imperium sends boarding parties into Space Hulks primarily to search for ancient technology and archaeotech. These massive derelicts might contain ships that are thousands of years old, potentially housing technology from the dark age of technology that would be invaluable if recovered. But Space Hulks are also incredibly dangerous, infested with genestealers and other horrors, structurally unstable, and prone to slipping back into the warp without warning. The time pressure on Space Hulk missions is immense. A Hulk might only be in real space for days or even hours before it transitions back into the warp. If you're still aboard when that happens, you're lost, condemned to drift through the warp until you either die or the Hulk returns to real space at some random point in the future, assuming you somehow survive that long. This means every Space Hulk mission is a race against time, with boarding parties trying to locate valuable technology, extract it, and evacuate before the Hulk's warp drives activate. The tactical challenges of achieving objectives in any boarding action are compounded by the difficulty of maintaining coordination and communication. In conventional warfare, commanders have overwatch, aerial reconnaissance, communications networks that allow them to track the progress of their forces and adjust plans based on real-time intelligence. In boarding actions, none of this exists. Once your forces breach the hull and push into the enemy ship, you often lose direct communication with them. The ship's structure blocks Vox signals. Enemy jamming disrupts communications. Individual units become isolated, fighting their own battles with no awareness of how the larger operation is progressing. This means that boarding actions often devolve into a series of independent small unit actions rather than a coordinated assault. Squad leaders make their own tactical decisions based on local conditions. Units discover objectives that weren't part of the original plan and have to decide whether to pursue them or stick to their assigned missions. The chaos of it all means that successful boarding actions often succeed not through perfect execution of a plan, but through the aggregate of 1,000 individual decisions made by soldiers in the thick of combat who simply keep pushing forward despite not knowing the larger picture. Navigation itself becomes a challenge that can determine success or failure. Imperial void ships rarely have clear signage or maps that would help orient boarders. The corridors all look similar, the architecture is repetitive, and after fighting through dozens of identical passageways, it's easy to become lost. Some boarding forces bring specialist navigators or use Auspex equipment to track their position, but these methods are imperfect. Getting lost in an enemy ship during a boarding action is a death sentence. You exhaust your ammunition fighting through sections that don't bring you closer to your objectives. You become separated from your fellows. Eventually, you're surrounded and cut down, having achieved nothing. The psychological burden of these operations weighs heavily on the soldiers conducting them. You're advancing into unknown territory with unclear information about the layout, the defenses, or even whether your objectives are achievable. You're watching friends and brothers die around you with no certainty that their deaths are accomplishing anything meaningful. The mission parameters might change during the operation based on new information or changing circumstances, and you might not even know about it because communications are disrupted. You're simply told to keep fighting, to keep advancing, to trust that somewhere up the chain of command, someone knows what they're doing and that this nightmare you're living through serves some greater purpose. The aftermath: victory or death. Eventually, every boarding action reaches a conclusion. The attackers achieve their objectives, or they fail and die trying, or some middle ground is reached where partial success is deemed acceptable. But regardless of the outcome, the cost of void ship boarding actions in the 41st millennium is always measured in blood. Let's examine what happens when the fighting finally stops, or at least slows to the point where someone can claim victory. If the attackers achieve their primary objectives, if they capture the vessel or accomplish their mission and survive to see the end of it, they're left with the aftermath. Bodies litter the corridors, both friendly and enemy. The ship is damaged, systems offline or malfunctioning from combat damage. The atmosphere might be compromised in multiple sections. Fires might still be burning in compartments that haven't been reached. And there's the grim work of consolidation, securing the vessel fully, rooting out any remaining resistance, and beginning the process of restoration. The casualty rates of successful boarding actions are often appalling. Losses of 30 to 50% are not uncommon for the assaulting force, even in operations that are considered successful. These casualties are concentrated among the units that made the initial breach and led the advance, meaning that elite formations often suffer the worst losses. Space Marine companies that participate in boarding actions might lose significant portions of their strength, casualties that take decades to replace, given the time required to recruit and train new battle brothers. For the defending force, unsuccessful defense means death or capture for most of the crew. Those who survive the actual fighting often die in the aftermath as attackers conduct searches through the ship, rooting out anyone hiding in the countless compartments and passageways. The fate of captured crew depends on who has taken the ship. If it's other Imperial forces, You might survive to face interrogation and potential return to service, assuming you can prove you didn't surrender dishonorably. If Chaos forces have taken the ship, death would be preferable to what awaits you. If orcs or tyranids have boarded successfully, there are no survivors, just biomass to be consumed or more bodies to add to the horde. The ships themselves rarely survive boarding actions undamaged. The fighting tears through their interiors, damaging systems, breaching bulkheads, causing fires and explosive decompression. Even when the ship is captured relatively intact, it requires extensive repairs before it can be put back into service. These repairs might take months or years, depending on the severity of the damage and the availability of repair facilities. Some vessels are so badly damaged that they're written off entirely, relegated to salvage or scuttling despite the effort taken to capture them. There's also the grim calculus of whether boarding actions are worth conducting in the first place. The resources required to train and equip elite boarding troops are substantial. The losses suffered in these operations are difficult to replace. And the objectives achieved, while sometimes valuable, don't always justify the cost. This is why boarding actions are relatively rare in the grand scope of void warfare. Most combat between void ships is resolved through conventional weapons fire, with boarding reserved for special circumstances where the potential gain justifies the terrible cost. When boarding actions go badly for the attackers, when the mission fails and the boarding force is wiped out or forced to retreat, the lessons learned are written in blood. Failed boarding actions teach commanders about the challenges of these operations in the most brutal way possible. They reveal the inadequacies of doctrine, the limitations of equipment, the difficulty of achieving objectives against determined resistance in the confined spaces of void ship interiors. And they consume valuable troops whose training and experience are lost forever when they die in enemy corridors, far from any hope of recovery. Extraction from a successful boarding action is itself a challenge that's often underestimated. You've achieved your objectives, secured the critical locations, neutralized the defenders. Now you need to get your troops off the ship, either to return to your own vessels or to establish control if you're occupying the captured ship. But the routes you used to enter might no longer be viable. The boarding torpedoes are one-way craft, abandoned at their breach points. Assault boats that drop troops off need to return and extract them, but they might not be able to reach all the extraction points if some areas are still too hot with fighting or are blocked by damage. Sometimes units get left behind, cut off from extraction routes by enemy counterattacks or by ship damage that renders passages impassable. These soldiers face the choice of trying to fight their way to alternate extraction points or hunkering down to wait for rescue that might never come. Some survive through sheer determination, holding out in fortified positions until relief forces reach them. Others die alone in enemy corridors, their final stands unknown and unremembered because there's no one left to tell their stories. The psychological aftermath for survivors is rarely discussed in Imperial doctrine, but it's significant. Soldiers who have fought through boarding actions carry those experiences with them. The claustrophobia, the close-range violence, the uncertainty and fear, all of it leaves marks. Many develop what would be recognized as post-traumatic stress in other contexts, though the Imperium rarely acknowledges such conditions. Veterans of boarding actions often request assignment to any other duty rather than face another such mission. Even Space Marines, genetically engineered and psychologically conditioned to handle the stress of warfare, can be affected by particularly brutal boarding actions. The ships that survive boarding actions often bear scars that never fully heal. Sections that were vented to vacuum might not be fully repaired, left as dead zones in the ship's interior. Compartments where particularly fierce fighting occurred might be sealed off and declared cursed or haunted by superstitious crew. The machine spirits of ships that have been violated by enemy boarding are said to never quite recover, their functioning affected in subtle ways by the trauma of having been infiltrated and fought over. Whether there's any truth to this, or whether it's simply the result of imperfect repairs and battle damage that was never fully addressed, The end result is that ships that have been boarded are often considered unlucky or problematic by future crews. For Space Marine chapters, the loss of battle brothers in boarding actions has implications beyond the immediate tactical concerns. Each fallen Marine represents decades of training and genetic legacy lost. If the gene seed cannot be recovered because bodies are irretrievable in the aftermath of the action, it's a blow to the chapter's future. This is why some chapters are reluctant to commit to boarding actions unless absolutely necessary, preferring other methods of achieving their objectives that don't risk their precious gene seed in the meat grinder of shipboard combat. The Imperium as a whole treats boarding actions as necessary evils, operations that must sometimes be conducted despite their terrible cost because the alternatives are worse. The doctrines exist, the training is conducted, the specialized equipment is maintained, all in recognition that void ship boarding actions will continue to be necessary as long as humanity fights in space. But there's no glory in these operations the way there might be in conventional battles. They're dirty, brutal, grinding affairs where survival is often more about luck than skill, and where the only reward for success is that you live to face the same nightmare another day. In conclusion, we've journeyed through the nightmare that is void ship boarding actions in Warhammer 40,000, examining every aspect of this uniquely horrifying form of warfare. From the violence of the initial breach to the grinding combat in narrow corridors, from the environmental hazards that make ships death traps to the psychological toll of fighting in confined spaces against enemies that might be lurking around every corner, we've seen why these operations are among the most dreaded assignments in Imperial service. The reality of boarding actions defies romanticization. This is not warfare as glorious battle. This is combat at its most primal and claustrophobic, where all the advantages of technology and doctrine are stripped away, and what remains is simply the question of whether you have the courage and skill to walk into a kill zone and somehow survive to reach your objectives. The casualty rates speak for themselves. The psychological damage to survivors is profound. The ships themselves rarely survive undamaged, and yet these operations continue because sometimes they're the only way to achieve critical objectives. Because sometimes the value of capturing or destroying a ship from within justifies the terrible cost of doing so. For the soldiers who conduct boarding actions, whether they're Space Marines in power armor, Voidsmen at arms in their void suits, or any of the countless others who fight in ship corridors, each operation is a test of everything they are. It tests their courage, their faith in the Emperor, their trust in their squad mates, their willingness to walk into horror and keep fighting when every instinct screams at them to flee. Many fail this test and die as a result. Those who pass it are forever changed, carrying with them the memory of what it means to fight in the most hostile environment imaginable, inside a ship that's simultaneously a war machine, a habitat, and a tomb. The next time you look at the impressive void battles depicted in Warhammer 40,000 lore, the grand naval engagements with their lance strikes and torpedo spreads, remember that sometimes the outcome of these battles is determined not by the ships themselves, but by the actions of small groups of soldiers fighting and dying in corridors most people will never see. Remember the boarding torpedo crews riding missiles into enemy hulls. Remember the Voidsmen at arms defending their ships against impossible odds. Remember the Space Marines fighting through Genestealer-infested space hulks. Remember the countless unnamed soldiers who died in unnamed corridors aboard forgotten ships, their sacrifices enabling the Imperium to claim one more victory in a war that will never end. This is the reality of boarding actions in the grim darkness of the far future. This is what it means to fight in the void. This is the price that must be paid to wage war in space, where the battles take place, not on the hulls of ships, but within them, in a nightmare of narrow corridors, unknown enemies, and certain death awaiting those who falter for even a moment. If you found this deep dive into the horrifying reality of void ship boarding actions fascinating, and want to see more detailed explorations of Warhammer 40k lore, please like this video and subscribe to the channel. There's so much more to explore in the 41st millennium, and your support ensures we can continue bringing you these comprehensive, atmospheric looks into the darkness that defines the universe of Warhammer 40,000. In the perpetual darkness of the 41st millennium, where war consumes entire star systems and the laughter of thirsting gods echoes through the warp, there exists a species that thrives on conflict like no other. The orcs, those green-skinned fungal warriors, charge headlong into battles that would break the spirits of lesser races. They roar with glee as they hurl themselves into storms of gunfire, their crude weapons raised high, their tusked faces split with savage grins. Fear, as most species understand it, seems alien to the orc psyche. They embrace death in combat as merely another part of the greatest game in the galaxy, and when they fall laughing, convinced they will return for another go at the fighting. Yet even among this race of savage warriors who view existence itself as one endless, glorious brawl, there are moments when something fundamental shifts. There are encounters on the battlefield that penetrate even the thick-skulled confidence of the greenskins, forcing them to confront a reality that contradicts everything they believe about combat and conquest. These moments are rare, precious to those who fight against the green tide, and devastating to orc momentum. Among all the terrors that can break an orc charge, among all the weapons that can shatter their battle lust, few are as effective as the towering ancient war machines known as Space Marine dreadnoughts. The image of an orc retreating from battle seems almost contradictory to everything we know about these Xenos. After all, this is a species that actively seeks out the most dangerous fights they can find, that measures success not by survival, but by the quality of the scrap. An orc who dies in glorious combat is honored among his kind, while one who lives through a boring fight is pitied. They are creatures of pure aggression, their entire biology and culture shaped around the single purpose of warfare. The Wach, energy that binds them together, grows stronger with numbers and enthusiasm, creating a psychic feedback loop that makes large orc forces nearly immune to fear, doubt, or any sensible preservation instinct. But dreadnoughts represent something that defies even orc logic and enthusiasm. These walking tombs of ceramite and adamantium, piloted by the near-dead heroes of the Adeptus Astartes, combine everything that an orc finds difficult to process. They possess the size and strength that orcs respect and fear. They demonstrate a level of invulnerability that even the most enthusiastic orc cannot ignore. Most importantly, they embody an implacable, relentless quality that stands in stark contrast to the chaotic, emotional nature of orc warfare. Where an orc charges with wild abandon, a dreadnought advances with the inexorable patience of a glacier, crushing everything in its path with methodical precision. Understanding why orcs fear dreadnoughts in close combat requires us to delve deep into both species, to understand the peculiar psychology that makes orcs simultaneously the most fearless and most vulnerable warriors in the galaxy. It requires us to examine the nature of these ancient war machines, to understand what makes them uniquely terrifying, even among the countless horrors of the 41st millennium. And it requires us to look at the rare, precious moments when the unstoppable green tide finally meets something it cannot overcome through sheer enthusiasm and numbers. This is not simply a tale of one weapon system being superior to another in some abstract tactical sense. This is about the fundamental clash between two entirely different philosophies of war, two radically different ways of understanding violence and conflict. The orcs believe that enough enthusiasm and violence can overcome any obstacle, that the biggest and loudest always wins, that fighting itself is the ultimate purpose and joy of existence. Dreadnoughts, piloted by warriors who have already died once and been given the burden of fighting for centuries more, represent a commitment to duty and capability that transcends mere enthusiasm. They are violence refined, distilled down to its most efficient and terrifying form, stripped of all the chaos and joy that orcs find in battle. The orc mind. Understanding fearlessness and its limits. To understand what frightens an orc, we must first understand what makes them fearless in the first place. The orc species represents one of the galaxy's most successful and widespread examples of biological warfare engineering. Created by the ancient Old Ones as weapons in their war against the Necrons and the C'tan, orcs are not simply another intelligent species that happen to evolve toward violence. They are purpose-built killing machines, their every biological system optimized for combat and conquest, their psychology shaped to make them the perfect warriors. The orc life cycle begins with spores, microscopic fungal reproductive units that drift on the wind or are released when an orc dies. These spores grow in the soil, eventually producing first the diminutive snotlings, then the slightly larger Gretchen, and finally the orcs themselves. This reproductive system means that any world touched by orcs will continue producing them potentially forever, each new generation spawning from the corpses and cast-off spores of the previous one. It is a biological design of terrifying efficiency, creating warriors who require no childhood, no training, and no complex infrastructure to reach fighting capacity. But the true genius of orc design lies not in their physical form, but in their psychic nature. Every orc possesses a degree of latent psychic power, though in most individual orcs, this power manifests unconsciously and weakly. When orcs gather together, however, their collective psychic field strengthens dramatically, creating what they call the WAG. This is not merely a battle cry or a cultural concept, but an actual psychic phenomenon that shapes reality around orc populations. The WAG field makes orc technology function despite its crude construction. It strengthens orc confidence and resolve, and most importantly for our purposes, it creates a collective sense of invincibility that grows stronger with numbers. An orc fighting alone or in a small group will demonstrate something approaching normal self-preservation instincts. He will retreat from overwhelming odds, seek cover from incoming fire, and generally behave in ways that suggest he understands the concept of danger. But place that same orc among hundreds or thousands of his kind, let the WAG energy build to a fever pitch, and his behavior transforms entirely. Now he charges without hesitation into the most withering fire, convinced that he is invincible, that the enemy's weapons cannot possibly stop him, that victory is not just possible, but inevitable. This is not stupidity or ignorance, but a fundamental alteration of consciousness caused by psychic feedback. The Wah effect explains why orc armies often seem to operate with complete disregard for casualties or tactical sense. From an outside perspective, watching orcs charge across open ground directly into prepared defensive positions appears suicidal. But from within, the Wah, surrounded by roaring comrades and buoyed by collective psychic energy, each individual orc feels genuinely confident that he will survive, that he will reach the enemy and crush them in glorious combat. The deaths of his fellows barely register as warnings because the WAG energy insulates him from fear and doubt. This phenomenon creates a self-reinforcing cycle of aggression. As more orcs join a fight, the WAG grows stronger. As the WAG grows stronger, individual orcs become more fearless and aggressive. This increased aggression attracts more orcs to the fight, further strengthening the psychic field. A single orc warband can snowball into a massive invasion force through this mechanism, each victory adding to their confidence and drawing more greenskins to the growing Wah! Yet this system, for all its effectiveness, contains inherent vulnerabilities. The Wah effect requires continuous reinforcement through success and numbers. When an orc force begins to take heavy casualties without inflicting corresponding damage on the enemy, the collective confidence begins to waver. Individual orcs start to notice that their fellows are dying in large numbers. The psychic feedback loop that made them feel invincible begins to reverse, and doubt creeps in where there was previously only certainty. Orcs do not experience fear in the same way humans or other species do. They do not lie awake at night worrying about their mortality or questioning the purpose of their existence. But they do recognize when they are losing a fight, when the scrap is not fun anymore, when continuing to fight means certain death without the glorious combat they crave. In these moments, orcs can and do retreat, though they rationalize it differently than other species might. To an orc, running away is not defeat, but merely a tactical pause, a chance to come back later and have another go at the enemy. They do not see it as cowardice, but as common sense, preserving themselves for future fights rather than dying in a bad scrap. This distinction is crucial for understanding orc psychology. They are not truly fearless in the sense of being unable to feel fear. Rather, they experience something we might call combat calculation, a crude assessment of whether a fight is worth continuing or whether it might be better to leg it and try again later. A good fight, one where there is lots of violence and a reasonable chance of winning, will keep orcs engaged, even in the face of horrific casualties. A bad fight, one where they are simply being slaughtered without getting to inflict damage in return, will eventually cause even the most enthusiastic orcs to reconsider their participation. The key factor in breaking orc morale is not simply killing them in large numbers. Orcs expect to die in combat and accept it as part of the natural order. What breaks their spirits is killing them in ways that prevent them from fighting back effectively, that rob them of the joy of combat and the satisfaction of inflicting violence on their enemies. An orc who charges into a fortified position and dies trading blows with the defenders dies content. An orc who is cut down by artillery fire before ever reaching the enemy, or who is killed so quickly he never gets to swing his chopper, dies frustrated, and his death sends ripples of doubt through his comrades. This vulnerability in the orc psyche creates opportunities for their enemies. If you can show orcs that fighting you will not be the glorious scrap they crave, but instead a one-sided slaughter where they die without achieving anything, you can break even the largest. The trick is having a weapon or tactic that can deliver this message quickly and brutally enough to overcome the momentum of orc enthusiasm and collective psychic reinforcement. This is where dreadnoughts enter the equation, the walking tombs of the Adeptus Astartes. To understand why dreadnoughts are uniquely effective at breaking orc charges, we must first understand what these machines are and what they represent in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium. A Space Marine dreadnought is not simply a robot or a vehicle, but rather a fusion of warrior and weapon, a mobile shrine containing what remains of a hero who should have died but was deemed too valuable to lose. Space Marines are already among the most formidable warriors in the galaxy, enhanced far beyond baseline human capability through genetic engineering, surgical implantation of additional organs, and decades of brutal training. A single Space Marine represents years of investment and resources, a living weapon capable of turning the tide of entire campaigns. When such a warrior falls in battle, his chapter mourns the loss not just of a brother, but of irreplaceable combat capability and accumulated wisdom. Most Space Marines who suffer mortal wounds in combat die despite the incredible resilience their enhanced physiology provides. But occasionally, a warrior is injured so severely that death is certain, yet has not quite arrived, leaving a narrow window where the chapter's tech marines and apothecaries can intervene. If the fallen warrior's service record justifies the effort, if his tactical knowledge and combat experience are valuable enough, and if enough of his body remains intact to sustain brain function, he becomes a candidate for internment in a dreadnought. The process of creating a dreadnought is complex and painful, beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. The Space Marine's shattered body is stabilized, stripped of limbs and organs that cannot be saved. And what remains, usually little more than a torso and head, containing the brain and essential organs, is sealed within an armored sarcophagus filled with life-sustaining amniotic fluid. Direct neural connections, interface the warrior's mind with the dreadnought chassis, allowing him to perceive through its sensors and control its massive limbs as if they were his own body. The warrior becomes the machine, his consciousness the ghost in the shell, his will the animating force that turns tons of adamantium and ceramite into a weapon of terrifying capability. This transformation is considered a great honor by Space Marine chapters, a way for their greatest heroes to continue serving the Emperor even after mortal wounds would have claimed them. But it is also a terrible burden. The warrior within the dreadnought is forever separated from normal existence, unable to walk among his brothers as he once did, unable to experience the simple pleasures of physical existence. His world becomes one of sensor feeds and tactical data, his human form reduced to a few organs floating in preservative fluids, while his mind slowly erodes across centuries of service. Between deployments, most dreadnoughts are kept in stasis sleep to preserve their sanity. The mental strain of interfacing with such a large and complex machine, combined with the isolation and the slow realization that everyone they once knew has died while they endure, can drive dreadnought pilots mad. Even with stasis sleep, many dreadnoughts eventually lose their grip on sanity or their memories of who they were before internment. Ancient dreadnoughts, who have served for millennia, often display signs of severe mental degradation, their personalities compressed down to pure warrior instinct, their memories of their mortal existence faded to near nothing. Yet despite these psychological costs, dreadnoughts remain among the most effective weapons in the Space Marine arsenal. A standard castroferum pattern, dreadnought, the most common type deployed across the Imperium, stands approximately twice the height of a Space Marine and mounts a heavy ranged weapon on one arm and a massive close combat weapon on the other. This configuration makes dreadnoughts incredibly versatile, equally capable of providing heavy fire support or crushing enemies in melee combat. The physical specifications of a dreadnought are staggering. The chassis is constructed from adamantium, one of the hardest and most durable materials known to the Imperium, and plated with layers of ceramite armor that can withstand direct hits from anti-tank weapons. The dreadnought's internal systems include a powerful reactor that drives both its weapon systems and its mobility, synthetic muscle bundles made from electrofiber that provide strength far exceeding even a Space Marine's enhanced physiology, and redundant systems that allow it to continue functioning even after sustaining catastrophic damage. A dreadnought's dreadnought close combat weapon, typically a massive power fist or power claw, represents one of the most devastating melee weapons in existence. Unlike the man-portable power fists used by Terminators and other elite infantry, a dreadnought's power fist has no practical size or weight limitations. The dreadnought's massive frame and powerful servos can swing a weapon weighing several tons with the same ease that a human might swing a sword. This weapon is not just large, but also generates a powerful disruption field that tears apart molecular bonds in whatever it strikes, allowing it to shear through armor plate as if it were paper. The combination of size, weight, and disruption field technology makes a dreadnought's punch capable of destroying tanks in a single blow. Enemy vehicles struck by a dreadnought power fist are typically torn open, their armor crumpled like tin, their internal structure collapsed. Infantry caught in the path of such a weapon are not simply killed, but obliterated, their bodies reduced to unrecognizable pulp by forces that would make a hydraulic press seem gentle. The dreadnought can grab enemies with its fists clamping fingers and literally crush them to death, or it can sweep its arm in wide arcs that clear entire areas of enemy troops. Beyond their physical capabilities, dreadnoughts carry psychological weight that amplifies their battlefield effectiveness. Each dreadnought is a venerated hero of its chapter, a warrior who has served for decades or even centuries, accumulating combat experience that spans multiple lifetimes. When a dreadnought speaks, it does so with the voice of the chapter's history, recounting battles fought before the current generation of Marines was even recruited. This gives dreadnoughts an almost mystical quality among space marines, who revere them as living connections to their chapters past and as repositories of tactical wisdom. For enemies of the Imperium, dreadnoughts represent something different, but equally terrifying. They are proof that even death cannot stop the Emperor's warriors, that the Imperium's commitment to humanity's survival transcends individual mortality. To face a dreadnought is to confront a being that has already died once, that has nothing left to lose, that fights not out of survival instinct, but out of duty and purpose, refined across lifetimes of warfare. This makes dreadnoughts utterly implacable opponents, immune to the psychological tactics that might work on ordinary soldiers or even regular space marines. The various patterns of dreadnought deployed across the Imperium offer different specializations and capabilities, but all share certain characteristics. The ancient Contemptor pattern, dating back to the Great Crusade, is faster and more agile than later designs, while mounting equally impressive firepower. The massive Leviathan pattern is specifically designed for siege warfare, mounting heavy armor and devastating short-range weapons that can tear through fortifications and enemy armor with equal ease. The newer Redemptor pattern, designed for Primaris Space Marines, sacrifices pilot longevity for increased combat capability, burning through its occupant's life force more quickly, but providing enhanced firepower and resilience in exchange. Each pattern represents a different solution to the same fundamental challenge: how to take a mortally wounded warrior and transform him into a weapon capable of turning the tide of battle. The variations in approach reflect different priorities and available technologies, but the core concept remains constant. A dreadnought is a warrior who has transcended physical limitations, who has been reborn as something that blurs the line between man and machine, organic and mechanical, living and dead. The physics of dreadnought dominance. When an orc charges toward a dreadnought, he does so with the absolute confidence that comes from the WAG field and his own considerable physical power. Orcs are large, typically standing between 6 and 8 feet tall when fully grown, and they possess natural strength that exceeds most other species. A big war boss, one who has grown large through countless victories, might stand even taller and possess the raw power to tear apart lesser enemies with his bare hands. An orc's natural confidence tells him that if he can just get close enough to hit the enemy, his strength will prevail. This confidence is usually well-founded when facing most opponents. Orc strength is legendary throughout the galaxy. They can shrug off wounds that would kill most species. Their pain tolerance is phenomenal, and their enthusiasm for combat gives them an edge in close quarters that terrifies most enemies. An orc mob charging into melee range represents one of the most dangerous forces in conventional warfare, a green wave of violence that can overwhelm even well-prepared defensive positions through sheer momentum and ferocity. But dreadnoughts operate on an entirely different scale of physical power. A standard Castroferum pattern. Dreadnought stands approximately 3 to 4 meters tall, meaning it towers over even the largest orc warboss. This height advantage is not merely intimidating, but provides significant tactical benefits. The dreadnought can see over obstacles that would block an orc's view, can bring its weapons to bear on elevated positions, and can step over barriers that would halt an orc's charge. The psychological effect of fighting an enemy that literally looms over you, that you must crane your neck to see the top of, cannot be understated. More important than height is mass. A dreadnought weighs several tons, its chassis constructed from some of the densest and most durable materials available to the Imperium. When a dreadnought moves forward, it does so with the inexorable momentum of a tank, each step leaving deep impressions in the ground. This mass gives it stability that no organic creature can match. An orc might charge into a dreadnought at full speed, might try to knock it over or push it back, and will find himself bouncing off as if he had run into a wall. The dreadnought barely registers the impact. The strength differential is even more extreme. Orc strength is impressive by biological standards, allowing them to wield weapons that would crush a human and to tear through light armor with their hands. But a dreadnought's strength is mechanical, driven by powerful servo motors and hydraulic systems that generate forces measured in tons. A dreadnought can lift and throw objects weighing hundreds of kilograms as if they were toys. When that strength is focused through a close combat weapon designed specifically for destroying armored targets, the results are devastating beyond anything an orc could hope to achieve. Consider the physical reality of a dreadnought power fist striking an orc. The fist itself is massive, large enough that it could grip an orc's entire torso in its mechanical fingers. The servo motors driving the arm accelerate this mass to speeds that create impacts measured in multiple tons of force. The disruption field surrounding the fist tears apart molecular bonds on contact, meaning that even a glancing blow can shatter bones and rupture organs. When such a weapon strikes an orc squarely, the result is not simply death, but catastrophic physical destruction. An orc hit by a dreadnought power fist does not fall wounded. He explodes. His body, tough as it is by biological standards, cannot withstand forces designed to penetrate tank armor. The impact pulverizes bones, ruptures every organ simultaneously, and often literally tears the orc's body in half from the sheer kinetic energy transfer. Orcs nearby who witness this destruction cannot rationalize it away or convince themselves that they could survive such a blow. The physical evidence is too clear, too immediate, too visceral to deny. This overwhelming physical superiority extends to the dreadnought's defensive capabilities as well. Orc weapons, crude but effective against most enemies, find themselves utterly inadequate when faced with dreadnought armor. A typical orc slugger or shooter, a heavy pistol or rifle by human standards, fires large caliber projectiles with significant kinetic energy. These weapons can punch through the armor of lighter vehicles and can certainly kill unarmored infantry, but against dreadnought armor, they are little more than irritants. The ceramite armor plating that covers a dreadnought is designed to withstand anti-tank weaponry. Its composition includes ceramic compounds that disperse kinetic energy and heat, backed by layers of adamantium that provide structural strength. The armor is thick, measured in centimeters or even tens of centimeters in critical areas, and is sloped to deflect incoming fire rather than absorbing it directly. When orc small arms fire strikes this armor, the bullets simply flatten against it or ricochet off, leaving perhaps small scorch marks but causing no meaningful damage. Even heavier orc weapons struggle against dreadnought defenses. Big shooters, the heavy machine guns favored by orc mobs, fire larger rounds at higher velocities than basic orc firearms. These weapons can shred light vehicles and make short work of infantry and cover, but against a dreadnought, they achieve little more than the smaller weapons do. The rounds impact the armor with impressive-looking flashes and bangs, but fail to penetrate. An orc firing a big shooter at a dreadnought might as well be throwing rocks at a bunker for all the good it does him. Rocket launchers, orc rocket launchers that fire crude but effective anti-armor missiles, represent more serious threats. These weapons can destroy light vehicles and damage heavier armor with direct hits. But even rockets often fail to penetrate dreadnought armor, especially when they strike the thickest plating. The orc-made warheads, while powerful, lack the sophisticated penetration mechanisms of Imperial or other advanced civilizations' anti-tank weapons. They explode against the dreadnought's hull with impressive force, but often fail to breach the armor beneath. This invulnerability to most orc weaponry creates a feedback loop of psychological pressure. Orcs watch their shots bounce harmlessly off the dreadnought's armor. They see their comrades firing everything they have at the advancing machine with no visible effect. The wah field that normally sustains their confidence begins to crack as the evidence of futility accumulates. If their weapons cannot hurt the enemy, if their strength cannot match it, if their numbers mean nothing against something that shrugs off everything they can throw at it, then what chance do they have? The dreadnought's stride itself becomes a psychological weapon. It does not rush forward in a chaotic charge like an orc. It advances with steady, measured steps, each footfall shaking the ground, each movement deliberate and purposeful. This mechanical patience is deeply unsettling to orcs, whose entire experience of combat revolves around chaos, speed, and enthusiasm. The dreadnought's slow advance suggests that it has all the time in the world, that nothing the orcs do can stop or even slow it, that their fate is inevitable and they are merely delaying the moment when the machine reaches them. As the dreadnought closes to melee range, the differential in physical capability becomes even more apparent. Orcs, who have spent their entire lives believing that size and strength determine victory, suddenly confront an enemy that dwarfs them in both categories. The psychological impact of this realization, combined with the visual evidence of orcs being literally pulverized by the dreadnought's blows, can break even the strongest wag field. Fear, that emotion orcs rarely experience, begins to creep into their consciousness as they realize they are not fighting another warrior, but facing an unstoppable killing machine. The ancient wisdom versus savage enthusiasm. Beyond the raw physical capabilities that make dreadnoughts so formidable, there exists another dimension to their effectiveness that is perhaps even more devastating to orc psychology. The vast gulf in combat experience and tactical acumen between the pilot of a dreadnought and even the most veteran orc warrior. This disparity represents not merely years or decades of additional training, but often centuries of accumulated battlefield knowledge, refined across thousands of engagements and distilled into an almost instinctive understanding of warfare. When an orc charges into battle, he brings with him the accumulated knowledge of his species, the genetic memories encoded in his fungal DNA that tell him how to fight, how to use weapons, and how to recognize tactical situations. This innate knowledge is remarkable in its own right, allowing orcs to be effective warriors from the moment they emerge from their spore growth. An orc knows how to swing a chopper, how to fire a gun, and how to recognize when to charge without ever being taught these things. The knowledge is simply there, part of his fundamental nature. As orcs survive battles and grow larger, they accumulate additional practical experience. A veteran orc who has fought in dozens of scraps develops instincts about battlefield positioning, about when to press an attack and when to fall back temporarily, about how to maximize damage while minimizing risk. The biggest orcs, those who have risen to become war bosses or nobs, are survivors of countless battles, having demonstrated not just strength, but also a degree of tactical cunning that allowed them to succeed where others failed. Yet even the most experienced orc war boss, one who has led dozens of successful wags and conquered multiple worlds, typically has only a few decades of accumulated combat experience at most. Orcs who survive that long are rare, as their culture constantly involves them in dangerous fights, and their biology drives them to seek ever more challenging combat. A truly ancient orc war boss might have 50 or even 100 years of experience, making him a formidable and cunning opponent by any standard. Compare this to a space marine dreadnought who has served for 5 centuries, awoken from stasis for dozens of different campaigns, his memory stretching back through 500 years of continuous warfare. Consider the breadth of experience this represents. That dreadnought has fought on hundreds of different worlds, against countless different enemies, in every type of terrain and tactical situation imaginable. He has seen orc wags rise and fall. He has studied how they fight, identified their patterns and weaknesses, and developed counter-tactics refined across lifetimes of implementation. This ancient warrior has observed the evolution of orc tactics across centuries. He can recognize which orc clan he faces by their equipment and behavior, can predict their likely strategic choices based on the disposition of their forces, and can exploit the predictable patterns that orcs fall into despite their individual variation. Where an orc warboss might draw on decades of experience, the dreadnought draws on centuries. Where the orc relies on instinct and cunning, The dreadnought operates from a foundation of systematic knowledge so vast, it approaches precognition in its effectiveness. The tactical superiority this experience provides manifests in countless subtle ways during combat. The dreadnought knows exactly where to position itself to maximize the disruption of orc charges. It understands how to prioritize targets, taking out nobs and other leaders whose deaths will cause maximum morale damage to the surrounding orcs. It can identify which orcs in a mob are the most dangerous, which are the most enthusiastic, and therefore most sustaining the war field, and eliminate them with surgical precision, even amidst the chaos of close combat. More importantly, the dreadnought pilot understands orc psychology in ways that the orcs themselves do not fully grasp. He knows that orcs grow in confidence and effectiveness when packed together, so he targets the densest concentrations of greenskins to maximize casualties per attack. He understands that orcs who watch their fellows die without being able to retaliate effectively will begin to lose heart, so he makes his kills as spectacular and demoralizing as possible. He recognizes that killing orc leadership causes cascading failures in their command structure, so he prioritizes high-value targets even when other orcs present more immediate threats. This systematic understanding of how to break orc morale represents knowledge that took centuries to accumulate and refine. It is the difference between a predator that hunts by instinct and one that has studied its prey for lifetimes, learning every weakness, every predictable response, every vulnerability in their psychology and tactics. The orc charges with enthusiasm and genetic knowledge. The dreadnought counters with a depth of experience that makes the engagement fundamentally asymmetric. The psychological impact on orcs when they encounter this level of tactical superiority is profound. Orcs understand strength, they respect size, and they can appreciate good fighting. But they struggle to comprehend an enemy that seems to predict their every move, that always positions itself optimally, that never makes the mistakes that orcs expect enemies to make. It creates a sensation that even orcs, with their limited capacity for introspection, find deeply unsettling. The feeling that they are not fighting another warrior, but rather being systematically dismantled by something that understands them better than they understand themselves. This manifests in small moments during combat that accumulate into overwhelming psychological pressure. An orc swings his chopper at what he thinks is an opening in the dreadnought's defense, only to have his blow anticipated and countered before it can land. Another orc tries to flank the dreadnought, thinking he has found a blind spot, only to be crushed by a backhand blow that suggests the machine was aware of his position the entire time. A nob attempts to rally his boys for a coordinated attack, only to be specifically targeted and eliminated by the dreadnought before he can organize the assault. These individual failures might seem minor, but to orcs, they represent something deeply wrong with the situation. Orcs expect combat to be chaotic, to involve luck and chance as much as skill. The dreadnought's methodical dismantling of their attacks, its apparent ability to be everywhere it needs to be and counter everything they try, suggests a level of control over the battle that violates orc assumptions about how fights work. It is not just that they are losing, it is that they are losing in a way that makes no sense to them, where their usual tactics and instincts seem useless. The vox-amplified voice of the dreadnought adds another dimension to this psychological warfare. When a dreadnought speaks, it does so through external speakers in a mechanical, distorted voice that carries clearly across the battlefield. Many dreadnoughts, drawing on centuries of experience, use this capability strategically. They issue threats not as expressions of anger, but as tactical tools designed to break enemy morale. A dreadnought might announce in calm, mechanical tones that the orcs before it will all die today, that their war ends here, that they face an enemy they cannot defeat. These pronouncements carry weight because they come from a source that has already demonstrated its superiority. When a dreadnought makes such a claim, it does so not as bravado, but as statement of fact, backed by 500 years of battlefield dominance. The mechanical voice strips away any hint of uncertainty or bluff. There is no emotion in it, no doubt, no fear of the orcs or concern about whether the statement is true. It simply states the reality as the ancient warrior sees it, with all the confidence of centuries behind the words. Orcs, for all their bluster and enthusiasm, can recognize when they face a superior opponent. Their culture revolves around respecting strength and size, and a dreadnought embodies both qualities to an extent that even the biggest war boss cannot match. When that physically superior opponent also demonstrates tactical dominance, when it shows through its actions that it understands the battle better than the orcs do, when it makes pronouncements with absolute certainty about their impending defeat, even the WAG field begins to crack under the psychological pressure. The sound and fury of mechanical warfare. There is a particular auditory signature to a dreadnought in combat that contributes significantly to its psychological impact on orc forces. The sounds of warfare vary tremendously depending on the weapons and armies involved. Orc combat is loud in a chaotic way, a cacophony of roaring engines, crude shooters firing without rhythm, choppers clanging against armor, and above all else, the continuous bellowing of orc voices raised in their battle cries. This noise is part of what makes orc combat so psychologically effective against many enemies. The sheer volume of sound, the constant roaring and clanging, can be overwhelming to those unprepared for it. But a dreadnought introduces sounds that cut through even orc noise in ways that register on a primal level. The most characteristic is the servo motor whine, the high-pitched mechanical scream that accompanies every movement of the dreadnought's limbs. These sounds are not random, but precisely tied to the machine's actions. When the dreadnought raises its power fist to strike, the servos wind up with an ascending whine that peaks just before impact. That sound becomes a warning, a half-second notice that death is about to fall on whatever the dreadnought has targeted. Orcs quickly learn to associate this servo whine with the death of their comrades. Every time they hear that characteristic sound, they see an orc pulverized or torn apart by the dreadnought's weapons. The sound becomes a Pavlovian trigger, creating an involuntary fear response that bypasses the conscious mind. Even orcs caught in the fury of the wah, their enthusiasm at maximum levels, cannot help but flinch when they hear the servo motors wind up for another strike. Their bodies recognize the sound as a threat signal, even when their conscious minds remain committed to the fight. The footsteps of a dreadnought create another layer of psychological pressure. Each step produces a heavy mechanical thud that can be felt as much as heard. The ground shakes slightly with each footfall, a tactile reminder of the machine's massive weight. The rhythm of these steps is relentlessly steady, maintaining the same pace regardless of what happens around the dreadnought. Incoming fire does not make it falter. Orcs charging at it do not cause it to rush or retreat. The footsteps just continue, boom, 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 marking the inevitable approach of something that cannot be stopped or deflected. This auditory steadiness contrasts sharply with the chaotic sounds of orc warfare. Where orc movement is unpredictable, surging forward in rushes and then pausing, the dreadnought's advance is metronomic. Where orc weapons fire in random bursts, the dreadnought's weapons discharge with careful aim. Where orcs roar and bellow in voices that crack and vary, the dreadnought's vox speakers emit words in a steady mechanical rasp that never changes in tone or volume. This contrast makes the dreadnought seem less like a living opponent and more like a force of nature, an inevitability rather than an enemy that can be fought and beaten. The weapon's fire adds its own psychological dimensions. A dreadnought-mounted assault cannon, one of the most common ranged weapons for these machines, produces a distinctive sound when it fires. Unlike the scattered pops of orc shooters, the assault cannon creates a continuous buzzsaw roar as it spews out hundreds of heavy rounds per minute. The sound is uniform and sustained, lasting seconds at a time, rather than coming in discrete bursts. When orcs hear this sound, they know that somewhere in their formation, multiple greenskins are being shredded by a stream of fire that does not miss, does not jam, and does not stop until the target is destroyed. Heavy flamers mounted on dreadnoughts add the roar of igniting promethium to the battlefield soundscape. This is not the crackling of conventional flames, but a deeper, more aggressive sound, the whoosh of fuel being projected under high pressure and ignited at range. Orcs hit by dreadnought flamers do not die quietly. They scream as the promethium clings to them and burns through their tough skin, creating sounds of agony that carry clearly across the battlefield and remind every orc within hearing that the dreadnought can kill them from range as easily as in melee. But perhaps the most psychologically effective sound a dreadnought makes is the one that occurs when its power fist connects with an orc. There is a distinctive crack-squelch combination, the sound of bones shattering and flesh pulping simultaneously, followed sometimes by the clang of the impact against the orc's crude armor. This sound is organic and mechanical mixed together, visceral in a way that bypasses rational thought and triggers instinctive revulsion. Orcs hearing this sound know, without needing to see, that one of their number has just been obliterated. The accumulation of these sounds creates an auditory profile that orcs come to associate with defeat and death. The servo whine means an attack is coming. The footsteps mean the dreadnought is approaching. The assault cannon roar means orcs are dying at range. The power fist impact sounds mean death in melee. Together, these sounds form a symphony of mechanical violence that penetrates even the bloodlust of the wag and creates a sense of impending doom. Orcs who have fought dreadnoughts before and survived carry these sound memories with them. When these veterans hear a dreadnought on a new battlefield, their bodies react before their minds fully process what is happening. The veteran orcs tense, their enthusiasm dims slightly, and most critically, their fear can infect other orcs around them through the whack field. A mob that contains veterans who fear dreadnoughts enters combat with their collective confidence already compromised, making them more vulnerable to breaking when the dreadnought begins its inevitable work. This auditory dimension of dreadnought warfare is not accidental. Many veteran dreadnought pilots deliberately use sound as a psychological weapon. They know that their servo motors, their footsteps, their weapons all create distinctive sounds that terrify enemies who have fought dreadnoughts before. Some pilots even modulate their vox speaker output to maximize intimidation, lowering the pitch of their mechanical voices, or adding reverb effects that make them sound even less human and more like machines given voice. The goal is not simply to kill enemies, but to create an atmosphere of fear that breaks enemy formations before physical combat even begins. A dreadnought that can terrify enemies into routing early saves itself the effort of physically destroying them, conserves ammunition, and can redirect its attention to other targets. The sounds it makes serve this purpose by creating associations between specific noises and certain death, training enemies through repeated exposure to fear the dreadnought's presence on an instinctive level that bypasses conscious thought. For orcs, whose entire psychology revolves around confidence and aggression, having their bodies betray them with fear, responses to mere sounds is particularly devastating. It contradicts everything they believe about themselves as warriors. An orc who finds himself tensing at the sound of servo motors, who feels his enthusiasm waver when he hears those mechanical footsteps, experiences a crisis of identity. He is supposed to be fearless, to laugh in the face of danger, to relish combat regardless of the odds. Yet his body tells him to flee, to get away from whatever is making those terrible sounds, and this internal conflict paralyzes his ability to fight effectively. When the green tide breaks, the psychological collapse of an orc is not a subtle process. Unlike human armies that might gradually lose cohesion or experience slow erosion of morale, orcs fight with absolute commitment until a critical threshold is reached, after which their formation can shatter with startling suddenness. Understanding this binary nature of orc morale, how it remains solid until it catastrophically fails, is essential to understanding why dreadnoughts are so effective at breaking greenskin charges. The Wah field that binds orc forces together and sustains their aggression functions like a psychic dam. As long as the dam holds, the collective enthusiasm remains strong, casualties are shrugged off, and the green tide continues forward with undiminished ferocity. Orcs drawing on this field feel invincible, certain of victory, convinced that nothing can stop them. This confidence is self-reinforcing because each orc's enthusiasm feeds into the collective field, which in turn strengthens the resolve of every other orc in range. It is a positive feedback loop that makes orc mobs extraordinarily resistant to normal morale effects. But dams, no matter how strong, have breaking points. For an orc, wag! That breaking point occurs when the accumulated evidence of failure becomes too overwhelming for even the psychic field to rationalize away. It happens when too many orcs have died without inflicting corresponding casualties, when their weapons have proven useless, when their strength has been demonstrated insufficient, when the enemy they face cannot be overcome through any means available to them. At this moment, doubt enters the collective consciousness. This doubt spreads through the field like cracks spreading through ice under pressure. One orc begins to question whether the fight is worth continuing. His doubt weakens his contribution to the collective field. This weakening allows another orc to notice the mounting casualties and feel fear. That fear further weakens the field, which allows more orcs to recognize the hopelessness of their situation. What begins as isolated doubts in a few individuals quickly cascades into collective panic as the feedback loop that sustained their courage reverses and begins amplifying their fear instead. Dreadnoughts are particularly effective at triggering this cascade because they attack the field's fundamental assumptions. Orcs believe that size and strength determine victory. A dreadnought is bigger and stronger than them. Orcs believe that enthusiasm and aggression can overcome any obstacle. A dreadnought demonstrates that enthusiasm means nothing against sufficient armor and firepower. Orcs believe that there is always a way to hurt the enemy if you just hit them hard enough. A dreadnought proves them wrong by shrugging off everything they can throw at it. Each of these contradictions to orc beliefs weakens the wag field. But dreadnoughts do not simply contradict these beliefs in abstract terms. They provide visceral, immediate demonstrations that force orcs to confront the falseness of their assumptions. When an orc charges a dreadnought with all his strength and is battered aside like an insect, every orc who witnesses it must reconsider his belief in the supremacy of orc strength. When a mob empties their entire ammunition supply into a dreadnought and fails to even slow it down, they cannot maintain the belief that they can hurt anything with enough firepower. The visual impact of watching the dreadnought systematically kill orcs without taking meaningful damage itself accelerates this process. Orcs are not philosophers or intellectuals who deal in abstractions. They understand reality through direct, visceral experience. When they see an orc get pulverized by a power fist, when they watch a flamer reduce a dozen boys to charred corpses in seconds, when they observe the dreadnought walking through a fusillade of gunfire as if it were a light rain, these observations cannot be rationalized away or dismissed. The evidence is too immediate and too overwhelming. Leadership casualties compound the morale damage. In orc society, the biggest and strongest lead because they can physically dominate other orcs, and because their size provides evidence of combat success. When a dreadnought kills an orc nob or war boss, it does more than simply remove a tactical commander from the battlefield. It demonstrates that even the biggest, most successful orcs are helpless against the dreadnought. If the leaders, those who are supposed to be the toughest and most capable fighters, cannot hurt the dreadnought and get killed effortlessly when they try, what hope do the regular boys have? This creates a leadership void at precisely the moment when the orc mob most needs direction. Smaller orcs, who were taking orders from the now dead nob, suddenly must decide for themselves what to do. Some might try to step up and take charge, but they lack the size and established dominance to immediately command respect. Others look around for another leader to follow and find only confusion and chaos. This leadership vacuum makes the mob vulnerable to the panic that is already spreading through their ranks. The moment when the wag breaks is often visible even from a distance. The green tide that was surging forward with apparently unlimited enthusiasm suddenly hesitates. Individual orcs begin backing away from the dreadnought, even while others continue trying to attack it. The coherent roar of orc voices fractures into individual shouts and screams. The mob that had been packed tightly together, deriving strength from proximity, begins to spread out as individual orcs try to put distance between themselves and the threat. Then someone runs. It might be an orc who has taken heavy casualties to his squad, or one who just watched the dreadnought kill a respected nob, or simply one whose nerve finally failed under the accumulated stress. That orc turns and legs it, running away from the dreadnought as fast as his massive frame can carry him. This single act of flight is like breaking a dam. Other orcs, already on the edge of panic, see their comrade fleeing and decide to do likewise. Within seconds, individuals fleeing becomes groups running, which becomes the entire mob rooting in disorder. This rooting process is actually rational from an orc perspective, even if it looks like panic to outside observers. Orcs do not see retreating as true defeat. In their worldview, running away from a bad fight just means they can come back later and have another go when the circumstances are better. An orc who roots from a dreadnought is not admitting he could never beat it, just acknowledging that he cannot beat it right now with the resources available. He is preserving himself for future fights where he might have better chances. But while this rationalization might protect an orc's self-image, it does not change the tactical reality. A rooting orc mob is no longer an effective combat force. The orcs are fleeing in panic, not conducting an organized withdrawal. They abandon equipment. They do not cover each other's retreat. They simply run. Many will be cut down by ranged fire as they flee. Others will scatter so widely that they effectively remove themselves from the battle, even if they survive. The coherent "Wah!" that threatened to overwhelm defensive positions minutes ago dissolves into individuals and small groups concerned only with their own survival. The psychological impact on these rooting orcs extends beyond the immediate battle. Orcs who have fled from a dreadnought carry that memory with them. The next time they encounter a dreadnought, even in a different battle with different circumstances, that memory colors their response. They remember how helpless they felt, how ineffective their weapons were, how their strongest warriors died without slowing the machine. This memory makes them more likely to break again, reducing the amount of pressure needed to trigger their flight response. Over time, orc forces that repeatedly encounter dreadnoughts and suffer defeats can develop what might be called institutional fear of these machines. The orcs pass on their experiences to newer greenskins, warning them about the walking dead things that cannot be hurt and kill with one punch. These warnings, meant to prepare younger orcs for what they might face, instead prime them to fear dreadnoughts even before the first encounter. When these orcs finally do face a dreadnought, they enter combat with their confidence already compromised, making them even more vulnerable to breaking. Space Marine chapters that regularly fight orcs understand this dynamic and leverage it deliberately. They deploy dreadnoughts not just as tactical assets, but as psychological warfare tools designed specifically to break orc morale. A single dreadnought, positioned correctly, can halt an entire orc assault by triggering the cascade of fear that shatters the WAG field. This force multiplication effect makes dreadnoughts extraordinarily valuable in anti-orc operations, worth far more than their already considerable direct combat capability would suggest. The contrast with how orcs respond to other threats is instructive. Orcs will fight against overwhelming odds, will charge into prepared defensive positions,
will assault fortified bunkers with nothing but their choppers, all without breaking. They will take horrific casualties and keep coming as long as they believe they have some chance of victory, some way to hurt the enemy. But
against dreadnoughts, this usual orc fearlessness proves fragile because the dreadnought removes the fundamental conditions that sustain orc courage. The Deaf Dread paradox. One of the most interesting aspects of orc fear of Space Marine dreadnoughts is that orcs build their own version of walking armored combat platforms in the form of Deaf Dreads. These orc war machines superficially resemble Space Marine dreadnoughts, being bipedal walkers armed with multiple weapons and providing their pilots with significant protection. The existence of Deaf Dreads might suggest that orcs understand the value of such machines and should not fear Space Marine versions. Yet the reality demonstrates exactly why Space Marine dreadnoughts are so much more terrifying than their orc equivalents. A Deaf Dread is created when an orc pilot volunteers to be permanently hardwired into a walking war machine by a painboy and mechboy working together. This is not a small commitment. The orc must give up his normal life, his ability to move freely among his fellows, even much of his natural orkiness, in exchange for becoming one of the biggest and most dangerous combatants in the warband. Many orcs volunteer for this process because being encased in a Deaf Dread makes them proper Ard and gives them access to more Daka than they could ever carry as regular orcs. The typical Deaf Dread bristles with weapons, often mounting up to 4 different weapon systems on its various arms and sponsons. It might carry a combination of big shooters for laying down suppressive fire, rockets for destroying vehicles, scorchers for dealing with infantry, and massive power claws for tearing apart enemies in melee. This loadout makes Deaf Dreads formidable opponents and valued assets in any orc. Wow! When they work properly, Deaf Dreads can wade into combat and cause tremendous damage before anyone manages to bring them down. But when they work properly is a crucial qualifier for any orc technology, and Deaf Dreads are no exception to the usual reliability issues that plague orc equipment. Built from scrap metal, held together by crude welds and the unconscious psychic field that makes orc technology function at all, Deaf Dreads are prone to mechanical failures, weapon jams, and structural collapses. The orc pilot's cybernetic connection to the machine can malfunction, causing him to lose control or experience agonizing feedback. The power plant might surge or fail entirely. The weapons might explode rather than fire. More fundamentally, the quality of construction and materials used in a Deaf Dread cannot compare to Space Marine dreadnought engineering. Where a Space Marine dreadnought is built from adamantium and ceramite by tech priests who follow patterns that date back to the dark age of technology, a Deaf Dread is slapped together from whatever scrap metal the mechboy can find. Where the Space Marine dreadnought's armor can withstand direct hits from anti-tank weapons, the Deaf Dread's armor, while thick, is often full of weak points where different plates are joined together inadequately. Where the Space Marine dreadnought's weapons are precision-manufactured instruments of war, the Deaf Dread's weapons are crude copies built without detailed understanding of why certain design features matter. The pilots present an even more dramatic contrast. A Space Marine dreadnought is piloted by a veteran hero of the chapter, often one who has served for decades or centuries before his internment, and continues to accumulate combat experience across potentially millennia of service. These pilots are tactical geniuses, masters of warfare who understand not just how to fight, but why certain tactics work, and how to adapt them to any situation. They are supported by centuries of chapter history and tactical doctrine, able to draw on accumulated wisdom that spans their entire chapter's existence. An Orc Deaf Dread pilot, by contrast, is just an orc who volunteered to get stuffed into a metal can. He might be a particularly enthusiastic orc, or one who is slightly crazy even by orc standards, but he is still operating on the same basic orc instincts and knowledge as his non-entombed fellows. He has no sophisticated training, no centuries of accumulated wisdom, no tactical doctrine beyond charge forward and crump things. The process of being cybernetically hardwired into the Def Dread often drives the pilot at least partially insane, making them even less capable of sophisticated tactical thinking than they were before. This difference in pilot quality manifests immediately in how the two types of walkers fight. A Space Marine dreadnought positions itself carefully, uses terrain to its advantage, coordinates with supporting forces, and selects targets based on tactical priorities. A Def Dread charges forward in whatever direction seems to have the most enemies, firing all its weapons simultaneously at anything that moves, and attacks with the same chaotic enthusiasm as any other orc. The Def Dread might cause significant damage through sheer volume of fire and the momentum of its charge, but it is not fighting smart, merely fighting hard. When a Def Dread faces a Space Marine dreadnought, the disparity becomes painfully obvious. The Space Marine dreadnought recognizes the Def Dread as a priority target, one that poses an actual threat unlike most orc weapons. It positions itself to engage the Def Dread in a way that minimizes exposure to supporting orc fire, while maximizing its own advantages. It targets the Def Dread's weak points, the crude joints and welds that represent structural vulnerabilities in the orc machine. It waits for optimal moments to strike, rather than simply exchanging blows in a straightforward brawl. The Def Dread, operating on orc logic, charges directly at the Space Marine dreadnought and begins attacking with all its weapons simultaneously. This seems like a reasonable orc approach, bringing maximum force to bear and trusting in orc strength and toughness to prevail. But against the precision and tactical acumen of the Space Marine pilot, this straightforward approach proves disastrously inadequate. The Space Marine dreadnought evades or blocks the Def Dread's attacks, while landing devastating counterstrikes on vulnerable points. The fight is brutally one-sided, despite the Def Dread's impressive firepower and armor. Other orcs watching this engagement receive a devastating psychological blow. They can understand losing to an enemy who is simply bigger and tougher than they are. But watching their own walking war machine, something they built specifically to compete with enemy-heavy assets, get systematically dismantled by a Space Marine dreadnought suggests that the gulf in capability is not just about size or weapons, but something more fundamental. Their best effort at creating a machine to match the enemy has proven hopelessly inadequate, which implies that perhaps no amount of orc ingenuity or enthusiasm can overcome this particular opponent. This paradox, that orcs build their own dread equivalents, yet still fear Space Marine dreadnoughts, actually reinforces the psychological impact rather than diminishing it. The existence of Def Dreads means orcs understand the concept of armored walkers and appreciate their combat value. But the consistent failure of Def Dreads against Space Marine dreadnoughts demonstrates that understanding the concept is not enough. The orcs can copy the form, they can build crude approximations of the concept, but they cannot replicate the engineering excellence, tactical doctrine, and pilot expertise that makes Space Marine dreadnoughts truly terrifying. Some orc mech boys have attempted to capture or loot Space Marine dreadnoughts to bridge this capability gap. A few rare instances exist in Imperial records of orcs managing to board and overwhelm a damaged dreadnought, killing or removing the pilot and attempting to repurpose the machine for their own use. These efforts almost universally fail because orc technical understanding cannot properly maintain or operate technology this sophisticated. The dreadnought might function briefly on residual power and programmed responses, but it quickly breaks down as orc repairs compromise critical systems. The irony is that orcs respect strength and size, and they should theoretically respect the strength and size embodied by dreadnoughts. In many ways, a Space Marine dreadnought represents the orc ideal of a perfect warrior carried to its logical extreme, massive, heavily armed, nearly indestructible, and dedicated entirely to combat. This should make dreadnoughts objects of orc admiration rather than fear. But the cold, mechanical nature of dreadnoughts, their lack of orc-style enthusiasm and joy in combat, makes them alien and disturbing to the orc psyche, even as their capability earns grudging respect. An orc facing a dreadnought experiences conflicting emotions that are unusual and disturbing for him. He respects the dreadnought's size and power. He fears its weapons and armor. He is confused by its methodical, joyless approach to combat. He is frustrated by his inability to hurt it, despite his best efforts. These conflicting feelings create a psychological state that orcs rarely experience and have no cultural frameworks for processing. An orc knows how to respond to an enemy who is bigger and stronger. He challenges them to prove his own worth. But how does he respond to an enemy that is bigger, stronger, unkillable, and does not care about his challenge or his courage? This existential confusion compounds the fear that dreadnoughts inspire. It is not just that dreadnoughts can kill orcs easily. It is that they do so in a way that makes the orc feel meaningless, that strips away the sense of participating in a glorious scrap and reduces the experience to being slaughtered by an implacable machine that views them as problems to be solved, rather than warriors to be fought. For a species whose entire identity revolves around combat and proving their strength through battle, this dehumanization, or de-orcification is perhaps more psychologically damaging than the physical destruction itself. The ripple effects. Through orc society, the impact of dreadnoughts on orc forces extends beyond individual battles and manifests in how orc society and wag culture adapt to the threat they represent. When orc survivors from encounters with dreadnoughts return to their broader warbands, they bring with them stories and warnings that spread through orc social networks in ways that affect future operations and the development of orc tactics and psychology. Orcs are natural storytellers, and combat experiences form the primary currency of orc social interaction. Around campfires and in mech shops, orcs trade tales of great fights, impressive enemies, and spectacular violence. These stories serve multiple purposes in orc society. They establish the teller's credentials as a veteran worth listening to. They provide entertainment for orcs between fights, helping sustain their enthusiasm during the downtime that all military forces must occasionally endure. And crucially, they pass on practical information about different enemy types and how to fight them. When an orc who has fought a dreadnought and survived begins telling his story, other orcs gather to listen with more attention than usual. The survivor describes the size of the machine, the sound of its weapons, the sight of boys being pulverized by its attacks. He details how their weapons bounced off its armor, how it advanced without fear or hesitation, how it seemed to predict their tactics before they even tried them. The listening orcs absorb this information and their enthusiastic responses. "That's proper scary, that is." Or, "We's gonna need more darker to stop that thing," reveal that the story has affected them. These stories spread through the orc social network with remarkable speed. Orcs who hear them retell them to others, often embellishing details to make themselves seem more knowledgeable or the dreadnought seem even more impressive. A dreadnought that was perhaps 3 meters tall in reality grows to 4 or 5 meters in the retelling. Its weapons, already fearsome, become even more destructive in the stories. The veteran who faced it becomes more heroic simply for surviving the encounter. This exaggeration actually serves the Imperium's interests because it makes dreadnoughts seem even more terrifying than they already are. The cumulative effect of these stories is to create a cultural awareness of dreadnoughts as particular threats within orc wag society. Young orcs who have never seen a dreadnought already know to fear them from the stories they have heard. This preconditioned fear means that when these orcs encounter their first dreadnought, they are primed to break more easily than they might have if they had no prior knowledge. The stories have done the psychological warfare work before the dreadnought even arrives on the battlefield. Some orc mech boys respond to these stories by trying to develop specific anti-dreadnought weapons or tactics. They build bigger guns, reinforce certain def dreads specifically to counter Space Marine dreadnoughts, or devise schemes for luring dreadnoughts into traps. These efforts are typically crude and often ineffective because Orc engineering and tactical planning cannot match Space Marine sophistication. A mech boy might build a truly enormous shooter that he claims can punch through dreadnought armor, only to have it explode when fired or fail to penetrate when it does manage to hit. But the very existence of these efforts reveals how deeply dreadnoughts have impressed themselves on Orc consciousness. In a species that normally relies on overwhelming numbers and enthusiasm rather than sophisticated tactics or specialized equipment, the dedication of resources and effort to countering a specific enemy type is unusual. It suggests that Orcs recognize dreadnoughts as problems that cannot be solved through normal Orc approaches, that require special attention and planning. This recognition itself represents a victory for the psychological warfare aspect of dreadnought deployment. Orc war bosses who have lost significant forces to dreadnought encounters sometimes develop specific strategies for dealing with them in future battles. These strategies typically revolve around trying to avoid fighting dreadnoughts directly when possible, focusing fire from multiple sources to hopefully penetrate their armor, or attempting to bypass them entirely and attack objectives that the dreadnoughts cannot reach quickly enough to defend. The sophistication of these strategies varies wildly depending on the war boss's intelligence and experience, but even crude versions represent unusual tactical thinking for Orcs. The most cunning Orc war bosses understand that the psychological impact of dreadnoughts can be managed through leadership and force of personality. They make a point of being personally present when dreadnoughts attack, using their own size and authority to prevent their boys from routing. Some particularly bold war bosses make a show of attacking dreadnoughts themselves, reasoning that if the boss is willing to fight the scary machine, the other Orcs should be too. This sometimes works to maintain morale, though it often results in dead war bosses when they discover that courage alone cannot overcome the capability gap. These war boss deaths create their own ripple effects through Orc society. Other ambitious Orcs take note that challenging dreadnoughts is extremely dangerous even for the biggest and toughest greenskins. This knowledge influences their behavior when they eventually become war bosses themselves, making them more cautious about how they deploy their forces against enemies known to field dreadnoughts. This caution, unusual for Orcs, represents another way that dreadnoughts reshape Orc tactical culture simply by existing as threats. The long-term effect of sustained dreadnought-inflicted defeats on Orc populations is difficult to measure, but appears to create lasting changes in local Orc culture. In regions where Space Marine chapters make frequent use of dreadnoughts against Orc invasions, the surviving Orc populations develop what might be called dreadnought awareness, a cultural memory of these machines and their effectiveness. This awareness manifests as reduced enthusiasm for attacking Space Marine positions, increased willingness to retreat when dreadnoughts appear, and greater effort invested in trying to develop counters to these machines. These changes do not make the Orcs less dangerous in any absolute sense. They still represent a significant military threat and will attack with their usual ferocity when they believe they have advantages. But it does make them somewhat more predictable and easier to manipulate through selective dreadnought deployment. A Space Marine force that can credibly threaten to deploy dreadnoughts can sometimes shape Orc behavior and force them to attack less favorable objectives or through less advantageous routes, simply because the Orcs want to avoid the dreadnought threat. Interestingly, these adaptations can create vulnerabilities that clever Imperial commanders exploit. If Orcs become conditioned to fear and avoid dreadnoughts, then the mere appearance of a dreadnought on one part of the battlefield can cause Orc forces to shift away from that area, creating openings elsewhere that faster Imperial forces can exploit. The dreadnought becomes not just a direct combat asset, but a tool for shaping the battlefield and directing enemy movement. Some Inquisitors and military theorists have studied this phenomenon and recommended increased dreadnought deployment in long-running anti-Orc campaigns specifically for these psychological and cultural effects. They argue that while dreadnoughts are valuable in any engagement, their long-term impact on orc behavior makes them especially cost-effective when fighting greenskin incursions. The hope is that by consistently using dreadnoughts and ensuring high survival rates among orc witnesses, Imperial forces can cultivate a terror of these machines that will make future campaigns against the same orc populations easier. This represents an understanding that warfare against orcs operates on two levels simultaneously. On the immediate tactical level, killing as many orcs as possible and breaking their current assault remains paramount. But on the strategic level, shaping how the surviving orcs think about Imperial capabilities and creating psychological vulnerabilities that will affect their behavior in future conflicts can be equally valuable. Dreadnoughts serve both purposes superbly, making them among the most effective weapons in the Imperial arsenal for long-term anti-orc operations. Tales from the battlefields of Armageddon. The wars for Armageddon provide numerous examples of dreadnoughts breaking orc assaults and the psychological impact these encounters had on greenskin forces. Armageddon, that critical hive world, has been the site of 3 major orc invasions, each involving millions of combatants and providing valuable data on how different forces interact in sustained combat. Space Marine dreadnoughts played crucial roles in all 3 wars, their deployments often marking turning points in battles that seemed lost. During the Second War for Armageddon, when warlord Gazkul Mag Uruk Thraka brought a massive WAG to the planet, Imperial forces found themselves desperately outnumbered and outgunned. The orc horde that descended on Armageddon was vast beyond comprehension, driven by the most cunning and dangerous war boss to arise in millennia. Standard Imperial defensive tactics proved inadequate against the sheer scale of the invasion. Entire regiments of Imperial Guard were overrun in hours. Hive cities that should have held for months fell in weeks. The situation grew so desperate that multiple Space Marine chapters were called in to assist. Among the Space Marine reinforcements were numerous dreadnoughts, ancient warriors awakened from their slumber specifically for this dire emergency. These venerable machines deployed to the most critical points in the defensive lines, places where orc assaults threatened to break through and shatter Imperial formations entirely. The dreadnoughts' arrival often coincided with moments when Imperial forces were on the verge of breaking, their ammunition running low, their casualties mounting, their morale beginning to crack. One recorded instance from this period describes a Crimson Fist's dreadnought named Venerable Brother Rhodomanus, who held a critical bridge crossing against repeated orc assaults for over 3 days straight. The orcs, recognizing the bridge as a key access point to a major supply depot, threw wave after wave of boys at the position, each assault larger and more frenzied than the last. Brother Rhodomanus stood in the center of the bridge, his assault cannon never ceasing, his power fist crushing any orc that reached him. The psychological impact of this single dreadnought on the orc assaults was documented by Imperial observers. Initially, the orcs charged the bridge with their typical enthusiasm, certain that they could overwhelm any defender through sheer numbers. But as the hours turned to days and the pile of orc corpses around the dreadnought grew into a small mountain, the character of the assaults changed. Later waves of orcs approached more hesitantly, their advance faltering as they saw the carnage ahead of them. Some orcs refused to charge entirely, forcing their nobs to beat them forward at gunpoint. By the 3rd day, the orcs had effectively given up on taking the bridge, despite still having forces available to attempt additional assaults. The psychological cost of attacking the position, of facing this implacable machine that had killed thousands of their fellows without showing any sign of weakening, had become too high. When Imperial reinforcements finally arrived to relieve Brother Rhodomanus, they found him still standing, still functional, surrounded by orc bodies stacked so deep they threatened to clog the bridge entirely. The orcs had chosen to bypass this position entirely, rather than continue feeding their boys into what they had come to see as a meat grinder. Another account from the Third War for Armageddon describes a Black Templars strike force that included 3 dreadnoughts, deploying against a massive orc war camp in the Deadlands region. The camp, home to thousands of orcs from the Bloodscar tribe, was considered a major staging point for orc operations in that sector. The Black Templars' initial assault faltered when they encountered heavier orc resistance than anticipated, finding themselves pinned down and taking casualties. The 3 dreadnoughts, which had been held in reserve, were deployed directly into the heart of the orc camp via drop pod. The sight and sound of these machines emerging from the crashed drop pods, their weapons already firing, created instant panic among the orcs. The greenskins nearest the drop site fled immediately, having heard stories about dreadnoughts and recognizing the danger. Their flight triggered a chain reaction as other orcs, seeing their fellows running and hearing the distinctive sounds of dreadnought combat, began to panic as well. Within minutes, the entire orc camp descended into chaos as thousands of greenskins simultaneously tried to either flee or fight the dreadnoughts, with different groups reaching different conclusions about which approach was more survivable. This internal confusion allowed the rest of the Black Templars' force to break free from the position where they had been pinned and push into the camp. The battle, which had seemed on the verge of becoming a disaster for the Imperial forces, turned into a rout as the Orc command structure collapsed and their forces scattered across the Deadlands. The commander of the Black Templars' force, Marshal Brandt, specifically noted in his after-action report that the deployment of the dreadnoughts accomplished more through psychological warfare than through direct combat effectiveness. While the 3 machines certainly killed large numbers of orcs, the panic their presence caused was responsible for far more orc casualties as greenskins trampled each other in their rush to escape or fought among themselves about whether to stand and fight or run. The dreadnoughts had not just won a battle, but had broken the cohesion of an entire orc tribe in a way that would take months for the greenskins to recover from. Not all dreadnought deployments achieved such clear-cut successes, and some records describe instances where even these formidable machines were overwhelmed by sheer orc numbers or concentrated anti-armor fire. During particularly desperate fighting in Hive Acheron, a Salamander's dreadnought named Brother Tavius found himself surrounded by orcs after pushing too far ahead of supporting forces. Despite killing hundreds of greenskins, Brother Tavius was eventually brought down when orc tank busters managed to land several rocket hits on his joints, compromising his mobility and allowing swarms of boys to climb onto him and attack his sarcophagus directly. But even in this defeat, the psychological impact favored the Imperium. The orcs who participated in bringing down Brother Tavius spoke afterward of it being the best fight ever, specifically because of how difficult it had been and how many of their fellows had died in the effort. They had proven that dreadnoughts could be killed, but at such horrific cost that the lesson they drew was less, we can beat Dace-Fings, and more, we need lots more boys and all the rockets to even hurt one. This understanding made subsequent orc forces more cautious about engaging dreadnoughts, requiring them to mass forces specifically for anti-dreadnought operations, rather than attacking opportunistically. The veteran dreadnought, Bjorn the Fell-Handed, the oldest living space marine in the Imperium, participated in operations on Armageddon during the Third War, despite his incredible age. Bjorn's presence on the battlefield had psychological effects that went beyond even typical dreadnought intimidation. This was a warrior who had fought alongside Leman Russ himself during the Great Crusade, who had been ancient when the Imperium was young, who represented a living connection to an age of myth. When orcs encountered Bjorn, they faced not just a dreadnought but a legend made manifest. Reports describe orcs actually fleeing at the mere sight of Bjorn in some engagements, before he had fired a shot or struck a blow. The combination of his massive, ornately decorated chassis, the chapter honors and purity seals, covering every surface, and the sheer presence that emanated from this ancient warrior created an aura of inevitable doom. Orcs who stood and fought against Bjorn did so without their usual enthusiasm, fighting defensively and looking for opportunities to escape, rather than pressing attacks with their typical aggression. One captured orc, when interrogated about his experiences fighting against Bjorn, could only describe it as like fighting death itself, but death is also really mad at you. These examples from Armageddon illustrate multiple aspects of how dreadnoughts affect orc psychology. The sustained defensive stands demonstrate how a single dreadnought can anchor a defensive position and make it psychologically impossible for orcs to overcome. The aggressive deployments into orc camps show how the shock value of dreadnought appearances can shatter orc cohesion even when they have numerical superiority. The rare defeats prove that dreadnoughts are not invincible, but also demonstrate that killing them costs the orcs so much that the victory is Pyrrhic at best. And the legendary figures like Bjorn show how reputation and mystique compound the baseline intimidation that all dreadnoughts provide. The orc populations that survived these encounters on Armageddon carried their experiences away with them when they were eventually driven off the planet. These survivors spread throughout the Imperium, joining other wags or starting their own. Wherever they went, they brought stories of the metal monsters they had faced on Armageddon, stories that influenced how other orcs thought about space marines and shaped their expectations for future battles. In this way, the dreadnought deployments on Armageddon had ripple effects throughout orc populations across multiple sectors, making all of them slightly more cautious and slightly more defeatable when they eventually encountered dreadnoughts themselves. Conclusion: the eternal war between unstoppable force and immovable object. In the endless darkness of the 41st millennium, where war is the only constant and peace exists only as brief pauses between conflicts, the encounter between orc wargs and space marine dreadnoughts represents something profound about the nature of warfare itself. These clashes embody the meeting of two entirely different philosophies of conflict, two radically different ways of understanding what it means to fight and why battles are won or lost. Orcs approach warfare with pure enthusiasm and conviction that aggression, size, and numbers will ultimately prevail over any opposition. They charge into battle with absolute confidence, certain that their strength and willingness to fight will carry them through any challenge. This approach has served them well across millions of worlds and tens of thousands of years. The orc species has thrived in the galaxy precisely because this philosophy works more often than it fails. Against most enemies, overwhelming them with green-skinned violence proves effective. But dreadnoughts represent something that contradicts every assumption underlying orc military doctrine. They are bigger and stronger than any orc. They are better armored than orc technology can defeat. They are piloted by warriors whose experience and tactical acumen make orc cunning seem crude by comparison. Most fundamentally, they are immune to the psychological warfare that orcs use so effectively against other species. The intimidation, the aggressive displays, the overwhelming numbers and noise, none of these affect a dreadnought pilot who has already died once and who has seen worse horrors across centuries of service. When these two forces meet on the battlefield, something has to give. The orc charge, that green tide that has overwhelmed countless enemies, breaks against the adamantium and ceramite of dreadnought armor. The orc weapons, effective against most enemies, prove useless against defenses designed to withstand anti-tank fire. The orc strength, impressive by biological standards, seems pathetic when measured against tons of servo-driven force. And the orc psychology, built around collective confidence and mutual reinforcement, shatters when confronted with proof that their fundamental beliefs about combat are insufficient. This is not simply about one weapon system being superior to another. It is about an existential crisis forced upon a species whose entire identity revolves around being the biggest and toughest fighters in the galaxy. An orc who encounters a dreadnought and survives must integrate the experience into his worldview somehow. He must reconcile what he saw, the ease with which his fellows were destroyed, the futility of their weapons, the helplessness they all felt, with his continued belief that orcs are meant to win fights through strength and enthusiasm. Most orcs resolve this cognitive dissonance through rationalization. They decide that the particular circumstances were unfavorable, that they did not have enough daka, that they need to come back with more boys or better weapons. This rationalization preserves their essential confidence, while acknowledging that they need to adapt. But it also means they enter future encounters with dreadnoughts, already expecting difficulty, already prepared to flee if conditions seem unfavorable, already lacking the absolute confidence that normally sustains orc charges. For Space Marine chapters that regularly fight orcs, understanding this psychological dynamic and leveraging it through strategic dreadnought deployment has become standard doctrine. The Marines know that a single well-placed dreadnought can break orc assaults that would overwhelm conventional defenses. They understand that the psychological impact of dreadnoughts extends far beyond individual battles, affecting how orc populations think about Space Marines and approach future conflicts. This makes dreadnoughts not just tactical assets, but strategic weapons in the long campaign to contain greenskin expansion. The relationship between orcs and dreadnoughts will continue evolving as long as both exist in the galaxy. Orcs will continue trying to develop counters, building bigger guns and more heavily armored def dreads in attempts to match Space Marine capabilities. Some particularly cunning war bosses will develop tactics that minimize orc exposure to dreadnoughts or exploit the machine's relatively slow speed. Orc culture will continue to pass on stories and warnings about these metal monsters, ensuring that every young orc has heard of them before his first encounter. But Space Marines will also continue to refine their use of dreadnoughts in anti-orc operations. New dreadnought patterns, like the Redemptor and Brutalis, offer enhanced capabilities specifically useful against mass infantry assaults. Chapters share information about particularly effective deployment strategies and learn from instances where dreadnoughts were defeated or bypassed. The ancient pilots within these machines accumulate even more experience fighting orcs, their already formidable expertise growing with each campaign. This eternal evolution ensures that neither side will achieve permanent dominance. The orcs will never develop a reliable counter to dreadnoughts, because doing so would require a level of engineering sophistication and tactical discipline that contradicts fundamental aspects of orc nature. But dreadnoughts will also never completely eliminate the orc threat because greenskins are too numerous, too widely dispersed, and too quick to reproduce for any weapon to truly defeat them permanently. The cycle continues, battles won and lost, orcs advancing and retreating, dreadnoughts standing and fighting across battlefields that span the galaxy. In the end, the fear that orcs feel when facing dreadnoughts in close combat is not simply about physical danger or the likelihood of death. Orcs accept death in combat as natural and even desirable if it comes in a good fight. What frightens them about dreadnoughts is the realization that they are completely outmatched, that no amount of enthusiasm or courage or strength will let them win this fight, that they are not facing another warrior, but confronting a fundamental limitation in their own capabilities. For a species defined by their confidence and aggression, this realization is more devastating than any weapon could be. Yet even this fear serves the galaxy in its own strange way. By making orcs hesitant and cautious, by breaking their charges and forcing them to retreat, dreadnoughts buy time for Imperial forces to reinforce threatened positions and evacuate civilians from war zones. The psychological impact of these ancient warriors ripples across space and time, affecting battles they are not physically present for simply because orcs elsewhere have heard stories about them and adjusted their behavior accordingly. In the endless war for humanity's survival, this force, multiplication, proves invaluable. So the dreadnoughts continue their vigil, these walking tombs containing warriors who should have died centuries ago, but who serve still because duty demands it. They stand against the green tide, implacable and eternal, breaking wave after wave of orc attackers through a combination of superior capability and psychological warfare refined across millennia. And the orcs continue to come, driven by their nature to fight and conquer, but now with a whisper of doubt in their hearts when they hear the distinctive sound of servo motors and mechanical footfalls announcing a dreadnought's approach. This is the nature of warfare in the grim darkness of the far future, where even the most fearless warriors can be made to fear, where ancient heroes fight on long after death should have claimed them, and where the psychological scars of battle can echo across generations and reshape entire cultures. The dreadnought stands at the intersection of all these themes, a weapon that kills with steel and ammunition, but whose most effective ammunition might be the terror it inspires in enemies who thought themselves incapable of fear. If you enjoyed learning about why orcs fear fighting dreadnoughts in close combat, make sure to like this video and subscribe to the channel for more deep dives into Warhammer 40k lore. There's always more stories to tell from the grim darkness of the far future, and we'll be bringing you the most comprehensive coverage of the battles, heroes, and horrors that define this incredible universe. The Emperor protects, and so do his dreadnoughts. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. We speak often of Space Marines, of their heroic charges and legendary battles. We marvel at the titans that stride across battlefields, at the guard regiments that hold the line against impossible odds. But tonight, we turn our attention to a different kind of warrior. Not heroes in any traditional sense, not even warriors by choice. Tonight, we speak of the forgotten thousands who toil in the gun decks of Imperial Navy warships, the men and women whose bodies are the machinery that keeps the Imperium's greatest weapons firing. Tonight, we speak of the macro cannon loaders. Close your eyes and imagine, if you will, a cathedral. Not the modest shrines you might find in a hive city, but a true cathedral, soaring hundreds of feet from floor to vaulted ceiling. Gothic architecture reaching toward the heavens, but here there are no heavens. Here there is only adamantium and ceramite, steel and shadow. The air is thick with the stench of promethium fumes and human sweat, heated to temperatures that would be unbearable if you weren't already numb to the constant discomfort. The sound is a physical thing, a pressure against your eardrums even when the guns are silent. The creak and groan of the ship's hull, the distant thunder of plasma drives, the hiss of hydraulics, and underneath it all, the pulse of 10,000 hearts beating in rhythm with the machine. This is the gun deck of an Imperial Navy warship. This is where the Emperor's wrath is made manifest, and this is where you will likely die. The macro cannons themselves are edifices of destruction that defy easy comprehension. Each weapon is dozens of meters in length, with barrels wide enough that a man could walk through them, though only the cleaning crews ever do so, and they rarely survive the experience. These are not the elegant laser batteries or exotic plasma weapons favored by the Adeptus Mechanicus for their technical purity. No, these are brutal instruments that harken back to an earlier age of warfare, weapons that function on principles humans have understood for millennia. Accelerate a massive projectile to tremendous velocity and point it at something you want to cease existing. The scale alone is enough to break the human mind if you let yourself think about it too long. A single shell for a Mars-pattern macro cannon weighs as much as a Land Raider battle tank. Some sources speak of kiloton ordnance, and whether that refers to the mass of the shell or the yield of its explosive warhead, the end result is the same: devastation on a scale that can crack continents and boil oceans. These shells are so massive that they must be moved by teams of dozens, sometimes hundreds, hauled on massive chain hoists and gantries that themselves are the size of small buildings. And you, the loader, are the living link in this chain of destruction. The guns themselves are arranged in batteries, ranks of them stretching down the length of the ship's broadside, each one a towering monument to mankind's capacity for violence. Gantries and walkways crisscross the vast space, connecting the various platforms and maintenance stations. Power lines as thick as your torso snake along the walls and ceiling, feeding the massive electromagnetic accelerators that give the shells their terrible velocity. Cooling pipes hiss with superheated steam, venting excess heat from the firing sequence. Warning lights flash in sequences that might mean something to the tech priests, but are just another source of visual noise to you. And everywhere, there are people. Thousands of them, moving like ants through this mechanical hive. Some wear the relative finery of rated voidsmen, their uniforms marking them as possessing some measure of skill and trust. Others are indentured workers, press-ganged from the slums of hive worlds, or the penal colonies that feed the Imperium's endless appetite for expendable labor. And then there are the servitors, those things that were once human, but have been reduced to biological machines, their minds wiped and replaced with simple programming, their bodies augmented with cybernetic enhancements that make them better suited to their tasks. Sometimes you envy the servitors. At least they don't understand what's happening to them. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's start at the beginning. Let's start with how you came to be here, because very few people choose this life. The Imperium's warships require crews numbering in the tens of thousands, even the hundreds of thousands, for the largest battleships. While skilled positions like navigators, astropaths, and warrant officers are carefully recruited and trained, the vast bulk of a ship's crew is drawn from the dregs of Imperial society. This is where you come in. Perhaps you were born in the Underhive, in one of those sprawling slums that house billions beneath the gleaming spires of the wealthy. Perhaps you were a criminal, though your crime might have been something as simple as being in the wrong place when the press gangs came through. Perhaps you were a political dissident, or someone who angered the wrong noble, or simply unlucky enough to be standing on a street corner when an Imperial Navy captain needed to fill out his crew complement. The Imperium cares nothing for your story. You are a number, a unit of labor to be expended in service to the Emperor. The press gangs move through the lower levels of hive cities like a scythe through wheat. They are led by sergeants at arms, often former Imperial guardsmen, who bring military discipline and a certain detachment from the people they're recruiting. They understand that these conscripts are not their brothers in arms, but raw material to be processed. The press gangs have quotas to fill, and they are not particular about who fills them. Young or old, male or female, healthy or infirm, all are grist for the mill. There is a preference for those, from hive worlds, individuals already inured to the noise and claustrophobic conditions that define life aboard a warship. But beggars cannot be choosers, and the Imperial Navy is always begging for more bodies. The journey to the ship is itself a trial. You are herded into transport shuttles, packed so tightly that standing is barely possible, let alone sitting. The air grows thick and fetid as the hours pass, and by the time you arrive at the orbital station or dockyard where your new home awaits, you are already broken in ways you don't yet understand. This is intentional. The Navy has learned over 10,000 years that it's easier to maintain discipline if you start with people who have already learned helplessness. Your first glimpse of the warship is overwhelming. Even the smallest escort vessels are larger than any building you've ever seen. And if you've been assigned to a cruiser or battleship, the scale defies comprehension. These are ships that measure kilometers from prow to stern, vast cities wrapped in adamantium armor and bristling with weapons. You are marched aboard through massive cargo bays that could swallow entire city blocks, along corridors that stretch into darkness beyond the range of your vision. The ship groans and shifts around you, and you realize with a sick certainty that you are inside a living thing, or something so vast and complex that the difference no longer matters. You are processed like the commodity you now are. Your head is shaved. Your civilian clothes are taken away, replaced with the rough canvas uniform of an indentured worker. If you're lucky, it fits. If you're not, you'll wear it anyway. You are given a number, stenciled onto your uniform and tattooed onto your forearm. Your name still exists, technically, somewhere in the ship's records, but no one will use it. You are your number now. You are assigned to a deck, to a gun battery, to a specific crew. You are given a bunk, a thin pallet in a compartment you share with dozens of others, with a single chemical toilet that never quite works properly. You are told where to report, when to report, and what will happen if you don't. The bosun who delivers these instructions has a whip coiled at his belt, and his eyes suggest he would welcome the opportunity to use it. And then you are taken to the gun deck, and you understand that everything up until this point was merely prologue. The sheer scale of the macro cannon battery is your first lesson in the Imperium's capacity for excess. The main housing is a hall that stands hundreds of feet high, so tall that the ceiling is lost in shadow despite the harsh worklight scattered throughout. From this ceiling hangs the macro cannon itself, suspended by massive chains and hydraulic arms that allow it to be elevated or depressed by tiny degrees. The barrel is easily 50 meters long, possibly more, and wide enough that you could drive a Chimera transport through it if you were so inclined. The breech mechanism at the rear of the gun is a complex edifice of gears, pistons, and locking mechanisms, each component larger than a man. Tech priests in their red robes move along the gantries surrounding the weapon, tending to its machine spirit with oils and prayers, ensuring that this holy instrument of the Emperor's will remains functional. Below the gun, on the main deck level, is where you will spend most of your waking hours. This is the loading floor, and it is a space defined by brutal functionality. Massive cranes and chain hoists dominate the center of the room, designed to lift the enormous shells from the magazine levels below. The floor is stained with decades of spilled promethium and human blood, the residue of countless loading cycles and all the accidents they entail. The air here is thick with heat rising from the gun barrel above, especially after a firing sequence, and the smell is a combination of hot metal, chemical propellant, and human sweat that you will never quite get used to, though it will become as familiar as breathing. The shells themselves are stored in the munitorum, levels below the gun deck proper. These are vast chambers filled with ordnance, each shell resting in its cradle, each one maintained and blessed by junior tech priests and engineers who check for any sign of degradation or impurity. The journey from munitorum to gun deck is itself a major undertaking, requiring the coordination of multiple crews working in concert. Shells must be transferred onto the massive chain-driven elevators that connect the magazine levels to the gun deck, then moved along tracks set into the floor to the loading position beneath the gun. Every step of this process is dangerous, as a dropped shell or a chain giving way under the tremendous weight could kill dozens in an instant. You learn the hierarchy quickly, because your survival depends on understanding your place within it. At the top of your immediate world is the gun captain, a warrant officer who has earned his position through decades of service, working his way up through every rating and position in the gun crew. The gun captain is responsible for everything that happens with his weapon, from the mundane maintenance to the split-second decisions during combat. He is judge, executioner, and occasionally savior to the hundreds of crew members under his command. His word is law within the boundaries of his battery, and to question him is to invite punishment that ranges from a flogging to being thrown into the brig, or worse, being assigned to one of the even more dangerous duties elsewhere in the ship. Beneath the gun captain are the various petty officers and senior ratings who form the middle management of the gun crew. There are breach supervisors who oversee the opening and closing mechanisms, shell handlers who coordinate the movement of ammunition, and quality checkers who inspect each shell before it's loaded. These are men and women who have survived long, enough to gain some measure of skill and responsibility, and they lord their small amount of authority over those below them with varying degrees of mercy or cruelty. Then there are the voidsmen, the rated crew members who perform the skilled tasks required to keep the gun operational. These are the people who actually work the massive pinions and chains that open the breech, who operate the cranes and hoists, who align the shells with the barrel and signal when everything is ready for the loading sequence. They are skilled laborers, and while their lives are hard and dangerous, they at least have the small comfort of knowing that their training makes them less immediately replaceable than those below them. And below them, at the very bottom of this hierarchy, are people like you, the indentured workers, the press-ganged unfortunates, the slave labor that forms the foundation of the entire operation. You have no skills that matter here, no training that would mark you as valuable. Your job is to provide the raw muscle that moves the shells from the elevators to the loading positions, to haul on the chains and turn the flywheels that lack servitor or mechanical assistance, to clean up the spent casings and debris after each firing cycle. Your job is to break your body in service to a weapon that will kill you without hesitation if you make a single mistake. The work itself is a brutal rhythm that becomes the metronome of your life. When the call comes for the guns to prepare for action, everything accelerates. The bosuns move through the crew quarters, driving everyone to their stations with shouts and blows. You scramble to the gun deck, joining the dozens of others assigned to your particular weapon. The gun captain is already there, checking the status reports from his subordinates, ensuring that everything is ready. The air crackles with tension and anticipation, because you all know what's coming. The loading cycle begins with opening the breech. This is a task that requires a team working in perfect coordination, hauling on massive chains that engage the locking mechanisms. The breech itself weighs several tons, and even with mechanical assistance, it requires the strength of many men to move. You throw your weight onto the chain alongside a dozen others, feeling the metal links bite into your palms through the thin gloves you're issued. Someone calls the count, and you pull in unison, muscles burning, feet slipping on the slick deck plates. The breech groans and shifts, massive gears turning with a sound like grinding thunder, until finally it swings open, exposing the chamber within. The spent casing from the previous shot must be extracted. This is often one of the most dangerous parts of the process, because the casing is still hot enough to cause severe burns or even ignite the promethium residue that coats everything on the gun deck. A specialized crew, protected by thick gloves and heavy aprons, moves forward with long poles and hooks to grab the casing and pull it free. The metal casing, easily the size of a small truck, slides out with a screech of tortured metal and crashes onto the waiting cradle with the impact you feel through the deck plates. The casing is immediately doused with chemical suppressant to cool it down and prevent any lingering propellant from igniting. While the casing is being removed, the cleaning crew is already preparing. These poor souls, often the newest recruits or those being punished for some infraction, must enter the breech chamber itself and scrub away the residue left by the previous firing. They work frantically under the watchful eye of a junior tech priest or engineer who checks for any damage or impurity that might affect the next shot. This is not a position you want because the chamber is still radiating heat, and the chemical residue is toxic enough that you'll be coughing up blood for days afterward if the ventilators aren't working properly, which they often aren't. Once the chamber is deemed clean, the next shell is brought into position. This is where you earn whatever pittance they're paying you, though you'll never actually see that money. The shell sits on its transport cradle, and it must be moved from the main deck to the loading position directly beneath the breech. This requires teams hauling on chains attached to the cradle, pulling it along the tracks set into the floor. The shell weighs as much as a Land Raider, which means it weighs approximately 60 tons. And even with the wheels on the cradle reducing friction, it takes the coordinated effort of 50 or more workers to move it into position. You take your place on one of the chains. Your hands are already bleeding from previous cycles, the rough metal having worn through your gloves and then your skin. You can see similar injuries on everyone around you, bloody palms gripping chains that will drink more blood before the shift is over. The bosun calls the count, and you pull. Every muscle in your body engages at once, your legs driving against the deck plates, your back arching, your shoulders screaming. The chain digs into your hands, and you feel skin tear, but you don't let go, because letting go could cause the chain to slip, which could shift the load, which could cause the shell to fall, which would kill everyone in the immediate vicinity and possibly trigger a chain reaction that would detonate the entire magazine. The shell moves slowly, painfully slowly, inching along the tracks. You're not even sure how far you're pulling, because your vision has narrowed to the chain in your hands and the back of the person in front of you. Someone stumbles, and for a heart-stopping moment, the load shifts. People scream, but then servitors at the side stations engage their hydraulic stabilizers, and the shell steadies. You keep pulling. Your lungs burn. Your muscles burn. Everything burns. And finally, mercifully, the call comes to halt. The shell is in position. Now comes the most technically complex part of the loading sequence. The shell must be elevated from its cradle and aligned with the barrel of the gun. This is accomplished through a combination of massive chain hoists and hydraulic lifts, operated by the skilled voidsman. You watch, gasping for breath, as the shell is raised slowly, carefully, guided by crews on multiple platforms who signal corrections to ensure perfect alignment. A misalignment of even a few centimeters could cause the shell to jam in the barrel, which would require disassembling half the gun to fix, and would likely result in the entire crew being flogged for incompetence. The shell rises and finally slots into position at the mouth of the chamber. The gun captain inspects it personally, checking that the shell is properly aligned and that all safety mechanisms are engaged. He signals his approval, and the loading crews move into action. More chains, more pulling, and the shell slides into the chamber with a deep, resonant boom that you feel in your chest. The breach crew is already moving, hauling on their chains to swing the massive breach closed. The locking mechanisms engage with a series of heavy clangs that echo through the gun deck. The tech priest intones a prayer to the machine spirit, anointing the sealed breach with sacred oils. The gun captain reports ready to fire, and then you wait. Sometimes for minutes, sometimes for hours. The enemy ship might not be in range yet. The order to fire might be held while the ship maneuvers into position. You stand there, or squat if you dare, trying to conserve what little energy you have left, knowing that as soon as this gun fires, you'll have to do it all again. Your hands throb, your back aches. You're so thirsty that your tongue feels like leather, but the water rations don't come until the end of the shift, and the shift doesn't end until the engagement is over. When the order to fire finally comes, it arrives through the Vox system built into the gun deck. The gun captain confirms receipt of the order, and then, without ceremony, he activates the firing mechanism. What happens next is something that cannot adequately be described, only experienced. The macro cannon discharges with a sound that is beyond sound, a physical force that seems to compress the very air in your lungs. The entire ship shudders from the recoil, despite the shock absorption systems built into the gun mounts. The barrel above you glows cherry red from the heat of the discharge, and you can smell the ozone and propellant fumes even through the ventilation systems. If you were foolish enough to be looking directly at the gun when it fired, you would be blinded, at least temporarily, by the flash of light that accompanies the ignition sequence. The shell, all 60 tons of it, has been accelerated to velocities measured in thousands of kilometers per second, possibly even a significant fraction of light speed depending on the type of macro cannon and the power of its electromagnetic accelerators. It is now hurtling through the void toward an enemy ship tens of thousands of kilometers away. If it hits, it will punch through void shields and armor plating, its explosive warhead detonating inside the enemy vessel with enough force to vaporize entire decks and everyone on them. But you don't think about that. You can't afford to think about that, because the breach is already opening, the spent casing is already being extracted, and you have to do it all again. A typical engagement might require a gun crew to complete this cycle 30 times, 50 times, more. For hours on end, you will haul shells and pull chains, and if you slow down, if you show weakness, the bosuns will drive you harder with their whips and their boots. People collapse from exhaustion. They are dragged aside and replaced with fresh bodies from the reserve crews kept on hand for exactly this purpose. People die, crushed by chains or shells or machinery, and their bodies are dragged aside and recorded in the casualty lists that no one but the administratum will ever read. You keep working, because stopping means you'll be next. The living conditions for the indentured workers are exactly what you would expect in a system that views human life as the cheapest commodity in the Imperium. Your sleeping quarters are located in what are euphemistically called the underdecks, vast dormitories that house hundreds or even thousands of workers in conditions that would be considered inhumane by any reasonable standard, which is precisely why they are the standard in the Imperial Navy. The bunks are stacked 3 or 4 high, narrow pallets, with thin mattresses that offer minimal comfort against the hard metal frames. The space between bunks is barely sufficient to stand, and you must shuffle sideways if you want to move down the rows. There is no privacy. The concept doesn't exist in the underdecks. You sleep surrounded by hundreds of other bodies, breathing in air that has been recycled too many times through filters that can't quite keep up with the biological demands of the crew. The smell is indescribable, a combination of human sweat, chemical cleaners, and the ever-present taint of promethium fumes that seeps through every level of the ship. You grow accustomed to it because you must, but it never stops being unpleasant. In the few hours you're allowed for sleep, the sounds of hundreds of people moving, breathing, snoring, crying, and occasionally dying create a constant background noise that makes true rest nearly impossible. The sanitation facilities are woefully inadequate. A single chemical toilet is shared between 10 or more workers, and the queue is constant. The toilets themselves are poorly maintained, often backed up or overflowing, adding to the general misery of life in the underdecks. There are communal washing stations, if they can be called that, where a series of cold water taps allow you to rinse off the day's accumulation of grime and blood. But water is rationed, and your allotted time at the taps is measured in minutes, never enough to feel truly clean. Many workers simply stop bothering after a while, accepting the permanent layer of filth that coats their skin as another aspect of their new existence. The food is barely worthy of the name. You receive 2 meals per day, served in vast mess halls where thousands of workers eat in shifts. The rations consist primarily of corpse starch, a protein-rich paste made from recycled organic matter that you absolutely do not want to think too hard about. It is grey, tasteless, and has the consistency of wet clay. Sometimes it's supplemented with preserved vegetables that have been in storage so long that their original form is difficult to determine, or with a thin gruel made from grain that's barely fit for human consumption. The calories are sufficient to keep you alive and working, but just barely. Malnutrition is common among the indentured crews, and you can see it in the sunken eyes and hollow cheeks of those who have been aboard for any length of time. Water rations are strictly controlled. You receive a standard allotment each day, measured out by machines that don't care if you're dying of thirst. It's never enough, especially after a long shift on the gun deck, where the heat and physical exertion leave you desperately dehydrated. Workers sometimes trade their corpse starch rations for additional water, choosing to deal with hunger rather than the maddening thirst that comes from working in the infernal heat of the gun deck. The ship's water supply is recycled through purification systems that are, like everything else on an Imperial Navy warship, aging and imperfect. The water always has a faint metallic taste and occasional chemical tang that suggests the purification process hasn't quite eliminated everything it should. There is no medical care, not really. Oh, the ship has medic facilities, but those are reserved for the officers and skilled crew members whose training represents a significant investment of time and resources. For indentured workers, medical attention extends to having a corpsman look at your injury, maybe splash some antiseptic on it if it looks infected, and sending you back to work unless you're literally dying, in which case they'll move you aside so you can do it more conveniently. Broken bones are set with whatever materials are at hand, if they're set at all. Infections are common and often fatal. Radiation exposure from working near the guns or the plasma drives accumulates over time, causing sickness and organ failure that the medical staff can't or won't treat. You learn to work through pain, because showing weakness means you're likely to be assigned to even worse duties or simply disposed of when the ship makes its next port call. The mental toll is harder to quantify, but no less devastating. You exist in a state of constant fear and exhaustion. Every moment on the gun deck carries the potential for sudden death. Every interaction with your overseers is an opportunity for punishment. There is no escape, no relief, no hope of anything better. Some workers simply break, their minds unable to cope with the endless brutality. These unfortunates are usually transformed into servitors, their broken consciousness wiped and replaced with simple programming, their bodies augmented to make them more useful. It's considered a mercy in some ways, and there are whispers among the crew that some workers deliberately seek this fate as the only escape from their suffering. Recreation, if it can be called that, consists of a few hours between shifts where you're not actively working or sleeping. Some workers gather in small groups, forming bonds of survival and companionship. They share stories, real or imagined, of lives they left behind or places they hope to see someday, though everyone knows that leaving the ship is not an option. Some turn to the Imperial Creed, finding solace in prayer and the belief that their suffering has meaning in the Emperor's grand design. Small shrines appear in corners of the underdecks, tended by self-appointed preachers who lead impromptu services. The bosuns generally tolerate this as long as it doesn't interfere with work schedules, understanding that giving the crew some outlet for their despair reduces the likelihood of mutiny. Others find escape in whatever mind-altering substances they can acquire through the ship's black market. Every warship has an unofficial economy running beneath the official hierarchy, where workers trade the few possessions they have or steal from the ship's stores to obtain obscura, recaf, or even more exotic substances smuggled aboard during port calls. The bosuns know about this trade and generally tolerate it as long as it remains manageable. A crew that's slightly intoxicated is easier to control than a crew that's contemplating mutiny, and the substances help numb the workers to the horrors of their existence. Of course, addiction is common, and an addicted worker is an inefficient worker. But efficiency has never been the Imperial Navy's primary concern when it comes to indentured labor. There are always more bodies to press into service. The discipline system aboard an Imperial Navy warship is brutal by design. The Navy has learned across 10 millennia of warfare that fear is the most effective tool for controlling large numbers of potentially rebellious crew members who have every reason to hate their situation. The bosuns and sergeants-at-arms are the enforcers of this system, and they perform their duties with a thoroughness that borders on enthusiasm. Flogging is the standard punishment for minor infractions. Reporting late to your station, failing to properly salute a superior, showing insufficient deference to a tech priest, any of these can earn you a dozen lashes from the bosun's whip. The floggings are conducted publicly, usually during shift changes when the maximum number of crew members can be assembled to watch. You are stripped to the waist and tied to a whipping post that's a permanent fixture in every major crew area. The bosun applies the lash with practiced efficiency, and you quickly learn not to cry out because that's viewed as weakness and will likely earn you additional strokes. The wounds from a flogging take weeks to heal, and they heal badly, leaving scars that layer on top of previous scars until your back becomes a roadmap of every mistake you've made since coming aboard. More serious infractions carry correspondingly harsher punishments. Theft from the ship's stores might earn you a month in the brig, kept in a tiny cell barely large enough to lie down in, fed starvation rations while you contemplate your crime. Striking a superior, even in self-defense, is likely to result in you being assigned to a punishment detail in one of the ship's most hazardous areas. Perhaps you'll be sent to work in the plasma drive compartments, where the radiation levels are high enough that you'll be dead within weeks. Perhaps you'll be assigned to the void shield generators, those hellish compartments the size of small towns that stink of ozone and where unpredictable arcs of electricity can kill you in an instant. Perhaps you'll be sent to repair hull breaches during combat, working in a vacuum suit that's been patched so many times it's more patch than original material, knowing that if the suit fails or if enemy fire catches you, you'll die in the cold void, with no one to mourn you. The ultimate punishment, reserved for mutiny or sabotage, or other crimes that threaten the ship itself, is conversion into a servitor. You are taken to the tech priests, who lobotomize you with mechanical precision, scooping out everything that made you human